Back to Japan. Yes, it is time for truly the greatest event in internet history. We're going to listen to some music together. Hi everyone. I got the big headphones on for this one. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to tolerate the heat of these headphones on my head. So, wow, look at the hair. Look, I have the hair of someone who looks like they've just woken up, which is strangely appropriate considering that's what I've just done. Spotify is on the load. I am getting ready. I am supplied with all the necessary things I need to get me through the night. Because that's right, it's midnight here. So basically, considering that YouTube allows an 8-hour live stream, we are running through until possibly 8 a.m. This is going to be a long one. Now, I will introduce you guys to the concept of what we're doing as soon as I can get Google to stop telling me that I am live because I should be watching me live. I'm getting notifications about me being live, which I find very hard to know how to get out the way. So, just to quickly talk, anyone who's not 100% aware, obviously we'll be talking a lot more, I'm sure, as we go through this whole process. But what we're doing today is we've got the top 25 BAND-MAID songs, which is a list that we will be working to make. But obviously we've reviewed every single BAND-MAID song previously in one form or another. And today I'm just going to sit down and we're going to listen to the entire catalogue. We're going to go through every single song and I'm going to basically rescore all of the songs just to check I am happy with my scorings. And I'm going old school. I have my A4 paper ready. I have enough pens to make sure that I won't run out of ink in this lifetime. I do, however, have an issue with the fact that it seems that Spotify is going to be very, very slow today. That's all right. Usually once you've got the band page open, everything's okay. So during this, because obviously these are not songs that are new to me, these are songs that I'm re-listening with you guys for. As a result, I will be talking to you guys as we go as well. Obviously, it's going to be quite a long stream, so there'll be moments when it'll be a little bit quieter than others. But as a general, I intend to keep the conversation going throughout so that we can have lots of exciting chats. Now, I'm sure that I will be being a shameless internet person throughout, but I'll just point out that if you are in here and you don't mind tapping like, that is greatly appreciated because the algorithm is not always on our side as we're a non-monetized channel, but anything you guys can do to help us is hugely appreciated. So I will be keeping an eye on that and saying a big thank you to anyone who pops in a like. Not that I'll be able to see your name, but hey. Anyway, are you ready to go over to what will hopefully work, which is the I'm gonna try and load what will be our primary screen for this ongoing expedition into the world of BAND-MAID. Where is it? Where is it? Let's hope this works. Whoa, look at that. Look at that, people. Isn't that spectacular-ish? I have just noticed that I get blinded by one of the desk lights when I do that. So, hi. Okay, so yeah, you can see that this is OBS slightly impeding. I tried to go through and to avoid any spoilers. I went through and I removed my hearts from every single BAND-MAID song that I'd put a heart on in Spotify. So hopefully there'll be no bias coming up here or no clues to what songs are already my favourites, although I'm sure you guys already know what a lot of my innate preferences actually are. I'm also quickly just checking the settings here to make sure that we don't get any bleed through of the sound of the music. This is one of the big things. Like I say, guys, one of the main reasons I'm showing you Spotify here. You can listen on whatever source you want, but remember, you'll be able to see where I am, what I'm listening to. Let's get the play bar up there so you can see that as well. You can see where we are in each of the songs. And you'll need to play at home to listen along with me. I'm sure you guys all have access to these songs. If at any point we come up to something that you guys don't have, let me know so we can take a moment so someone can find where you guys will be able to listen to it. I do want to make sure that anyone who is tuning in is able to listen along. But obviously I can't broadcast you BAND-MAID's music. That would be highly illegal. So yeah, at the bottom you can see we've got our little banner which will change and do different things as we go along, and it's got little messages on there, and I've got room at the top so I can type things to you guys if there's anything relevant comes up during the streams, like someone saying, Howard, you're intolerable. This is a bad look, isn't it? It looks kind of like I'm being electrocuted. Let's move those back down. So let's have a little look. There's no one in the comments yet, except for, I see there was some comments previously. Let's just scroll up and see what you guys were saying. Oh, it was CMC. Hi, CMC. See, this is the cool bit. I can just sort of drag you across onto here, and I think you'll now be visible. I think the chat will the chat will now be visible if I move you across onto here. So best main songs in reverse order: Masterpiece, Heartless, Scat, and Glider. That's quite a strange post from someone who is a self-professed BAND-MAID fan. We can see there. CFH, okay, let's do this. Yeah, we certainly are going to do this, and Reddit has been dropped by CMC. Thank you so much for doing that. So, first things first, let's just have a little, oh, wow, thank you for everyone who's tuning in, by the way. My alarms are going. I had an emergency alarm just set up in case I overslept, and it is ringing right now. Okay, so I will be mainly supplying myself with a steady stream of coffee tonight. And when I do go to get coffee, you will know I've gone to get coffee because a little thing will come up which will do this. Wait, here. Wait, is it working? It's working, yes. That's what's going to happen when I get coffee. That's what you'll see when I get coffee. But before then, I'm going to start off with, as it's the middle of the night, a couple of little delicacies to show you. My first one will be, I saved a really special one for today. This is the local prefecture Nagano's special beer. You can look at the very nice can showing the local area, the sites of the local area. And they do different versions. They do a pale ale. I'm not a big fan of pale ale. Find it kind of a bit yucky. They do a dark ale, which I was thinking about. But I thought, you know what? Considering it's something that we've covered on the channel before, I'm going to go for their stout. Or, well, dark black beer. So this is going to help me get started. I've only got a couple of beers for tonight's stream as I want to be as clear-headed as possible. So let's pour that out before we get going on this adventure, my friends. Now, one thing I will point out, I don't know if I've made every precaution I can to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Should for any reason there be a cut or anything stop this beautiful adventure of ours, I will immediately, I just realised that I've got a 500ml glass and I've only got a 350ml can. I will immediately, if there's any problem with the stream, restart it. So big apologies if anything happens. I really want this to be one seamless stream. I've done a lot of checks, but as you guys have known in the past, we have had trouble with, shall we say, neighbours and electricity being cut off here before. So if I do have to reset the electricity or if anything happens to the internet, we will continue and, you know, we'll carry on with that. But that's something that I am hoping is not a problem. Now, let's see if we can... Oh, no, it showed one of the hearts on one of the songs. Don't tell people I like different. It's terrible. All right, we're scrolling back in time because we're going to go all the way back to the beginning, guys. We're going to start in the best possible place. Oh. Well, it tells people already that I like these. Oh, I didn't remove my hearts from the singles. This is very bad form. Oh no, people know that I like About Us. Very, very bad form. Alright, so, here we go. We're going to be starting at the very first album. So I hope everyone's on board. If you guys want to sort of throw in any comments, like I said, I'll be reading comments and things as we go. If you guys want to say anything before we get started, any little thoughts or messages that you guys want to throw in, then please feel free to do so. Thank you. I've just seen 18 likes. That's wonderful. I am greatly appreciative of you guys throwing those in for me. Let's give this a little go. Oh, geez, it doesn't smell too great. It's not the best start. Oh, it tastes pretty good. It smells pretty foul. You always take a risk with these sort of local breweries. International Beer Cup. Oh, it won something at the International Beer Cup. Right, that's cool. International Beer Cup, assumedly being there it is, being an award that I don't know anything about. Actually, no, we reviewed a beer that won the International Beer Cup once in here before, didn't we? Anyway, guys, I'm guessing there's not so many comments because you guys are all hunkering down and getting ready to begin. And I'm with you on that. So, I'm sorry, my screen is a bit full. And as you noticed, if I put anything over the player, then you'll see it. So you can see me now. Twice. All right. I'm going to give a quick sound check. I'm going to run BOK. And what I just want to do here, just to make sure that there are no legal problems, I'm going to press play. And I want you guys to tell me if you hear the song so that we can be very careful. Here we go. Well, I can't hear the song, so that's not that's not helping. Wait, turning the volume on would be a good idea. All right. So I'm going to press play. Just quickly, tell me if anyone hears the song. Okay, did anyone hear that? If anyone can leave me a comment just to say that you guys didn't hear anything coming through the stream, it's really important. If there's any copyrighted material on here, then we will lose the whole stream and we could even get cut off. So if someone can just tell me, did anyone hear that? Actually, I'll tell you what, let's just move it to halfway through and quickly give a quick blast. Did anyone hear that? Sorry, this is the boring part of the stream where I have to get you guys to check that I haven't done something awfully wrong here. So if someone can let me know, did any sound come through? Did you hear anything on here that will potentially get me in trouble? I need to get my pens ready. Quality of preparation going on here. So I have got a stationary thing full of pens and staplers. They will not be particularly useful for this stream, but let's not concern ourselves with that. Let's go for that pen. Looks nice. I like that one. There it is. How many sheets of... I know they've got a lot of songs. I don't think I'm going to need all of these sheets of A4, though, to be entirely honest with you. I don't know if the chat's actually... I'm a bit concerned that the chat's not even working because I see nothing coming up in chat. Please, someone drop something just so I know that you guys are alive and that you can hear me. Is this something just wrong with my thing? Just a little bit concerned because I can see there's plenty of you guys there, but there's nothing coming up in live chat at all. Just going to quickly look on. Yeah, so it's come. Oh, that's weird. It's coming up on my phone. There you go. Not hearing any music. You're good, says Harry. Thanks, guys. All right, so it's coming up on my phone, but as you can see on YouTube, it shows me nothing. That's lovely. All right, well, just want to let you guys know that this is going to be a bit weird, but I can see your chat in here. So I can follow chat here. But okay, so no one could hear it. No. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you for... Wow, oh my God, there's been so many comments that I have been totally not responding to. Oh, wow. Okay, let's get a little stand for my phone. Thanks, Google. The power of Google compels me to wonder why they won't let me see chat. Hear you chatting. Yup. Thanks for that, Martin. All right, I know there's a lot of comments. I won't go back through too many of them. This is going to be a 12-hour stream. I predict it's going to be about 8 hours. We'll be done when we're done. That's what's important. All right, so I need to get my scoring sheet ready. So, everyone at home, I gave you a follow as well. Ah, thank you very much. Just want to say a big thank you to everyone who's pressing the like button in here as well. So, we're going to be putting in a few columns for this. There we go. So, Be Okay is going to be our first song. So, guys, we're starting with Made in Japan. We're going to go all the way through. And then basically what we're going to do is we're going to go through all the albums as they appear on Spotify. And then after we're done, we're going to go through the singles, picking up the B-sides, picking up the stragglers, the songs that are not as well known or not as likely to be available on Spotify, if you know what I mean. So we're going to be going through everything bit at a time, hearing them all. So let's have a little look. A few more comments coming in. The songs alone are more than 6 hours. I suspect probably, yeah. Have you tried turning it off and back on again? Says CMC. Thanks very much, man. I'm going to have to keep my phone charged up as well. Luckily, I thought to charge a second battery. So we better get into this one nice and soon if we're going to get on with it. Yeah, like I said, I'm thinking we're going to be here about 8 hours. I'm planning to be running till about 8 a.m. But if we have to be here for longer, we have to be here for longer. It's all about the love of music. No love, passion, and matador, says Pizza. Hi, Pizza. Yeah, I have got that. I've got that on the CD back here. I've got a separate computer set up so that when we have to pick the ones that are not on Spotify but are on CD, I'll get that out about 7 a.m. probably by then. I'll get that out, get the CDs, start shoving them in the computer and going through those songs as well, all right? But this ironically says hello, Marta. Oh, this, but unironically. Okay. What are the little... Sorry, by the way, so every time I'm reading the comments, you'll know because I'll be looking down, you'll just be seeing the top of my head. I'll probably work that out sometime during the oncoming live stream. All right, guys, so I'm pretty much ready to dive in. So I want you guys, make sure you got your copies of Made in Japan ready. If not, make sure you've got access to the That's Not Great. Make sure you've got access to it on a live stream somewhere or streaming service or whatever you're using. If any of you guys out there are using iTunes, then because I'm not using iTunes, if any of you guys are using iTunes and you come across any problems during the night and you want to sort of let us know if there's something that isn't available on iTunes, then please do let me know. And we'll make sure that everyone's on the same page. Don't want anyone missing out on anything. All right. So I'm just writing in my scoring things. Now, as those of you who remember when we did this with Baby Metal a couple of years ago, and we will be doing this again with Baby Metal if everything goes well tonight. Well, not tonight, but, you know, in the future. I will be doing the scoring, but I won't actually be showing... We'll be talking about it, but I won't be showing my scoring tonight because obviously it's going towards doing the top 25. I want to keep the suspense nice and high for that. Let's have a look here. 8 hours or more. This will be fun, I believe. Fernando, I hope to agree. Hi. Hi, says Pizza. Hi. Martin, do you realise that for fans, every song is a winner? You're streaming me to... mainly diehard maniacs, remember? Yeah, but I don't. Obviously, it's the problem with the internet. I don't know exactly what tone you send that in. I completely understand that's true. Completely agree that's true. That's probably something worth saying at the top of this. One of the things that I've loved so much about getting to know all of you guys, because remember, like when we first started doing this, 2.5 years ago now? Well, coming off 2.5 years. Obviously, I only knew the band by name and vaguely by reputation. Then, obviously, we went through, listened to every single song. You guys, obviously, Hara getting me access to the CDs was brilliant. CMC helping so much with access to so many things. Then going to see them live, the DVDs, the net shows. Basically covering the whole band. The one thing that I noticed that I really like about the fan fans around BAND-MAID is there's so many real music-loving fans who really love the music. If you are a genuine fan of a band, then you will be able to look at the band and you'll be able to say what you like more than what you don't. Because that's the truth of anything you love. Nothing's perfect. I mean, if anything was perfect, there would be no point in existing because there would be no way for it to ever improve. So nothing is 100% perfect. And that's what's so cool, is that when you talk to BAND-MAID fans, like the really sort of, the real salt of the earth good fans, there's so many of them who can just have discussions about what they want to see the band do next, what they want to see change, what they like most, and what were the high and low points. So I think that's why I'm looking forward to this so much. Is it's kind of, everyone's going to have a different opinion, but I try to score in a way that slightly mixes my subjective opinions with a sort of objective framework, which I think is a fair way of analysing the songs. So it's a scoring system that I used with Baby Metal before, which I think is a really good one for getting a genuine idea of what songs are objectively, with a slight subjective twist, the best ones. So that's really what I'm looking to do here. I'm looking to share that with you guys. I think anyone who, I don't think most BAND-MAID fans are not like this, but if there's anyone who just believes that every single song they ever do is perfect and they're infallible and therefore there's no point in them continuing because they can't ever get any better, then this probably isn't the stream for you, because you'd probably give everything 11 out of 10 and therefore there would be no conversation to have. However, if you're someone who genuinely likes looking at the songs and thinking about what everyone's favourite moments were, this is the stream for you. And that's what we're going to get into. So yeah, worth me saying that at the top. I think the genuine, most passionate fans of any band are the ones who would be able to score their favourites. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. It's not. I've drawn the columns way too thin. We really need to get started. Can I draw the columns in a slightly better way this time? Howard, pay some attention. What are you doing? There we go. Alright, so I will just be drawing down my scoring system. I know, I should have got this done sooner. We are going to be starting. I wanted to get the music started by past. Now I come to think about it, it should have really started a bit sooner than that, but that means that we will be getting going very soon. Let's just have a look at some of the comments. Wow, thank you for all the wonderful comments that are coming in. Is Band Maiko included? Yes, it is. I did think about that, and even though I know the songs are different versions, I do feel that along with Gyeoncho, there's enough of a unique twist to the songs that it would be worth considering them, as I think there are some songs that might get a slightly elevated score. I'm interested myself in seeing how I analyse both versions of Screaming, because that's a song that I do think has a chance of being a top 25 one. I did actually kind of decide in my own head that if for some reason I scored Screaming in the top 25 twice, that I would only include the one that scored highest. Because I want to keep the list as fresh as possible. But I will be going through Band Maiko as well, just to pick up. By the way, is it Band Maiko or Band Maiko? If you are better at Japanese than me, which is probably the majority of people, let me know. I never knew how to pronounce that. Maiko. I don't actually know what version it is. Howard, do you have premium? No, I don't. So we will be occasionally stopping for adverts. Very good point, Sven. Harry, does the chat have ability to switch from top chat to live chat? I did think about that. I've got it on live, which means I should be seeing everything, but it's not working, which makes me a little bit concerned actually about the stability of the stream if it can't even show me chat properly. I don't know. I'm not going to play with it. I don't want to cause any problems. But yeah, Made in Japan, Misa with the hat. That's true. Shame we won't get to see that actually. Although you can see. Is she wearing the hat on the cover? Because the version that Hara gave me is the special edition reprint, which therefore doesn't have them. But yeah, she's got the hat. Nice. Well point out it, mine. Siffy, I don't know about every song being a winner. The outliers are very rare, but it do exist. Yeah, exactly. It's interesting because everyone can have a different threshold. And for me, it's very hard finding that watermark where the ones that are going to be above enough to be a top 25, because there's so many, like you say, that are really top flight songs. Nothing is perfect. Wrong. Miku is absolutely... That was a joke. Explanation is does not always. Yeah, that's fine. Still kind of get the band, but I enjoy the few songs I've heard. Still new to the band. Oh, hi, by the way, Dylan. Hey, nice to see. Yeah, so I mean, if you are in for the whole thing today, then follow. You can listen to the entire catalogue with me. Psyche Forever, Queen of the Maids. Well, she is the one at the front. Hi there. Hey, is it Tuabug? Tuabug, hi there. Nice to see you. Great Big Pigeonhole. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to be a bit quicker than usual going through the comments today because obviously we've got a lot of things to get onto. And wow, the comments are coming in thick and fast, which I really appreciate. By the way, thank you so much for everyone who's here today. Have given up on picking a favourite song, says Mirai. But this motivates me to try and narrow to my top 10 in no actual order. Yeah, guys, I mean, remember, you can score along at the same time. If you're going to go in for the whole 8 hours with me, then you can be scoring along at the same time. Ultra scientific scoring, says Japanese music. As YOLO does have so YOLO does have a fair chance. Yes, I remember your old reaction video. Yeah, YOLO's an interesting one. I think the video, it's one of the ones where the video really clicks. It's, the same director using the same style for most of them. So I'm just reading through. Thanks for that. Pitching goal. I heard them talking. Oh, thanks, let's do it. Yeah. So I'm just going to read your comments to myself quickly and just pick up anything that comes out. So Mirai says Michael has a stronger mai than ko. So I was just thinking, is it the ko or ko? As in a call. As in ko or ko. But yeah, the mai is the emphasis, isn't it? All nice. Hat on cover, yep. Sorry, pigeonhole. Pigeonhole or pigeon goal, that sounds strange. Alright, so I need to quickly finish writing this down. I have my scale that I use. So I will be writing my notes down for that. And there we go. So I put basically the scoring system I used is based on the sort of the quality of the arrangement and playing. So there's a scoring mark that I use for how well crafted the song is, which, as many of you know, for example, the songs in Made in Japan often are a little bit more rudimentary. Oh god, last time I used that word, everyone got angry. They're a little bit more simple than some of the later songs, so they would, for example, score lower on that level, most of them. But then there's another one which is a score that I use for either how catchy or how emotionally impactful a song is, because those are two things that work usually independently of each other. So in the result, a lot of the songs that Made in Japan are quite catchy, so they might score a bit higher on that. There's one which I give scoring for how original a song is within the band's sound. So if the song is particularly brave for the band, that gets an extra score, although that's a slightly lower scoring quality than a lot of the ones. And I have an innate bias column as well. For if there's basically, it's kind of like, that's like the tie-breaking one. If I listen to a song and it just kind of appeals to me, I just listen to it and it just kind of works for me, then I can give a song a little bit extra as a sort of like an X factor quality. So that's a very small score. That's just like a tiebreaker score that I can apply to a song if I just listen to it and I'm like, it just works for me. All right, guys, I think it's time for us to get started on our first song. Ko, not ko. I like how you did that in the Roman characters. That was ko, not ko. Okay, my ko. My ko. There we go. I keep just saying the word Michael on its own. Probably not the best thing to keep on doing. Rudimentary, a rage-increasing poll, says CMC. Thank you. How brave it is. So the start over score column. Yeah, kind of. I mean, that's where a lot of the songs on BAND-MAID will actually get a fairly good score, because they are quite. I mean, the whole project was quite brave. Of course, a lot of this is coming down to my opinion. Just for anyone who is new to the channel, like I said, really should get started, so apologies that I keep on waffling. But to anyone who is new to the channel, just be aware that I am aware that you cannot do this without a degree of mildly innate bias. There is always an opinion involved in this. I am saying this as someone who, I know if you've been here a while, you've heard me say this a million times before, so I apologise. But I've worked with music my entire adult life. I've worked in studios. I've done a lot of work as a staff writer. Nothing particularly was going to make me a millionaire. So there's whatever you do in any creative industry, there's always someone better than you. So I'm in no way claiming to be like the world's greatest authority, but I am someone who's now very familiar with the band, very familiar with Japan, obviously being here, and with just kind of the way that what goes into the writing process, what goes into the studio process, what goes into all of these things. So as a result, I feel like I'm in a good position to comment on this, but you know, my opinions are only as definitive as I can make them. So it's all a bit of fun. Don't take it too seriously, but hopefully this all starts some great conversations. That's kind of what this channel is about. Anyway, so and hopefully that little banner will occasionally change at the bottom to show that we've got our Discord, which is a great place. All right, guys. Anyway, enough waffle. Let's dive straight into this. We're going to go in with Be OK now. Just to quickly say, if at any point during the stream you guys hear any music bleeding through from my computer, I want you to let me know. It is very important that we don't spoil this whole process with copyright issues. But anyway, here we go. If you have got your version of Made in Japan lined up, we're going in with Be OK. You'll be able to see using the bar where I am. We don't have to be exactly synced. We're going to enjoy this. The version I've got, like I said, is the special edition. The version on Spotify I know is not the special edition, so it will be, this time at least, we'll be finishing with Ford, and we'll go back and pick up Matador and the other one. Secret Base is on here as well, isn't it? We'll go and pick that up later at the end of the stream when we're going through the stragglers, if you will. Let's have a little look at the comments before I press play on this. Greetings, long time watcher tuning in from Minnesota. Wow! Thanks, Cry Havoc. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's so cool. I love the fact that we got some people on here who you don't have to chat. You can just sort of enjoy the thing, and I just really appreciate there's some people on here who've been watching for a while who just occasionally pop up and say, hey, still here. CFH posted this in Cafe and Worldwide. Woo! SJ. Of course. I keep on forgetting that it's you. Because obviously I did the SJ. By the way, big thank you to SJ, my very first ever guest on the Bantercast, which is now doing so well. I look back at that interview. I wish I did a better job at the time. Hopefully, I would like to have you back for another one sometime soon. Why do you use categories? I prefer just using the feeling. The reason being is because feeling, especially over... Well, feeling is very... This is a good question, by the way, so thank you, Sven. Feeling is very subjective, and over the course of 8 hours, it's very easy to get a slightly... It's hard to get an objective score, which is fair. So you have to use certain objective qualities. But I look at them, like I say, I mean... Two of the biggest things in here, I've got a tiebreaker, I've got one which is very much a score based on feeling. So I have to have the objective along with the subjective. If it was just what songs Howard likes, I don't think anyone would really be interested in me just saying what are my favourite songs, because yeah, my taste is, you know, weird. Innate bias score, the only one that matters, says Motto. Yeah, I see a lot of people are looking forward to seeing what I put on there. You're still saying ko. Am I? Ko. My ko. My ko. Actually, yeah, I am saying it a bit like ko, aren't I? Ko. Ko. My ko. You know, what I really need is a Japanese lesson, which unfortunately I can't do right now. No bias. Okay, everyone's on board. 6 hours and 18 minutes waffling 24-hour stream. Oh, nice. So win-win there. Is there a score for the MVs? Just get the music. Yeah, I'm not doing the MVs today. Partly because if I show the MVs, then you get a copyright claim just for showing the image a lot of the time. And partly because, you know, I'm a big fan of music videos, and when I did the reviews of each song, which I know unfortunately a lot of them were on the previous channel, in fact most of them on the previous channel, which means they were mostly erased. I've still got the original files from some of them, which I can get. If anyone wants to see a particular review and I can find it, then I'll get it for you. But I reviewed all the music videos before, but I don't think it's necessarily pertinent to this list, especially as not everyone has a video. S for she, hey, winks, many winks. All right, let's dive in. So this is Be OK, which I hope we will. What a wonderful sentiment to start this off on. Let's go. I love that. It's a nice start. It sounds so garage punk to get the band going. There's a sort of simple punk quality to this song that I like so much. A lot of people have very different feelings on Made in Japan, but I do think it's a really good first album. I like the fact that Misa's pretty much just done one note so far. It's so out of character. I'm interested to see when we get to that point, because I remember this when we were reviewing before, that point where you hear them taking over the writing of their own songs. Such a change to everything. Let's have a look and see him. Fernando, let's get going or I have to retire soon. We're going now, it's good. Doesn't have to be that short anyway, it's all good. Daijobu. Thank you, Mirai. I'm trying. It would perhaps be okay to start. I'm keeping score on these myself, says Helamoto, but I probably won't share them all. I'm very harsh with my ratings. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we get on so well. We don't agree on everything, but yeah, I'm kind of harsh on my scores as well. That's a great chorus. Very simple, but in keeping with the simple tone of the song. A little machine gun snare feels from Kanami. From Kanami? Sorry, from Akane. I just lost 10 followers just then, just in that moment. I'm like that. I'm the hashtag no bias Akane fan. But yeah, those little simple machine gun snare fills. Everything's so much simpler on here. Just bringing this across. Still no comments on the browser. It's probably because I'm using Chrome. I have to use Chrome for streaming. I still haven't got that moved over to Edge yet. Start with energy, people. It's going to be 8 hours. This is such a positive song. This is exactly what I needed to start this off. I need to not be biased based on that, but I am a bit. By the way, I'm using very low numbers for the scoring. Like these columns, I'm using a score out of 3 for pretty much all of them, except for bias, which is out of 2, simply to avoid inconsistency in opinion throughout the night. Oh, I'm being called. Just need to message my aunt. I can't sing along or I'll get copyright struck. Okay, there we go. Just hearing this song, it really hits me how comparatively simple it is. And yet, at the same time, how effective it is. Alright, let's give that its scores. First one of the night. Ooh. Oh, here comes the first advert. Am I going to get sued for showing UQ adverts? I hope these are not between every song or we're going to have to make this a 12-hour stream. Then again, I could look at Kyoko Fukada all night. This is so jolly, this album. We're really making our way through to Unseen World, aren't we? Very raw sounding, says Fernando. Lots of energy, yeah. Beginning of this kind of sounds like Bad Reputation. That's an interesting one, actually. I know that. There'll be no audio for the songs. No, Ray, just to point out again, I do need you to listen along because I would love to play it through to you guys, but I will get absolutely sued. And I can't afford to get sued. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Okay. Evergreen. So look at what everyone's saying. Sorry, I appreciate it. You guys are going to be spending a lot of time looking at my bloody head. Lots of energy. Wouldn't mind if they revisited this garage punk sound. I agree, actually. Havoc, I agree. Not like as an overall thing, but just occasionally if they just did like a song like that, I would kind of appreciate it. I think in a way that songs like Chemical Reaction were kind of leaning in that direction a bit on Unseen World, but it'd be great to hear them do something like this, which is this kind of like jolly pop punk thing, just because we can. But, you know, they've got a whole album of it. I guess it's a bit of a shame that they don't play these songs anymore, but still. Akane, hashtag no bias. Yeah, I've already like this for an hour and I've already lost my credibility. But still, Akane, hashtag no bias. So yeah, Made in Japan is that storm on the horizon. You get feeling something is coming, looking to the future. But yeah, I get that. It's kind of, you listen to it, it's like, gotcha. No, I didn't see that. But yeah, it's like I say, you get that sort of feeling that it's something which is, you can hear. I remember saying this when I first reviewed this album. You can hear the things where you think, yeah, that's indicative of what's coming in the future. That's indicative of the interesting things that you can hear, those little bits of quality. Obviously, you don't get much of a feel for what their songwriting will be. Although I do like the songwriting on this album. I think there's some really nice songs on this album. You get more of hints at the skill that is on display. But a big thank you. We've got 33 people in there. Thank you very much to it. And thank you. We've got 25 likes, like I say. I told you I was going to repeat it. I won't repeat it too much, but we're non-monetized, so anyone who is pressing like, thank you. It helps us with the algorithm when we get likes, because if you're not monetized, YouTube just kind of pushes you to one side. But I'm not going to shove adverts in you guys' faces. No. This is a music community. So, we stay non-monetized, and I appreciate the support of you guys, especially if you're on the Patreon. But no, look, likes are actually a currency of their own, so thank you so much for everyone in that. So, last comment I got was one from CFH. My phone's starting to play up a little bit as well now, so let's just get back into the chat. Oh wow, I can see myself. That's genuinely creepy. Yeah, I can watch my own live stream. I don't know if that's good for the thing. That song ends so quickly. I always forget that. Oh wow, I got a long message from my aunt. I hear the bass comes underneath that. That's where the bass goes down in that chorus is fantastic. Right, plug in your phone. I didn't realise I was going to be using my phone so much tonight, so I'm going to have to keep that plugged in. That distorted vocal, actually, that kind of goes to what SJ was saying, that sort of ominous, foreboding shadow of a lot of the sounds that we would hear in future albums. So, 2 Hour Bugs given 5 out of 10 for Evergreen. Yeah, I've got to be honest, I wouldn't expect to see Evergreen in my top 25. It kind of feels like it doesn't manage to have any... It's got like some of the things that BOK has, but doesn't quite... It's not as catchy. It's not quite as interesting as BOK. It's kind of like a... it's what you'd expect from a second track. It's a good second track, but I wouldn't expect that to be in the top 25, to be fair. Thank you, CMC, by the way, for dropping the Reddit links. Anyone who's on our Reddit or Discord, you know what we're like. Key, rarely heard song, but it's got a good beat and a catchy tune. Yeah, I gotta admit, this is a song that I always enjoy, so I don't know if this would be a top 25, but I think it's definitely going to be one worth scoring. I like that tone. That sort of building tone. The way that everything sort of swirls around and builds up there, it's almost like an orchestral quality. And this is a good chorus. Alright, I've got my scores for this. Always gets me when some of the songs have their names in full caps and some have them written in normal punctuation. Key, very underrated. I agree with that, CMC. Oh god, I'm agreeing with you. That's dangerous. Ray says they don't do this style of music anymore because it's not what they set out to do. Well, yeah. But then again, you always play around and do different things. You don't always you don't set out to just do one style and only ever do that style. You can play around. And I think the BAND-MAID do play around. I just want it'd be interesting to see them play around in this little area of sound as well. But yeah, I mean, it might just be that they just genuinely don't like doing this style of music, in which case, fair enough. But I'm sure they get some joy out of it. So it would be kind of fun for nostalgia's sake to see them sort of revisit this for maybe a song here or there. Buy My Tears. See, this is one of those ones, it's always fun on paper, then you say Buy My Tears and it sounds weird. It sounds like I'm trying to do a trade. Buy My Tears. Let's give this a little bit of volume. Let's see what everyone's saying. 7 out of 10, you say, Key, good song. I got lost. What song are we on? You should be able to see, tell me if you guys can't, but you should be able to see on the screen the song that I'm on and where I am in it. So we're on Buy My Tears at the moment. I'm 50 seconds in. I'll try and keep this clear so you guys can see all through the night where we are. I think it only shows the album if I'm at the top, but most of you guys will probably know what album we're on at least, and you can always ask if you don't know. Thanks, Harry, for the Discord and the Patreon links. Much appreciated. Ray's saying Key probably the hardest song on the album. That might be true. To Airbug saying Ninja. First use of the BAND-MAID pause. First even. Yeah, okay. Yeah, actually, I didn't even think about that. What I was saying, I think I underrated this song originally. I think it a little bit more now that I've heard it again. I get this is one of the reasons why I'm doing this whole second listen through, where it's not second for most of these songs, but this is why I'm going through them always, to really sort of question my own views on a lot of the songs and try and be analytical. I feel this whole record was an exploration of a type of music the band would play. The record company trying to figure out what to do with the band, says Fernando. That's usually quite true. It's probably why they would have gone for something fairly simple to begin with anyway. So yeah, I think that's fair. CFH, if I'm being honest, I want this played in its entirety a la Queensryche doing... I don't know that reference, unfortunately. I wish I knew. Harry's saying, Howard, stop agreeing with... Oh, do you mean the bonus tracks? Yeah, I kind of like to. It's just this kind of... As this was the first time I would do, when I do the ones on CD, I have to get a separate computer, so I wanted to start you guys with the... On the Spotify, as it's easier for you to see what we're doing. Kind of the reason I'm playing it without the bonus tracks first time round. Harry, stop agreeing with CMC. Bubbles doesn't need to help ending the world. No, it's covered with the orange bar, says CFH. Okay, hopefully you guys can see now. Oh, is it still covered with the bar at the bottom? It's showing me here that it should be visible for you guys. If I move Chrome out the way, you should be able to see that. By My Tears, that's an interesting one. That is an interesting one. So when you hear Knocking on Your Heart, I always just... It's almost skater punk, this song. I can't help but get a little bit of a smile out of that. Why am I writing the full song name? I really don't need to. I know. Just by reference. I could just do this by song number. By My Tears, first dual vocals song on the album, says CMC. Well, there's backing vocals in other songs, like Be Okay has backing vocals, but if you mean like sort of a duet formula, maybe. Again, why do I always start with gassy drinks? Don't worry, this is not paid sponsorship, but if anyone who's just tuning in, I'm having a local Nagano Prefecture black dark beer. It's kind of a stout. Fernando's saying By My Tears, another exploration song, I think so. Energy of Knock on Your Heart, so good. Not a huge fan of this one still, says Moto. Doesn't work as well as the first 3 tracks in my honest opinion. Yeah, you're referring to By My Tears. Yeah, I can see that. The chorus doesn't work for me and the keys are a little grating. Yeah, again, it's another one of those ones where I wouldn't expect that to be a top 25 song. Might be. It's got a few points on there. By My Tears, 7 out of 10 says, I've got to find a quicker way of saying to a bug. I'm just going to call you Bug from now on. No, that sounds almost like I'm being rude, doesn't it? Bug's okay. Volkswagen Bug's nice. I'm going with Bug. Bug says 7 out of 10. Or Bugsy. Tell me what you want me to shorten it down to, because to a bug's a bit hard for me to say. Well, it's not hard for me to say, it's hard for me to say throughout the night. Everyone has a shortened name. So Kotick saying By My Tears is probably my second favourite on this album. Love the chorus. Kane showing some good stuff on the drums. Knock on Your Heart, very poppy sound. Yeah, Fernando's very poppy, this one. Mickey, just saying hi, would love to be here. Oh, thank you, Mickey. Well, you were here. You've left your mark irremovably from this live stream, so thank you so much for doing this. Oh, sorry, love to be here for the finish, but have a comic book to finish. I'll try to watch later. No interaction for me, sadly. Well, no, thank you anyway, like I say, for being here in the first place. CFH saying, if you don't bob your head on this song, there's probably something wrong with you. There is a happy somebody. I'm bobbing kind of like, I'm weird as it is, I'm wrist bobbing. Mickey, 9 out of 10 for Knocking on Your Heart. For me, love this song, especially live. Kind of makes this happy. Yeah, do they play this one much live? I know I heard them do a live version in recent years, but I actually don't know what year that recording was from. Bringing up to the big one, Big Dad. Yeah, that's the point. I remember when I first started covering them, so many people were like, Howard, you got to review Big Dad. You got to review Big Dad. And this was before I had the CDs, and I was looking online, and there wasn't really a studio version of it, and I really wanted to listen to the studio version, obviously. So I remember it took me ages to get to that, but. Yeah, this is a great song, isn't it? So, kind of very simple and to the point. But it's kind of like what it's doing. That's a good fun song, yeah. Engadget, first semi-acoustic version of Knocking is a greatly happy pickup song. Yeah, I think I've heard that one actually. Oh, I'm on an advert. I'm on an advert, guys. I'm assuming for these people over here. I'm listening to them talk to me right now. Oh, this is the Avril Lavigne song. I almost said that a minute ago actually, but I avoided that. Mirai says, oh, sorry, I already read your comment. Apologies. But yeah, very true. This is just a good pickup song anyway. Hello, Moto. Cosplay. Oh, still, this is another advert I'm on now. There must be something wrong with me then, but that's already well established. Knocking as groove. Agreed. So there's some positive banter going on here. Knock on Your Heart, 6 out of 10. Okay song. It's a little too poppy for my taste, says Bug. That's fair, actually. I can imagine that a lot of fans would probably not be as into it. It is kind of out of style with them. Okay, the next song's about to start. Here we go, Big Dad. If Avril is way more talented in Japanese, says Simpsy. She had her moments. She had her moments. She's done some appalling things in her career, but I wouldn't slag off Avril too much. She had some good moments. Kotick, first Miku song. Bug says, oh no, Big Dad, Miku doesn't have any bad song. Yeah, I was saying this during the Unseen World thing, wasn't I? That she has some of the catchiest songs. But I always kind of forget about Big Dad, if I'm honest with you. I'm always thinking about sort of stuff like Time and Rockin' Me especially. And on the most recent album, I can't remember the name of the song that she does on the most recent album, Sayonaki Dori, I think. Was it Sayonaki Dori was the one she sang? I think it was. Smells awful. Just I did that Japanese stouts review. I would add that, but I don't want to slag off the local beer. It doesn't taste bad. It's just the smell. Nothing that smells unpleasant is ever going to taste good. And by the way, sweet corn is the worst smell in the world. Just throwing it out there. It is. It is worse. I would rather smell my toilet than sweet corn. And now you have that image. Big Dad, weird name. I agree, Sven. It is a little bit off-putting, the name. It's kind of weird. Konik agrees. Fernando, Big Dad, Miku at her best at that time. At that time. I like the little caveat you threw in there. There was no comma there, but that was a caveat. Hello, this is probably my least favourite song on the album so far, says my... yeah, I can see why. This is nice, but it's very like, I like the feel of this song a lot, but I accept that there's probably not a lot. I guess it's the lack of intricacies maybe more visible on this song, because you can imagine what this would sound like if BAND-MAID would have played this song especially today. I think this is one of the songs that would probably get more revamping than any of the others if they played it live today, just kind of in my opinion. There's a lot of room for that sort of classic BAND-MAID, well, the now classic BAND-MAID sound to be put into the gaps here. Miku's dexterity with her native tongue is not unique, but is such a talent. Pigeon Japanese. I like that. Yeah, Pigeon Japanese. Appropriate to her, and yet at the same time sounds like an insult. Odd name, but such an underrated song. This one fights for first place forward on this album. That's interesting, actually. Sometimes local beer is crap. It happens. Yeah, no. Local beer can be. I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those people who thinks that all the best beer is craft microbreweries. You know, I know I've got a patterned shirt and occasionally a bit of a beard, but I'm not like that. And glasses. Oh God, I look like a hipster. I don't have a man bun. There, we're safe. Okay, yeah, that is a good little song. From the heart of corn country hour. You know what, Retic? I lived in Hokkaido, which is famous for sweet corn as well. It was hard. I love it there, but it was hard. But 6 out of 5 for Big Dad. The chorus is really catchy. It is catchy, actually. I wouldn't know if I'd say it's really catchy, but it's definitely catchy. I know 2 of the 3 kanji. So this will be called Track 7. Or just before night. Or just die-hard fans jumping out of the woodwork to punch me in the face for not knowing how to say it. So Nick is saying, I've got the feeling Moto and I will be out of the alley fist fighting and the time the stream is over. Yeah, that's what I love the emojis, by the way. It's so nice how you've gone through the whole process there. The last one looked at bruises till I realised it was hearts. Looked like bruises. But that's what I love. I love the disagreement of opinions. That's what makes this such a rich thing to do. Miku got a lot better since Big Dad, says Fernando. I kind of feel you can really hear her improvement, but it's a really good, strong starting place for her characteristic quality of being a catchy catchy pigeon. Corn country. Corn goes into a lot of things that I like. It's just when you smell like the fresh corn, a smell that so many people love. I don't know why. I cannot breathe if I am near to fresh corn. So there's another thing. Guys who are building up a list of things to attack me with. If the bears don't get me, do use the corn. Make me can't imagine Psyche singing this. Yeah, I think it's interesting that a lot of the songs that Miku sings are ones that you can imagine would only work with her, which is why I think she goes for the more, I'm not going to say poppy, but the ones with the pop quality. But there are some which I think Psyche could do, like Rockin' Me, I definitely think Psyche could do. Unfortunately, the queue to fight Hello Moto is quite long. Aww. Oh, I love Moto. I'm not going to be his bodyguard, because there's a list of people chasing him down. But I will protect his right to say whatever he wants. Because actually, most of the time I agree with him. 7 down, 93 to go. Isn't it? There's more than 93. There's more than 100 total, isn't there? I think. Anyway, still, good progress. Another exploration type song, says Fernando, and I do agree. I must say, I've only listened to this album once before. I didn't really like it and can't say my opinion is improving very much. That's interesting that you don't like this one, Harry. I kind of would have expected that you probably would have been one of the people who had liked it more. A lot of the ways that this compares to their latest sound reminds me a lot of how Best Scandal compares to their later sound. Rudimentary, direct sort of joy that this album has, I think, is very similar to Best Scandal as an album, which I know you enjoy that album. Yeah, but obviously it's all in the details. It's never as simple as that, just as a rudimentary observation. Yes, as a hockey fan, I'm always dropping the gloves with people who take... Oh, he's a hockey fan. Don't start. Okay. Yoke mai. I know I got the sounds wrong. Yoke mai. Thank you. We're on to forward. Let's just quickly put in my scores. Maybe bumped up by half a star. Interesting. Apparently translates to... That's it, before dawn. No idea who dawn... It's the second kanji is... I've always thought that was night, but that could be with the first one, that could become dawn. Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? So the first two kanji together become dawn, and then the last kanji is mai, which is before. Thank you, Rev. I'm just reading through some of the comments. I'll just pick up on the ones that I think I can say something in regards to before the night breaks and becomes dawn. So night, like breaking of the night, yeah, before Maya. Interesting. It's not get, it's care, isn't it? Yeah. I really thank you, Mirai. By the way, you're a wonderful teacher. Thank you. I'm not a big fan of Yoakemai. 5.5 says Bug. Fair enough. I'm not going to say what I scored it. Corn from France is the mail being delivered by the BPS Bear Postal Service. Harry's just sort of putting these things together to create my perfect hell. CMC, Psyche's vocals are so different now. Not surprising given the surgery and work she has put in. They are different, but I wouldn't say they're like massively different. I think it's just the quality that I think you would expect that comes. I'm sure that surgery and stuff plays a part, but I think a lot of it's just the quality that comes with age and experience. He's thickened up her voice. Forward is my favourite song on the album, says Bug. Yeah, I think a lot of people really like this song. I've got to admit, it does certainly push some buttons with me. I do think there's a lot of objective qualities to maybe point out in it as well. My thoughts on this one are still the same. First one is night. First one's night. I thought the second kanji was night, Sven. Marta feels like it's missing something. Interesting. Be Okay is my favourite so far, says Farahan. I have got a bit of a sweet spot for Be Okay. I'm interested to see if it actually comes out with the highest score on this album or not. And Kotick agrees. It is a really good song. It is a really good song. There are some things going against it, but as a general, is it a higher score? Oh, I can't tell you guys even if it is, but it certainly has scored quite high. There's a lot of room for it to score higher though, so it's certainly not going to be top of the list. But I think there's two songs I can see so far. Be Okay being one of them, and another one which I'm not going to say on this album, which do you think have a chance of being top 25ers. Fernando, but there's so many songs that's probably going to be overturned during the night. Fernando Forward, probably the song I've heard the most on the album. Acoustic version, yeah, a lot of people have mentioned the acoustic version. First few tracks are the best ones in my opinion, says Marto. I think the first half of the album is stronger than the second half. It's kind of falls off afterwards. I noticed that's something similar that you said about Unseen World. So I think the sort of songs that maybe are the ones seen as being their impact songs on BAND-MAID ones are probably the ones that have the more intricacy, perhaps, which is probably what's connecting with you. That's just again a very generalized guess that I'm making there for the sake of discussion. Kotick, to be fair, before Thrill they all did primarily pop music. It depends what your definition of pop is. To a pop fan, this is not pop. To a rock fan, this is pop. It's one of those interesting pop. This is basically the definition of pop rock, where it's not what a rock fan would call rock, and it's not what a pop fan would call pop. That's what makes it pop rock. It's a fair point though. Right, Be Okay and Key are my favourites on this album. Interesting. Be Okay are my two favourites on Imajo. I'm not saying anything. Rev, I don't have this album. The songs are okay. Oh, we're coming to the end now, by the way. So, like I said, guys, if you're thinking about special edition, those special edition songs we're going to come around to later on. So that is now the... Wait, that is the last song that we are listening to now on Made in Japan. We're done with Made in Japan now, so I'm pausing before we move on. Nothing on this album is top 25, but it checks in several times in the top 50. Says cosplay says, no, I don't know if I refer to you by your real name or not. Yeah, okay. Yo equals night. Ake is like opening up. Okay, so Sven was right about that. Becoming brighter together, it literally means dawn. Okay, key is ground zero for a lot what came next. Yeah, Bug next is going to be. Just to recover that, guys. Just to cover those tracks which are on the reissued version of Made in Japan. We're coming back to those later because I've got that on the CD, but it's not on Spotify, as you can see. So we're coming back to those later in the stream. We will come back to them, though, I do promise. We are actually moving on, though, to the next album. So, guys, get your copies of New Beginning ready from 2015. So we will be jumping in with Thrill, which I love the fact it's called Thrill. Thrill. It's one of those words that is never going to work in katakana. But still, I love it. So have a look at some of the things here. Next, going for bathroom break. I've got special graphics for all the different types of break I'm gonna have. I've got one for the coffee break. I've got one for the bath break, toilet break as we'd say in the UK. I've got one for when I have to get noodles, which at some point in the middle of this stream, if I get hungry, I will go and get noodles. I have graphics for everything. I spent a lot of today preparing just the crazy graphics that I was going to put in this. So, yeah, we come into that. This is my first BAND-MAID album, says Fernando. That's awesome, actually. It's nice if you started from the beginning. I like when people do that. I actually meant before forming BAND-MAID. Don't know why I put Thrill. So I have to go back to your previous comment to get that. To be fair, they all did primarily. Oh, okay. Sorry, I see what you mean. So yeah, before they were in band. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's probably fairly true. I imagine from what I heard that Psyche certainly did, and of course, yeah, Miku did. You call me whatever you like. I feel a bit weird calling you cosplay because I've never seen you do cosplay. So as a result, I'm gonna call you Nix or SJ. You know, I'm just gonna change it every single time. So thank you very much for that, Brian. Rev, looks like surreal. It does actually, doesn't it? It looks like surreal. If it was a longer actually I can get a little bit of help on this because obviously I've got my in-stream Japanese teacher. Can't even speak. It would be, if it was surreal, it'd be surreal. There would be more of a hold, wouldn't there? You'd have the lengthened out letters. But anyway, whatever. But still, I agree. It does look like that. Okay. So anything but Shirley then. I don't know what that was. I'm not even going to pick up on that. Oh, yeah. Love that airplane reference. I hope Honey will be included. Every single song will be included. Every single song will be included. When we get to the end, I'm going to need you guys or whoever's around in a few hours to help me jump through them all again. I like that. We're getting some love for the airplane reference there as well. Thank you so much for dropping that love in there, Dave. Okay, so now we're going to jump on to Frill. Let's go. You got your copies ready? 3, 2, 1. All that pop is gone. By the way, I was going to say, after I do the top 25, obviously a lot of songs will score the same. Around that, we had this with last time with Baby Metal, who have a much smaller catalogue. And we were only doing that with 2 of their albums at the time. Unsurprisingly, whenever we use this system, which is a very old system that it's developed over time, but it's one that I've used for years with this kind of thing. As it's another game that I've done with music friends before. Obviously, around the middle of any catalogue, you get loads of songs that score the same. And usually at the bottom, you find that there's a separation again. So you get like a curve at the bottom, like the songs that don't appeal to you are always at the bottom. And then you get like a huge number of songs in very similar scores going up to the top. After I do the top 25, I will publish an entire list of all of the songs ranked. With obviously a lot of them having like sort of, not having separate rankings, having like lots on similar tiers beneath the top 25. So I will publish that afterwards as well. So guys, do remind me when that happens. This song has got such a kick to it. It's very simple in so many ways, but it is a real kicking song. Go through some of the comments. Pick the wrong week to start sniffing. Old fans are old. Nice reference. A motor saying, "Don't call me Shirley." Everyone's on board with the airplane references like that. Yeah, there could be longer sound. Shuru. There I am. So happy to have you here. I'm learning so much. First song I heard from the band. Yeah, I think a lot of people started with this song for 8 out of 10 from Bug. This was... Oh, just touch you. This was intro BAND-MAID, like everyone else, yeah. No, don't worry, Loon, you didn't miss Summer Drive. All of the songs that are on the special... I'm going to be saying this a few times. All of the songs that are on the special edition, the re-release version of Made in Japan, they're coming around at the end. I just did the original release version. All of the bonus track type songs and B-sides will be at the end of the playthrough. So I'm going through the basic versions of every single album, and then we're coming back to all those songs later as like the final phase, which will be a very long phase. Hey, says Reg. I came to this song with Dazzle Vision and Exist Trace. I was incredulous about the video because I wasn't totally sure they were playing because of me. Not going to be listening to along for a bit. Going shopping. Thank you, Harry. Well, thank you for keeping us going. Have a good trip to the shops. See you when you get back. Hard rock sound really suits Psyche's voice. I agree, actually. This song does really suit her voice a lot. I need to put in my scores soon. So I'm going to fall a bit behind on some of the comments at points, but I'll try and pick up as many as I can. What songs I've heard for Japanese? I like that, Rev. I like that. Then again, the band I Love Me, that sounds like I Rub Me. Just suddenly realised that. Love the solos in Frill. Yeah, agreed. No, good solos, isn't it? Freezer. Gotta admit, this is a song that I haven't heard for a while. I think these two albums I probably listen to the least. Not Made in Japan, but New Beginning and Brand New Made. Those are the two albums that I probably listen to the least. So it's interesting, sort of, because a few songs on here I'm not going to have heard for probably a couple of months. Not a fan of the chorus, says Sven. Love the solos in Thrill, says Martin. Yeah, sorry, I already mentioned that. Yeah. Coolio, thanks. The bonus tracks are on Spotify. If they're on Spotify, they'll be as separate. So they're not as part of... Well, I mean, you guys can see my screen. So if I'm listening to Made in Japan, they're not there at the end. But they'll be separate, yeah. So we'll go back and we'll pick up on them. Don't worry. This, by the way, because I'm in Japan, I'm probably going to have slightly different versions of some things. So like I say, this is the reason why I'm putting this on screen, so you guys can see what I can see. So follow on from there. Back and forth vocals, yeah. Drums are stupid in this song. I'm taking stupid in the positive meaning. This is when I already started to appreciate Akane as a beast. The song is so well layered. Yeah, there is a sort of a layering to this song, which is really, really appealing. Nice little key change in there as well. Three's a very solid number. I love the Mikey Psyche. I just turned them into one person, Mikey. That's what happens when you compare them. Yeah, when you combine them, you get Mikey. Of the Miku Psyche interaction on vocals. This could be in my top 25, says Fernando. Interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about the call and response vocals in the chorus, says Marta, who sees it differently. In the chorus of Freeze a bit, it's quite a solid song. I'm going to have to be a little bit more thoughtful about my score for this one, as it's one I don't listen to as regularly. That's a tricky one. Real Existence. Now, anyone who's been following us for a while will know why this song is particularly special. Drop a comment if you remember why. Inanchu provides the disco shuffle, says Sven. That's true. Every time I hear a disco shuffle, I do think of Hina. Wow, we got 30 people in here and 30 likes. Thank you so much to everyone who's liking and watching along with us. Freezer is so catchy. Really poppy, says mine. That's not actually the way I heard it. I agree it's solid. I wouldn't necessarily say it was poppy. Maybe compared to some of the later stuff. No, Intel. No. Bad Intel. I think that's telling me that I'm going to get an advert after this song. First review, says Retic. That's right. It was the very first one that we ever did. When I was sitting in that little white bedroom. Wasn't my bedroom. Wasn't my house. Yeah, the very first 3 videos we shot for this channel were in a friend's house. While they were away at work, I was just sitting there. I was like, well, if I'm gonna start this channel that me and Bubbles have been talking about with James, then might as well put down some videos, set up the camera, sat on the bed, put a hat on, got going, and here we are. Would love if they did a song with vocals like Freeze on the next album. That's an interesting point. They do a lot of great vocal interplay on Unseen World, I must admit. Real Existence was the second song I heard from them, says Rev. My first BAND-MAID song, says Kotnik. Screams anime theme tune, says Motto. First sign of greatness to come, says Fernando. So this song to you is the one where they really come together as a band. Disco Shuffle TM. Averagely pretty drummer from... Oh, so mean to Hina. Joke warning for... I already took offense. Alright, I'm offended already. Should have had a trigger warning at the beginning. I don't know which was my first BAND-MAID song, says Sven. I have to ask my brother, showed me them. It's always cool when your brother introduces you to bands. Havoc, first 3 songs are a really strong opening to the album. So a lot of people really like the openings on these earlier BAND-MAID albums. It's kind of... That's kind of a sign of staff-written albums a lot of the time. Staff-written albums tend to have very strong starts. Because obviously the company has a bit more control about how the album's put together. So they'll probably show preference towards an album that has initial impact. Because they know people have short attention spans. Even in Japan. Song has never really touched my happy place, says Barry. The solo started at 11, was always jarring. Mid-catalogue at best, the breakdown is best part. Interesting point. Twin vocals very good, especially when the voices are sounding different. Yeah, and it's like one of the things that works for Scandal, isn't it? When the voices sound different, it adds a quality. Who said the A word? Depends what the A word is. Akane? That's a good little song. Price of Pride. Never remember the name, but I always remember that intro. The weird sort of Latin style playing. Whenever I hear just like a root chord bass line from Misa, I'm like, did they have a different bass player when they started? And then she'll just do a fill and I'll be like, oh, here we go. I feel dirty for saying it, says Loon. The A word is anime. Oh, okay, sorry, I missed that. The A word. We need James for the anime talk. I really don't know that much about it. Although I have heard that apparently it's the 25th anniversary of Pokemon. So I'll be buying him a bunch of Pokemon stuff that he'll be ordering for his shop, I'm sure. Bug says Real Existence gets 8 out of 10 for him. Oh no, not the A word, says Sven. 8 out of 10. So that one really hit with you well. So Bug definitely giving a high score for Real Existence. Martin Edwards' Price of Pride, really catchy. It's got one of those choruses that develops nicely. Like this bit, like that's kind of post-chorus bit as well. And I can't help but hear a synthesizer in the background. That was the worst week ever. Looked like I was having a minor stroke. There we go. Don't, Howard. Don't. Scene. Well, how long have we been live for now? 1.5 hours. That's pretty good, actually. How many albums do they have total? Right, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Micah's 8. I heard that little bit of vocal effect there. And then obviously covering all the extras will be 9. So with each album being a good bit under an hour, with half an hour intro to the stream, we should be okay to get this all done in 8 hours, but we'll see how that goes. Oh, I said the dreaded word that must never be uttered under any circumstances. Nice guitar intro, cool bit. Psyche kills the song. Underrated by many, says Fernando. Well, as you work for worked, you can be forgiven for not knowing who the bass player is. Thanks, CMC. This should be used as anime open. Sven's just like poking the whole issue now. Did he watch the Post Malone Pokemon concert? I don't know about that thing you just talked about, but all of those words together scared me in a way that I can't explain. Got an interesting consistency in my scores for the songs on this album. Not all the same, but they're quite similar scores I've given the first four. With one exception. Bad Sven. Bass with Mincho on the offbeat kind of reggae is cool. Catchy chorus. Yeah, it's nice when you get those sort of beat beats. I'll be honest, I've never listened to Price of Pride and it's very catchy, like it, says Bug. The chorus always catches my attention when played a BAND-MAID in the background, says Kotick. Yeah, I like those songs where, you know, maybe it's just you've just left it on, then just one of the songs catches you and it sort of brings you back. Don't get me wrong, I just like most anime theme tunes, says Motto, but that's the vibe I got from that song. Howdy, Ornagoon. Hey, how you doing, man? Welcome in, sir. Welcome, sir. So Bug's given 7 out of 10 for Price of Prize. Slightly lower than you had for Real Existence. Interesting. I do hope you are well. I hope you are. I hope you're all well. Lovely opening of Arcadia Grow. I agree, Reddick. I like it. It's kind of... It's going to score some points on originality just for that intro. Well, this whole tone is very... It's very funky. Been very careful with my scoring, so occasionally you'll see me looking at the paper like, I did line up my next drink, didn't I? Oh, I've got it in the fridge. That's the one graphic I did not make. I'll wait for me to get beer graphic. I'm a terrible human. So. No, so far my ratings of these songs haven't changed. That's fair enough. I guess I'm not used to... I usually just sort of enjoy the song, so I'm not used to really sitting down and analysing them on a score basis. I usually give a review, which is just my thoughts and opinions, but don't really have to provide a summed up grade out of them. So for me, going back and actually doing like a grade is... it's interesting. Kind of wakes me up to a lot of the thoughts that I've had about a song. Cody Grow. So Martin's saying, great sing-along anthem. I can imagine Psyche offering mic to the audience for the last line. Yeah, it is one of those ones, isn't it? It's quite a fast vocal in the chorus, but it is still catchy. Cody Grow is the sleeper of the album. When Misa starts parroting the guitar line, then and keeps on going. Mincho is a different direction. Fantastic. Yeah, there's lots of little nice elements that I've given this scores for. Cheeky tune, this Fernando Sand. Loon's disappointed if the top 5 aren't all meek. Loon, I can't promise you anything, yeah? Oh! We get to see the Yuku advert again. Just gonna watch Kyoko Fakada for a little while. There we go. We're on to Don't Apply the Brake. Don't apply the brake. That's not the line. Wow, the comments are coming in very fast. I'm going to have a bit of trouble keeping up with them. That's okay. Sorry, not brake, but I don't remember why at the moment. I know I don't like this song says Retic, but I don't know why at the moment. So I'm sure you have been asked this a lot, Martin, but how was... I think we lost Howard. You lost me? I hope you mean that figuratively. You're worrying me. I hope the stream's still working, guys. Konami stands out strong in this one, says Kotick. 6.5 for Arcadia Girl, says Bug. Great summer song, says Martin. Yeah, I think it has got that kind of vibe, hasn't it? It's right in there, even with the title. Making a little change there. So like I say, on this album and on the next album, definitely I'm going to have to really sort of focus a lot on my scores, because these are songs that I don't listen to as regularly as the ones from the later albums or even Made in Japan. So these two albums I'm going to have to be very careful with my scores just to make sure that I'm being correct. Let me not put Made in Japan in the bottom just so in case someone gets confused. There we go. Lost you in the advert. When you say lost me, yeah, so I was lost. Okay, yeah, just yeah, all right. Sorry, just when people say stuff like that, it really worries me that the stream's cut out. Arcadia Girl, Arcadia Girl, and you have a banger. Thanks for letting me know, Retic, by the way. Fernando, Don't Apply the Brake, my personal favourite in this album. Love the dual vocals and that driving drum beat. Yeah, it is. It's notably catchy, isn't it? Because I'm writing so big, we have to move on to the second sheet of paper now. So let me get the second sheet of paper out. And Beauty and the Beast. Fortunately, without Emma Watson. Drawing my lines. Again, so Offspring, that start. I think to me this song really gives off a lot of a vibe of what you'd be expecting from later on in the day. Punching the pop shield, not a good idea. I agree. I think Frankenstein Monsters, these two songs together, would result in a final better product. That's interesting, actually. I'm almost tempted to edit that later in the day to see what it sounds like. Another catchy song, says Bug, at 7 out of 10. They don't apply the brake. No brakes. You work forever. We will have breaks on this stream. Decent song, says Kotick. CMC, even Broken by the Scream and all their might could not save Don't Apply the Brake, joke warning. Thank you for the joke warnings, by the way. Your sarcasm doesn't come across well online. I think we need to hear you. You need to record your lines so we can hear you say them. Kotick, yes, my favourite song of the album, based on A Beauty and the Beast. versus rapping style. Yeah, it's got kind of a rap feel to it, which is, again, that's going to give it some originality points, certainly. I should start putting my scores in now, actually. Nice little chorus as well. I'm gonna need some water to back this thing up. Where's my water bottle? There we go. Yeah. Truly am prepared. Don't like this song, says Motto. It's be like B and the B, probably because it fits with the gap concept, but it's missing something for me. Beauty and the Beast, great double vocals. First song where my lactose intolerance kicks in. Really? Interesting. I presume you're just referencing the title, because there's nothing particularly overly sugary about the actual song, although the title is a bit sugary. Well, I really like the individual parts of the song, but I don't like the song as a whole. It's got kind of a anxious pace, so and I don't like that. Says, if the anxious pace is what you don't like about it, then I would imagine that would reflect a lot on your taste about Unseen World, because that's one of the core values of Unseen World, is it has a lot of that that kind of feel to it. Fernando, BATB, rapid fire vocal. Oh, Beauty and the Beast, rapid fire vocals, great intro, very catchy dual vocal interaction by the singers. Drum, amazing, good work. Yeah, I mean, I kind of have a little bit of a like for this song. Kind of reminds me of some of the like little moments like that. I kind of find them fun. So it gets a few points for me, that's one. So, Don't Let Me Down, of course. Well, should we talk about what I'm going to give this for catchiness? Or is that even really necessary? Shall I just put in top marks for catchiness straight away? This is a painful earworm, but I'm fine for that. I don't have a scoring category for dirty lyrics, unfortunately. Because okay, so do we have to wait for Howard to unstick? So a lot of the things that you're saying there, you're worrying me because it sounds like there's a problem with the stream. Like it's talking about the losing me and the whole thing unsticking. So guys, let me know if there's something that I don't know. If anyone knows if there's any problem with the live stream, please let me know. Mine, Don't Let Me Down, such naughty lyrics. Someone needs a good telling off. Like writing a rude word on the wall at the school and giggling about it all. You talk about writing a rude word on the... Now I'm thinking of I Wish by Stevie Wonder. Writing something nasty on the wall. Oh god, I'm going to get sued by Stevie Wonder. Oh god, careful. I love that little drum bit in the pre-chorus. It's so simple but nice sort of flow to it. Yeah. No surprise, this is going to get quite a good score from me, as I'm sure you guys know. I don't think it's ever been my favourite BAND-MAID song, but it's certainly one that I think it has a quality within their sound. It fits in a fairly unique place within their whole list of songs. It's one of those songs that is kind of simple, but it just works. I cringe a little bit at the lyrics, but the song's got a cheeky vibe to it anyway, which kind of forgives that. Better video than song, says CMC. 7 out of 10 for Don't Let Me Down. Rev, the one that let me know I'd found a new favourite band and still one of my favourites. Yeah. Lyrics kind of bring this song down for me, says Kotick. Yeah, I gotta admit, it's not my favourite one lyrically, but like I say, it's in keeping with the cheeky tone. Stream has been underupted by Bears or French Jazz Quartet so far, thank you. Just see if there's a failure, I'll just have a baguette appear on the screen. Song always kind of cringe because of the lyrics. I don't like that way, so it bugs me. No, that is my issue. No, I agree. But like I said, I can kind of forgive it for being in keeping with the sort of cheeky tone of the song. Okay, so Miku running through the street or in front of a green screen, says Mike. Shake there. Just to cover, this is the last song I've got for this version of the album. Beyond the chorus, I never had a clue it was an English song. I didn't know at first. When I did the first review, I just picked out a few words, but I didn't realise it was English, and then someone pointed it out to me later, and I was like, oh wow, this song is in English. It's kind of cringe just in the way the chorus is written, and the gang vocals in the bridge, says Marta. Still a classic, says Farrahan. Yeah, I gotta admit, I think that it has just kind of... there is a cringy quality to the lyrics, but I think overall the song is just really effective. So, certainly does get points. So I still don't see how this is a bad thing. You said that in regards to Martin. Oh, okay. The running through Tokyo. That was one of on our first awards. That was our first award, year 1 awards. We had the girl running through Tokyo, and that was a nominee. It didn't win because Sakura Gakuin had more girls running through Tokyo, but they still got in there with a nomination. His appearance at the live show a few weeks ago at least killed the internet myth that they refused to play it anymore. That's nice. I'm glad that they did play it, because I don't really hear them play. Certainly when I saw them, they weren't really playing the older material. Shake that intro sounds more like their modern tracks. That's kind of interesting. Did that for real. It looked like that to me as well, I've got to admit. What's your favourite BAND-MAID album, says Sven? I think it's fairly common knowledge that my favourite BAND-MAID album is Conqueror. Although I'm very aware of its failings. I find it the most complete listen. Although I'm interested, this might challenge my view, hearing them all after each other. But I just find it a very complete listen with many different facets, many different sounds. There are things that it lacks that other albums have, and there are things that don't work on it. Like we all know, I'm going to struggle to get through Dragon Cries. I love everything about that song except for the mastering. The mastering kills it for me. So I'm going to have to probably change to a different pair of headphones just to listen to that song, because we will listen to every single song. So I wouldn't pretend that Conqueror is perfect, but it is, for me, the most complete listen of any of their albums. But as I've said, one of the albums that I frequently criticise as being the hardest to get through in one sitting actually does contain probably a fair chunk of my favourite songs. So it's a real inconsistency between my favourite album and my favourite songs. Clever ending but real. Don't cringe. At the lyrics, don't even know what they are, to be honest. Good for you, I cringe more at the music. It's just not my thing in terms of writing style. Yeah, I mean, it's one that, to me, Don't Let Me Down is one of those simple pleasures. It has all those sort of simple qualities that it's the ice cream to counter your Michelin star meal. Yui running through Tokyo beats Miki running from Tokyo every time, says Loon. Oh, I'm not jumping into that. I'm not doing who I prefer to see running through Tokyo. I'm just saying on quality of people running through Tokyo, we have to get Sakura Gakuin. They invested more effort into running through Tokyo than BAND-MAID did. There's no comment on the people. I'm staying out of that conversation. My opinions are staying within me. Oh man, the bass in this song live is amazing. Everyone's really into that. A big yes. I'm not sure what you were saying yes to specifically, but possibly just the song. I like Show It too. Well arranged, super catchy. Other than those two songs, though, the album is still solid, says Moto. I think referring to Conqueror there, aren't you? But Miku can go as the pigeon flies, the inherent advantage. Yeah. Point. So I got to admit, Nick, your comments are so short that a lot of the time I'm not 100% sure what you're even referring to. So you said, so now what? But I don't know what you mean. Do you mean now what album? Because the next album. So if you're referring to something else, when people leave really short comments, maybe if it's part of a conversation, that makes sense. But when I read it, I don't have time to work out the context, so I'm not 100% sure what the question is. So guys, if you're saying something to me, try and give me context in the post, because obviously doing all of this and reading the comments at the same time, it can be very hard if I have to assume the context of a statement. So I'm assuming you mean now what we're going to listen to next, which obviously means, I think you're referring, because I know that you have a bit of a, Nick's might be referring to the fact that I know he has a little bit of a soft spot for the next song. I know that he likes this song. I know that he might give this song fairly high rating. Would that not be true? Would that not be true, Shirley? 7 out of 10 for Shake. That says Bug. Chorus is not my favourite part of the instrument. Is very good. I'm kind of on side with you about the chorus. I can see why people like it, but it's not massively my thing. We're moving on to Brand New Made or Waiting. Is there anything to wait for? Quality does not equate to quality. Quantity does not equate to quality, says Harry. That's kind of true. That's very true. Moving on to Brand New Made. We are going to move on to Brand New Made just after I've given Shake That its scoring. I think that's fair. People probably watching, probably seeing my arm movements, guessing what I'm scoring. Alright guys, well I'm going to jump straight into... Don't call me Yeah, sorry, I know this is really annoying for people who are just sort of writing comments. Apologies if I sound like I'm just whinging it. It's just I really want to respond to everyone's comments, and so if there's not enough context, it's really I often have to skip over. So if it's something directed to me and I skip over it, I do apologise. It's often because I wasn't sure of the context of the question, or I wasn't able to really gather what exactly you were asking me. So if it's posed to me, try to give me as much context, because like I say, obviously I'm doing this all at once and I want to try and be as professional as possible rather than umming and ahhing about something. So sorry if it sounds like I'm being a complete pain in the butt. But alright, on to Brand New Made. It's time for the non-fiction days, a favourite of many, I believe. And I know this comes in with a fair old intro, a lot like Frill did actually. So guys, here we go. Get your copies of Non-Fiction Days ready, and it starts in 3, 2, 1. Loon, SG has both quantity and quality. SG. I think you're talking about Sakura Gakuen. Oh, I don't know if that's what Harry was referring to. Might be wrong. Bro, break for me, says Retic. I'm thinking I'm gonna have a break after this album. I just wanted to tell you, good luck. We're all counting on you. Thank you, Motta. Thank you. I do get the reference. Havoc. Hearing the Non-Fiction Days was my, yeah, I'm going to like this band moment. I heard Frill and Real Existence first, and hopefully Ultimate for this one looks into it. I've got to admit, Non-Fiction Days is one that when I first reviewed it, I gave it a, but it's grown on me over time. I think one of the reasons why I gave it a lukewarm reaction was partly because the video is very underwhelming, in my opinion, which kind of sucked a bit of the energy out of it, and it is quite a long song, nearly 5 minutes. So it was on subsequent audio only listens that I think I started to get the feel of it a bit more. And certainly, I now certainly see a lot more of why so many people are really drawn to this song. Wow, there's a lot coming in. What kind of catering have you arranged for yourself, says Nigian? I have some quick cook noodles and some pre-cooked meat and like a little vegetable bag. So when I do need to cook, I can cook very fast. I've got a box of the blendy stick coffees. So I can make coffee very quickly, about 2 minutes to make a cup of coffee. So cooking should take, when I do eventually get to cooking, that will probably constitute maybe a 10-minute break. Coffee should take 2 minutes. I have a bar of chocolate, especially just in case James is watching, which will be, that'll be when I move into the coffees, I'll have a chocolate to help change my palate from the two drinks I've got lined up. But I like this breakdown. This breakdown's always really kind of fun. Very simple, but it's kind of got that darkness that sounds just nice. It's not too much, not too melodramatic, but it just kind of has a atmospheric quality to it. But yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm way behind the comments, so I'm going to run through quickly. Non-fiction days, lovely intro. Come out fighting, says Martin. MV on the beach, bit of a trademark as well. Yeah, it is a bit like you know the one I'm thinking of. the one which looks like they're on Mars. For the non-fiction days, 9 out of 10 says Bug. Real even. My apologies for that. I had the video paused. I thought Howard lagged out. Sorry, dude. That's still my opinion about the band, says Fernando. Blew my socks off. Well, Howard, I just wanted to tell you that we count on you. You already posted that, didn't you? Have I read that twice? I recall you didn't like that chorus, says Rev. Yeah, this chorus doesn't really do a huge amount for me. But kind of actually like what I was saying, solid song. The chorus has grown on me. I now like the chorus more. It's not my type of chorus. But I do see it. And you know, it will get good points for the chorus, because like I say, from an objective standpoint, I can definitely see why this is a good song. So I can't take points away from it from that, because obviously that's just an objective truth. So this was the song that made me a fan. I don't know if you paused and skipped over the bit, but I was saying that that's actually something I already know about you, because we mentioned that in the interview we had. I snuck into the sound check at J-Pop Summit, and they played this. Wow, that's awesome. Mirai, if all their music videos were just them playing live, I certainly wouldn't complain. I kind of agree. There's nothing wrong with their performance in their videos, but the way a video's cut helps a lot. If a video's cut in a way where it doesn't have the energy of the song, then it detracts a bit. And sometimes if it's cut awkwardly, like I liked the setup for Warning, the video for Warning, I liked the framing, but it was cut in a way that I think I said at the time was slightly awkward. So it didn't work as well as stuff like Blooming, which was cut much more precisely. Same director. So comments coming there. Picked the wrong week to stop eating fried chicken. Ah, yes, of course. Another Airplane reference. I'd never stop eating fried chicken. I'm watching the MV right now because you said the MV is underwhelming. Tell me what you think, Sven. I thought it was underwhelming, but tell me what you think. Right, let's get into this. Look at Me is the song that I remember very well. Right, surprising to myself, this has been my highest rated song so far to stream, non-fiction day. Yeah, a lot of people really like that, and like I said, I can see why. I don't think it necessarily works for me as much as I was saying before. It's not necessarily my type of song from them, and a lot of that's in the very small details. I mean, I like the style of it, it just doesn't quite click with me. But I do definitely get the quality of it much more now, having sort of really taken time to appreciate it just as a song on its own right. But what if he can speak English? Do you think Howard can speak jive, says Marta? I see. I feel like every subsequent album since the beginning has been an incremental improvement so far, says Marta. That's interesting. I don't mind the music videos, but I'm perfectly happy with the simpler looking live concert video. Yeah, I think when a video's... This is a nice break. I think when a video's got like when it's just a live video, take it what it is. When it's an artistic production like a music video, you kind of have certain expectations of it. I mean, like I say, I loved the video for Afterlife. I thought that was brilliant. They worked with so little, and that was mostly just based on their performance. But the director knew how to get the most out of their performance. You know, how to show it in a way that the screen, the framing, the movement complemented what they were doing. When they start messing around with scripted videos, this goes sideways, says Lawrence. The exception is Warning. Yeah, I mean, Warning was interesting because it wasn't quite scripted, but it was kind of in that way. It had set pieces in it. Just to me, there was something... I liked everything about that, just the way that the cuts happened, where they were awkward. They didn't feel quite right. Just in my opinion, of course. It was Martin saying, look at me, Misa's bass is understated, but top notch as ever, so I love her tone. Real punch. Yeah, you're starting to hear her come to the forefront a lot in this album. Fernando saying, look at me, good song, but it doesn't stand out for me. I underrate this song a bit. Yeah, I can see why this wouldn't stand out to people. Oh, I'm on an advert. I'm on an advert, guys. Hold on. What's this an advert for? It's a medical advert. Great. I get 2 adverts, so now I've got an advert for this. Travel culture podcast. Okay. I'll be back with you guys soon, just listening to the sounds of birds tweeting and a woman talking over an acoustic guitar. Next is Order. Ooh. Good. Order's going to be an interesting one. What? I got another advert? Oh, come on. Free adverts? That does take the piss. Free adverts. How many people are watching right now? Hey, we've still got 30 people and 33 likes. Thank you so much, everyone. Really love that you're here. Really love that you're enjoying this with me. Really love that you guys have been here for so long as well. Order's about to start. Yeah, we've been going for over 2 hours now. I remember this song. This is unfair because I can't say that this song is objectively better than Non-Fiction Days, but just for some reason this song appeals to me more. This will probably be one of those ones, if there was a tiebreaker, this would get the bias points that Non-Fiction Days wouldn't. It's just something about this song I like. But I need to be cold and objective when scoring it. So there's a few comments coming in. Let me just sort of pick up on this. So, GJ, how you doing, man? GJ has said, it looks like you got, I'm trying to look at your icon, it's really small. It looks like the Baby Metal logo, but I don't know. It's so small that I can't see it. How did you discover BAND-MAID? I'd heard of them. They were one of the bands that I've mentioned now, kind of like Baby Metal and like Scandal, because I was so familiar. I was in Japan when their first album came out. Where the image had kind of initially put me off listening to them. Not like actively, oh, I dislike this. Just kind of like I wasn't drawn to it. I was just like, probably not my thing. Yeah, I was kind of looking at it. I'm probably getting like the subconscious references to things like AKB and sort of thinking things like that. But then it was when I was doing the channel. No one actually asked me to check out BAND-MAID. It was just one of those ones where I was like, well, I'm doing the channel. I want to check out things that I haven't been listening to. So I said to myself, well, I want to check out BAND-MAID. So I actually encouraged myself to put it as one of the very first bands I was going to check out. And then when I did, just the response from everyone was so cool. Because the first song I was like, I really like this, but I'm not sure until I hear more. And then everyone sort of influenced me to listen to more, and we went through the whole journey. It's become this whole thing, which has just been so rewarding. I love the fact that the last line in the chorus is different each time. Like, oh, we got too many things to say. Yeah, so it was kind of like that. Let the bodies hit the floor. It has got that vibe. You're right, actually, about that, Marta. So look here. Got an advert Spotify Prime in French. Everyone's getting their adverts in different languages. I'm trying to keep it so you guys can see where I am, just in case anyone falls behind and needs to catch up. Fernando, Order, great chorus, great guitar and bass, amazing drums, very true. JG saying, Order was my favourite Konami solo. Her tapping is crazy. Yeah, you said that just as I was listening to her tapping. Well, I was reading it just as I was listening to her tapping. Let me actually get on the score before we go any further. Alright, so we're on to a brand new road. Sorry, like I say, I have to be really careful with my scores on at least this album and the one prior, just because these are albums I don't listen to as frequently, as I was saying, so I need to be very careful that, as I don't hear these songs as often, that I'm very careful with my scoring. The only ad I've had so far was for Guinness. Oh, you lucky sod. Well, I'm nearly out of my little... it's not Tokyo Black, it's Nagano Black, and I hate to say it, but Tokyo Black certainly comes out on top in that comparison. But, credit to local breweries. Although they did overcharge me, so I guess I shouldn't be too nice. I am going to use this same glass for the next drink, and I'm just realising what a bad idea it is to chase a stout with a sour. Oh, fuck it. Tears are overflowing now. Mincho's weird head tilt in the video. Bug, Order is an okay song. The chorus is quite catchy, but that really stands out as the sick breakdown. Yeah, I kind of agree with that, actually. Comes a lot through in my statements there. The breakdown was kind of weak, need more distortion, said Mo. Seems to now we get two of the most underrated songs in a row, Brand New Road and Yuragu. Yeah, I gotta admit, I like this. That tripleted rhythm in this does make it kind of fun. You can hear that kind of cool, almost like country vibe going on, even with the using the bell on the ride cymbal. Kind of has a slight bit of a country rock vibe to it, which I find kind of appealing. Is she asking for a list? Is she hitchhiking, says Loon? That's probably in reference to CMC's comment. Fernanda, A Brand New Road, underrated, but it's a really great song. I enjoy this number every time it pops up on my playlist. I'm with you on that. Doug, yeah, Brand New Road is in my top 25. I'm so excited for it. Bouncy, not a banger or top 50, but respected, says Timothy. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. I could listen to a whole album of Misa just playing jazz bass. We've got a long way to go, but that's quite a strong score. It's interesting because I put in the scores, and when I put them in, you're sort of thinking of each individual thing, and you just step back and you look at all of them and you go, oh, that's not what I expected. It's that's one of the fun things about doing this. Like I said, this is why I want this to be a mixture of the objective and the subjective. I don't want it just to be, oh, I like this song, because no one cares about me just saying I like this song. All right, Yuragu is next. I love the way those two songs flow into each other. I remember that. I never really liked Brand New Road. My least favourite on this album, says Bug. That's interesting. Okay. Any particular reason just doesn't sort of gel with you? Okay, that bass line kicked in on top 50. I stand corrected. Yeah, that bass line is crazy. That is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful bit of bass. CMC is channeling Dave Cook. Misa. Motto, not a fan of the jazz detail, to be honest, but I like the bounciness of this song. Interesting, yeah, I can see how it could be considered jarring, depending on what obviously you personally, your personal palette is going for. It clicks very well for me. I gotta admit, I forgot it was there until it just came around. It clicked perfectly when it came in. But that's a real taste thing, isn't it? We were talking about with the key change choruses that you get in Japanese songs. A lot of people, when they first hear that, it just sounds totally wrong. But then if you're used to Japanese music, it's just something that it's just a thing, you know, it just sounds natural. You can get used to and conditioned to certain sounds, I think. In a good way. That's not a negative thing. All music is about being conditioned to sounds, isn't it? The fact that we accept the sound of a distorted guitar as being normal. Conditioning. Hold on, look at some things. Fernando, Yuragu, the drums, bass, great vocals, great bass and guitar work. Again, this is a very underrated song, but it really is a great song. There's a lot of passion in your comment there. And I see that CMC and Fernando both giving this one a lot of love. I do like the sort of way it's got that thing that would later become a real trademark of Akane, which is the changing of, you know, double time to half time or double time to single time or whatever, you know, single to double mid chorus, which is a really great technique. Love it when bands do that. Going back into another one of those great Misa breakdowns. Adam, also Yuragu Miku lyrics. I need to go back and check out the lyrics. Thank you for mentioning that. I'm going to put a little star next to that. Just remind myself to check the lyrics. I'm assuming there's something interesting in the lyrics. I don't check them all, but certainly if there's... Are you saying this was like the first one where she wrote the lyrics, maybe? Because that would definitely be interesting to check out if that's the case. Actually, because they had their songs written for them, actually. I don't know at what point the lyrics took over. I'm wondering if that was a similar thing to the whole... You know, the whole way that they picked it. I mean, Alone, obviously, we know to deal with Alone. A few comments just going to run through them. Pace of Yuragu is just it's just that sweet spot. Yeah, I can see that. Yuragu might be, for me, it feels a little bit slow. Oh no, I think that's just maybe just it fits in a little bit strange after Brand New Road in some ways, but even though it flows in nicely. Doesn't do a whole lot for me, says Marta. Yeah, I can kind of get that. I mean, this is a song where it's weird. There's some things about this I like, some things that don't work so much for me. Hashtag drum bias on my part, says Fernando. Well, it kind of just exists. That's like the most damning review ever. It just kind of exists. Can I be moving through the gears, says CMC? Yeah. The mix of Freedom actually sounds very strange, especially coming off the back of the song prior. It's weird. The way I'm hearing it, the bass is high, the guitar is low, and the vocals are very high. It's kind of a strange mix to this song now, I come to think about it. There's something about Freedom. It kind of has this sort of gentle, understated quality. It plays as a rock song, but it has got a very sort of gentle, almost ballad-like style of writing to it. Bug saying Freedom, classic BAND-MAID, catchiest chorus. I wouldn't say it's the catchiest, but it certainly is on there. A strong last 3 songs Rev says for this album. CMC, Motor, joining the queue to fight you in an alley. Well, CMC's going to have a lot of punching to do. Alright, so Jerry says, now we are into legendary territory within their catalogue. Yeah, the mix is kind of odd. Never noticed it before. Yeah, it just kind of was highlighted by the songs prior. Freedom top 25. For sure top 50, says Fernando. Yeah, I'm kind of interested. I need to start thinking about my score for this. Because I don't know where this is going to go. I love that little twist there to the chord. The way the chord rises in the chorus. It has an emotional quality as well. Like I say, it has a feeling which I think comes through. And that's going to score points for me as well. It's both catchy and emotional. And like I say, I'm using that as a sort of a dual category. Octave guitar solo. Nice. Just writing in the next 2 song names. So guys, like I say, after this album we'll have a quick break, nothing long. I mean, I might just go to the toilet and switch up. Well, I'm going to be on the next drink, so I'll get another drink, go to the toilet, and then we'll carry on. So we'll have a short break after this album. And I do mean quite short. We're not going to go for a long one. We'll have a longer break probably after World Domination. That's probably when I'll get some food. Alright, before yesterday. Who else is sad there is no drum solo? Drum solos are weird. I love to hear them as a technical thing. I find them so beautiful, and yet there's very few songs for me in which they work, except for jazz. Especially in rock, I find it very hard for a drum solo to work in rock. It can do, but it's hard to make it genuinely work without sounding shoehorned in. But maybe that song would be an example. Thank you, by the way, to Laurie Bass. Gracias for the sub. Good to have you on board. Doug, yeah, I feel my personal list would be completely different if considering live stuff there. Yeah, it's troubling, isn't it? Because live versions do add a different tone. I have to avoid that, but it is. I am working on a video at the moment where I'm going to be talking about a really interesting comparison I thought of that really highlights why live versions are so important. I mean, the funny thing is actually, for all the discussions we've had about what I review on the channel, I am actually a massive fan of the way that bands write live versions. It's an art form that I adore, the art form of turning a recorded song into a live version, which I think often people maybe mistake that by the fact that I'm very vehement about the fact that I try to avoid reviewing live versions. but that's for a very specific reason. So I'm doing a video about that, which should be coming up maybe next week. But yeah, no, I do agree. That would give me a very different list. Sorry, there's a lot of comments that I'm missing, so I'm going to go through them quickly. Sorry about this, guys. I know I'm missing some, and I do apologise. Shibuya Cube drum solo version is great, but I still prefer from one from Zepp, says Rev. Yeah, I can imagine some of these earlier songs probably benefit from the time they've had to develop them. Doug, Freedom is not in my top 25, but it would be if it was the live version. A lot of people are talking about the live version, so I'm just going to put a little... That's a sick solo. Usually not a fan of these emotionally written for the feel songs, but this one is okay. So I'm guessing, Moto, you're not a big fan of Conqueror then, because it's got a lot of that. Same goes to Domination Live, mixes significantly better. Yeah, Domination sounds a bit crowded on record, although I think you guys already know that I love that song. Imagine Time. For Yesterday, a song that was grown on me, I have to admit. And I agree with what you said about the video CMC. It's got a nice feel because it connects you with the band a lot. Very overlooked. Howard P. Break. Stay odd number the album, but it works for me on the emo level. Yeah, an emotional level, yeah. Hot for Teacher immediately comes to mind and jumps. Interesting. GMIV P Break will be play on... Well, I'm not going to go for a P break with the song playing. Debug, 7 out of 10 for me. Before Yesterday, good chorus. Yeah, it is. Actually, the chorus is better than I remember it being. Let's give that as scores. That's a tricky one. I get the feeling I'm going to come back to that and have to review that a few times. All right, Alone. I'm got to be careful not to be biased towards this song, but it's another one that I do like. For obvious reasons. Criminally Underrated Song is the first real attempt at a moody mid-tempo song, at least the chorus, somewhat of a precursor to Daydreaming. I never thought of that, but that's a very good point. Don't You Tell Me Live is awesome, says JG3. Yeah, especially like, yeah, you were saying about the face-off, that's really fun. Because you can do that live. You can do that live. But if you did that on the record, I think it would suck. But live, it's brilliant. Mariah says, I feel like Yoshiki can make drum solos work. It feels shoehorned in, although it becomes like the... Yeah, but I think that's Yoshiki's writing point coming in as well. But even then, I think it's difficult. And also style of music is a factor. Live, definitely, yeah, but just on a record, it's very hard to make it work on a record, in my opinion. But it can work. I'm not saying it can't work. I'm just saying it's a real difficult thing to do. Oh, Imagine I, that song makes me... Everyone already knows my opinions about Oh Imagine I, so I'm not going there. I'm not going there. Alone Po. This song is better than I remembered it. Go Misa. After this song, I'm gonna eat. Original. Imagine I. This is not a. Wow. Alone 10 out of 10. Brilliant song. Nice. Okay. Yeah. Descending bass line. I know it's a weird thing. You guys know I always have a love for the descending bass lines. I'm biased towards #no bias descending bass lines. See, where are we going with the comments? Line first song written by the band. I know that one. Personally, I think the chorus repeated once or twice too much. It is a great chorus, though. Mama Kyunkyun. Moya Kyunkyun, sorry. Uh, Rev, I missed the you can only hear Kane and Kanami Comic Con video lost from the YouTube. Oh, yeah, that one. A known poster child of what happens when you take the handcuffs off artists. Yeah, I think that's very true. I think that's very true. Everyone's going for the Momo Kyung. Agreed. Alone, it easily makes it on my list. Alright. Finish my score off for that. The chorus of Alone sounds kind of like Drake to me. Kind of remember it. Yeah, I think the reason I remember it is not the vocal melody itself is not the most memorable thing. It's the way that it layers with the bass line. I'm off to eat, says Mo. I'll be back. All right, guys. Well, actually, I'm still here, but I'm going to have a quick toilet break. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's so much better than I thought it was going to be. It's amazing. So what? I've got different ones of these for everything, but this is my toilet break graphic. I hope you enjoy it. and then oh, it's gonna come back and new roll. That's right, never-ending rolls of toilet paper. Okay, guys, I'm going to toilet. I'm going to get another drink. I'll be back fairly soon. So hold on, hang on in there, everyone. Hang on in there. Actually, I'll tell you what, I'm going to take my phone with me so I can read what you guys are saying on the toilet. just sitting in the toilet reading your comments and watching the little toilet roll go around. I'm so happy I found that. By the way, thank you to everyone who was on the live stream the other week who helped me pick the background graphics. I think it was Fernando who ended up giving me the suggestion to pick that. There's some of the other graphics that you guys talked about with me, you might have noticed have already come up in the stream and will be coming up again in other little clips as we go through the night. I'm back. Alright guys. Check my hands, they're clean, they're clean. Alright, so I am going to plug this back in. I'll introduce you to the next beverage. A lot to unpack. One more chord. Howard, travelling his inner. Mind you, hard wash. Yeah, so cool. So yeah, a few people have already got some songs in their top 25, and we've only just really got into the area where BAND-MAID were writing their own songs. Where did the drink go? I did bring it in here, didn't I? Am I going crazy? It is possible I'm going crazy. Oh no, it's right in front of me. I've got a very patterned bedspread in front of me, and it kind of camouflaged in actually. I'm surprised how well this camouflaged with my bedspread. But I need to introduce... Now, I have no idea what this is going to taste like. I was slightly scared about it. I think it's going to be just a nice lemon Chuhai. Let me hold it up to the camera. All right, there we go. Those of you who might remember when we were trying all the different Funashi Chuhais, this is kind of a similar thing, but we got a different character. How cute is that? How cute is the little lemon dog thing? There you go. So it says Ponkan Sour. It's only a very mild... I'm not drinking anything with too much alcohol in for obvious reasons. It comes in at a very mild 3%. I just don't want anything that will cloud my judgment, and to be honest I could have probably gone for like a 5% beer, but this just looked more fun. So after this we'll be switching on to the coffees. So yeah, I'm keeping all the special drinks for tonight, all the special drinks that I otherwise haven't had a chance to try. Maybe you were a little bit, just didn't want to spend the money because we don't have much money. Oh Jesus. Well, the smell is much nicer, but it's very potent. Pour some of that out. So if I give a few minutes just in case everyone's having a longer toilet break than I needed. Any of you stuck in there maybe suddenly realise that you run out of toilet paper. That happened to me the other day. And you're looking around for something alternate to wipe your butt with. Luckily in Japan, you press the button, sprays you down like a car wash. Oh god. Horrifying, isn't it? I can see that chat has completely stopped since, so clearly, I feel that's probably my fault. Maybe I should, maybe it hasn't stopped. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I should log out of the video and log back in. There we go. The horrifying bit where it shows me. Oh no, there is still conversation. Thank you. Yeah, so I did have to reload the video. Hard wash count for this listen through. Lemon dog looks like a bear to me. Don't say that. Hard wash is heavy instrumental but a little short. I like it though. Mirai, Ehime present. Oh, represent. I actually don't know. Possibly. My brain is too small. Looks like it should be Mikan orange and Ehime. Actually, yeah, I think you got a point. It does have like a really strong Mikan sense. I don't have the refined palate of James when it comes to fruitier flavours. I'm better with sort of like beers and stouts and ales. You give me something fruity and I've got to admit, as much as I enjoy these kind of drinks, I don't have the immediate ability to recognise the flavours that James has. No strong zero. Not today, nah. As much as I like it, I mean, if I had a 500ml can, I'd probably be absolutely fine. But if I had a couple of them, I think it might probably would impede my ability to hear everything at the best of qualities. If you wanted to include something from every album, top 25 divided by 8 is average 3. Wow, the science is coming in here. 3 and an 8 for the remainder can be from non-album tracks. I'm not going to do that. I like the idea. I really like the idea, but I'm not going to do that because I think that would unfairly bias out songs that are good in favour of songs that aren't as good. So I won't be sort of taking that approach towards the albums. I'll be looking at the songs in their own rights. But I mean, I might well do a thing where I talk about the albums, my favourite albums in order. But I think you guys kind of already know how I'd layer that up. I don't think it would be any surprise to anyone. Looks like Ehime's prefecture official mascot. I don't know the kanji for Ehime. That's the problem. But it might well be. Oh. If I'm correct, because that's the little love kanji, the I kanji. If I'm correct, is Ehime spelt with that kanji, isn't it? I might be wrong. I know there's one kanji which uses that in there. So this isn't local. So we've had Nagano was the local one was, and now we're going to compare it to a cheaper other prefectures drink. Probably fewer from the early ones though, so probably 6 on my list so far. Google says the mascot is Mikan. Oh, that's a cool name, Mikan. Mikan, yeah, a dog who is a Mikan. Oh, that's awesome. Mikan on a can. Thanks for that, Mirai. Any list without onset is null and void. I know a lot of people got some love for those instrumentals. I can't promise it will be on there, but I will check. Yeah, Mira, that's the one. That's the kanji I'm looking at. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, that's the kanji. Nice one. Given all Miku's songs are automatically on my top 25. I've got to admit, yeah, you guys know that I'm an Akane, no bias type person, but I do really like all of the Miku songs, so there's probably going to be a strong Miku presence on the top 25. But there you go. Not specific. Well, obviously, then again, it's subjective, objective, so maybe they won't all get on there. But not specifically doing that, but I'm kind of one page so far. 1 from Made in Japan, 2 from New Beginning, and 3 from Brand New Made. All right, well, guys, you know what time it is. It's a very special time. It's time to jump into the album that when I first started doing this channel, everyone was like, you have to listen to this album. And I kind of get that now. I think of that because that was before Conqueror came out. We just, we had World Domination. We had Just Bring It, and everyone was like, "Yeah, you have to check out Just Bring It. Have to check out Just Bring It." I think the World Domination at that time was still so fresh that people weren't perhaps prepared to recommend it as strongly as they are now. So people were really strong about, yeah, check out Just Bring It, and that's where we're about to go. Now, I'm running out. I've already filled another sheet. I'll get another sheet of paper ready as well, actually. I'll start filling out the next sheet before we get into this. Haven't quite finished page 2 yet, but I'm getting there. Oh. So let's get page 3 ready in advance. Sorry about. I know these bits are really boring, but talk amongst yourselves while I do the paperwork. I've left a little box at the end of each column for totals, but I haven't filled out any of the totals yet because that's a simple math problem. And partly because I just don't want to start biasing my brain. Don't want to see any of the totals in advance yet. Although I kind of know already which songs are getting unusually high scores that I perhaps wasn't ready for. All right. So as you know, we're going to start with Don't You Tell Me. So everyone get Don't You Tell Me ready. I'm not going to press play quite yet. Just quickly checking the comments. Actually, before we get started, let's have a quick check of... But thank you, Mira. I'm so happy that you're here giving me all this information. It's really helping make this stream more interesting than it would be just me talking. Let's give this a little try. It's in a... what I can safely say is a dishwasher damaged glass, which always makes everything look smoky, but that is a fairly colourless fluid. That's so much better. It's really nice. It's really refreshing. I think they could do with a little bit more alcohol in there, because actually there's so little alcohol that it almost tastes like, so little alcohol taste, it doesn't even feel like it. It just feels like it should just be like an orange, a fizzy orange drink. The alcohol kind of doesn't even come across. So I think they could afford to up that to like a 5 or 6% to give it a little bit more bite, because the flavour's that's really good. I hate this because the Nagano one's really nice and it's got that beautiful can and I really like it and I really want to like it. Maybe I'm a bit of a stout snob. But yeah, I'm going to say my recommendation from tonight, guys, get yourself some of this. This is, if you can get some of this, I'd say it's really nice. It's really refreshing. Okay, yeah, the alcohol content's virtually zero. But if you're a sort of person who's into light alcohol, which I'm usually not, I think that's a really nice flavour. So, yeah, definitely, I'll go recommend that. All right, so we're about to get started on Don't You Tell Me. I'm actually going to read the comments now because a few have come in. A lot have come in. Just so I'm reading through quickly. Start a single. Yeah, when we get to the end, I'm going to really rely on you guys to help me mop up everything I've missed. So I'll be checking the CDs. I'll be checking all of the B-sides in Spotify. I'll be going through everything. But just to make sure I don't miss anything, guys. Anyone who's here at the end, help me. So just bring it equal, most balanced album with Conqueror. I don't think it has as much, I don't think it can pull off as much variation as Conqueror, but there is a wonderful balance to Just Bring It as an album. And it has some very strong songs on here. Definitely, I know there's at least 2 songs in here which are definitely going to be extremely high scoring. Don't know if they're going to be winners, but they're going to be definitely fighting in the sort of top 10 region. End up with 40 of the top 25 list, as we tend to. Right, I believe a bonus has my favourite. A lot of this is you guys talking amongst yourselves, so I'm not going to sort of pull too much of that out. Surely not a stout snob. You've lost a lot of weight. Thank you for realising that. I kind of stagnated a bit with all of the problems that happened recently. I haven't been able to stick up to my exercise routine, but yeah, I do like stouts, but I don't necessarily like being stout. But given the choice, I'd rather be happy and stout than unhappy and skinny. I try to balance them. Right, people just go to the konbini and buy a bag full of chuhai, etc., so that people can be drinking those for a while. Yeah, you know that. I mean, that's not. That isn't really what you think about when you think about a normal chuhai. You don't think about something really light like that. I know some people do, but that's the sort of thing where I almost feel like I should just get a load of them. Especially James would really like that, because James, he doesn't really like the taste of alcohol. So when I drink with him, he drinks anything, and it kind of gets to him quickly because he doesn't really drink. So something like that, I think he would really enjoy that. So I can't send them to him because it's got alcohol in it, which means it counts as flammable, so you can't post it. But I'll get one of those and keep that for when I see my beloved matey again. Oh, Doug, first making down these songs. We had 50 songs. It took me forever to narrow it down to 25. It is going to be difficult. I can already see I'm getting a lot of even the highest scores. A lot of them are doubling up. So there's going to be, I'm going to have to go through this again after this stream. But this is me getting a really good idea of where I want to put them. So a finna snob then. Nice. All right, let's jump in with Don't You Tell Me. Everyone, I hope you're all back here. If you're not, don't worry. Catch up. Don't You Tell Me. 3, 2, 1, let's go. It's a real sort of sledgehammer of an intro, isn't it? 39 likes. Thank you so much, everyone. We all know, if you've been on this channel for a while, you know that I'm going to be giving this a pretty high score. There's no sort of doubt this is one of my favourite BAND-MAID songs. However, I have to look at it objectively and take my... There's a column for my bias. Outside of my bias, I have to be fair about it. So I'm going to try and really razor this one. catchiness. Score. Loon. Oh, it's this song. Nice. Don't you tell me. Most interesting capitalization. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? You capitalize a word that's more than 2 letters, it stands out. When it's 2 letters, it's weird. It almost looks like it's supposed to stand for something. Don't you tell Emmy, as in the illness Emmy. Don't you tell me not to have a energy-related problem. Cue the rabble rousing. Got this one played in a bar in Vietnam. Oh yeah, I remember that story, Rev. That was cool. I had to run over and stop the woman because you told me the story because it's got the long intro. I remember you saying that story. That's fun. Early 2000 post-punk vibe. Kind of, yeah, it has that, but I think it has that with a degree of intricacy that really plays to the song's benefit. If you want to sing along... Oh, no, Loon. No. But yes. Table flip video. Yes. Sorry, now every time I see Retic, I just think about corn. I'm really sorry. I don't think about the smell. I think about the beautiful yellow colour. BAND-MAID's best video and in my top 3 as a song. I really do like the video. I think it plays to their strengths a lot. There's certain things that I think could maybe be tweaked to be a bit better. I think they deserved a little bit more of a... I think for such a rebellious ending, it's like they were only really damaged very small things. I felt it could have gone a little bit more The Who at the ending, but still, I love the feeling of it. I love the way that they came across in it. Don't you tell me. Number 1 for me, says 4Bleats. 8.5 out of 10 for Harry. Love the Konami is doing this. Okay, let me finish my scores. No, whoever you are, Mr. Takahashi, get out of the way. People are trying to see. Puzzle. Yeah. Love the Konami's doing octave riffs. Yeah, I love when she does that. Agreed on the video. Lost the chat. If you lose the chat, Fernando, I'm losing it sometimes. Back out of the video, come back in. It seems to come back. Although it's not working on my PC. It's only working on my phone when I do that. Although I can't back out and come back in on my PC because I'm on the actual streaming screen. Oops. That's... Oh, no. Don't double click on that bar. I'm not even farming. Sorry, Reddick. I can't help it. It's just when someone defends corn, it hurts. It hurts in my brain. Puzzle really feels... This is like that moment where you really feel the modern BAND-MAID. Really feel the modern BAND-MAID at this point. Just that chorus, just the way that the drums come in underneath, the sort of double kick bit in little punches. And the way that sort of Psyche's voice stays really up over the top of it while everything goes down underneath. It really reminds you a lot of the modern stuff. Off to eat, says Loon. Back later for more. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Looking forward to seeing you soon. I'm wondering what point you'll come back. Howard's corn bias will likely ruin his enjoyment of Scandal as standard. Interesting. I'll have to find out why. I thought you were going to say yellow. Puzzle! I love the post-chorus, but the rest of the song is nothing for me. Sorry, Howard. Fair enough. Absolutely fair. It's all about different opinions. Ray, 10 out of 10. Reddick, 10 out of 10. Puzzle, top 25, no doubt about it, says Fernando. Everyone's in on this one. Falcon Sooner, the Moratorium Puzzle back to back at Studio Coast is my favourite BM performance. Go well together. We're about to see that, aren't we? Kind of drumming is spectacular. I mean, obviously, I'm having to take this in context of the fact that I'm looking at it as the quality of looking back at it now. I can imagine the impact this had when it first came out to the fan base must have been amazing. but I'm trying to be fair and compare it against what they're doing now. Like, how does this stand up against stuff on Unsea World Conqueror? So that's kind of the mindset I'm trying to get into when I'm scoring these songs. So I listen to this and I'm like, this is a really strong song, but I will have to score it alongside their later works. So how does it score alongside those? So I'm thinking as carefully as I can. And I'll compare this to the scores that I previously made. Okay. Did I just say World Conqueror? If I did, that's amazing, and I have to find that clip. Well, they can call their best of album, they can call it World Conqueror. That one's on me. Oh, advert. Oh, it's that medical advert again. Sorry, guys. I'm listening to someone recommend medical insurance to me. Further crunchiest song of Miku's guitar in the, this era compared to Conqueror to now. This era, oh, it's era compared to, sorry. Sonos is still one of Konami's best. Completely agree. Again, saying Puzzle is still my favourite song from them. Yeah, a lot of people are really strong on Puzzle. I'm listening to another advert now, which is telling me that I should pay for premium. I feel like this whole thing is a meta rebellion against that. Moratorium. That intro does remind me a bit of Thrill, actually. But then obviously you have the much faster follow-up. I love that backbeat. It's a very sort of dynamic, sort of fast-moving underpinning to the song. Sheet number 3. One of mine's standard is Mammy listing off a bunch of vegetable ending with sweet corn, to which the rest of the band sing young corn while Mammy does a cornstalk pose. Yeah, I'm not going to be listening to that one. Oratorio Miku Whisper gives me the shivers. Aww. It is cute. No, it's not. It's kind of like a rock whisper, but it sounds kind of like ASMR. Moratorium, Machine Gun Rock and Roll. Yeah, it's a lot of, I can feel there's a lot of love for the beginning of this album. A lot of people really very energized, and high scores coming from a lot of people. I can see, like I say, this was an album that got a lot of love when I first started checking out the band. A lot of people really recommended this, and I can see that love still stays strong for it. Oh, nice breakdown there. Konami Stop and Go. Riffs are beginning remind me of Zeppelin's Black Dog. That's... I have to go back and check that out, but that is an interesting reference. This came out, it was earth-shattering. The verse punches in your face and... this is... I love the passion that people have got in the comments for this album. So Havoc's saying Puzzle Moratorium take the 1 and 2 spots on this album for me. It's one that suffers in crowd-free online shows with no crowd sing-along. Yeah, because you got that in the background. Not having that is a bit of a loss, yeah. Moratorium is an interesting mixture of their original sound and their modern sound. Like the way that it moves feels very much in keeping with Unseen World, and yet the writing style is very much in keeping with the songs that they were having from, like, the melody is very much in keeping with the songs that were written for them on previous albums. So I think this is interesting because it really does show a connection between their former and future selves. Start writing down some of the next ones. Put my score down for this one. We love that ending. It's nice, isn't it? Nice, simple, and effective. I always remember that bit where it slows down there. You hear that sort of digital sound as the beat slows down in the intro there. The only correct usage of Dilly Dally in the song. Dilly Dally should be retired for sure after this song. I didn't hear Dilly Dally. Oh. Then again, a lot of the time when they speak English, I don't fully understand what they're saying in English. Yellow kind of sounds almost like it belongs on... I so want to say World Conqueror. It sounds like it belongs on World Domination. The chorus, though, kind of reminds me of that pacing of Non-Fiction Days. It's not one that immediately grabs me, but it does work. That bass work is amazing. A lot of what's really interesting about that is the contact that she's making, because she's got this sort of bounce the way she's playing that's kind of almost unnatural with the notes that are going along with her. Sounds no. Get off my screen, PC man. Hide down here where you belong. Yellow, 10 out of 10 perfect, says Bug. I enjoy this song, not played enough by the band, says Fernando. 7.2 for me, it's good, but never really resonate with me. Interesting comment. Song ends, don't you dilly dally. Okay. I'll look out for that. Yellow was an early composition by Konami. Oh, Kamami was what you originally said. Is that what happens when BAND-MAID and Scandal combine? You get Kamami on guitar. So, Justin says, it took me years to give this song a chance because I hate the title. I agree. I agree. I was kind of the same when I first listened to this. I was like, oh God, don't call a song YOLO. Luckily, that fad is kind of gone, so the song survived that. Psyche is absolutely silken, and Song of Misa is... Well, Misa, yeah. In a sort of a very good early incarnation of the qualities that she's built up so well. When you listen to the instrumental, you realise how absolutely beautiful the chord progression of the chorus is. I didn't notice it at first because the melody buries it. Yeah, I mean, I'd be lying if I said that it escaped me. I mean, it certainly hasn't escaped me. It's not one that particularly resonates with me, kind of like CMC was saying, but at the same point, I like the energy of this song a lot, and I can see why it works. So he's going to get a fairly good, yeah, it has got a fairly good score. CMC. GMI Video Howard TM has never officially listened to the instrumental version of YOLO today's fascinating fact. Not officially. I've listened to a lot of stuff unofficially. There we go. Alright, crosses next. Okay, I'm home again, says Harry. Getting Spotify loaded up. Top tier for me, says Doug. Wow, thank you for all the likes, everyone. I'm really appreciating that everyone's jumping in and giving likes for these. I kind of think that Cross is a bit of an underestimated song in a lot of ways. I guess it doesn't have many. It doesn't stand out as much as a lot of the other songs in any obvious way, but it has got a lot of quality to it. This is a very hard one to score, actually. Cross, good song, great vocals, in my top 50, says Fernando. Falcon saying Cross is one that has grown on me, whoever listen. One of the more complex songs from Just Bring It. Yeah, I think, again, it's got that key change quality in the chorus, although they deliver it halfway through the chorus, which is perhaps a little bit more welcoming to listeners who are not used to that style of chorus writing. Because obviously in the West we're used to like a crescendo key change in, more the rock genre. Does anyone know what these little bars at the end mean? Why has this got 2 and these have got 1? Is that like the number of people who listen to the song, or is that like a rating? I never knew what that was. Yeah, I like that. I like that chorus. Nice little riff going on there. Sometimes simple just works, and I think Cross has some simple techniques that really work for it now. Cross always sounds to me like they went up a key too early, says Rev. I wouldn't say I agree with that, but that's an interesting point of view. I almost feel like it goes up too late, but interesting. Cross another solid mid-7s. Oh, sorry. Mid-7 songs for me, not outstanding. I really love reading when people say something that I completely thrown by it. It's always really interesting because I love seeing that everyone's got different opinions, like I was saying before. Konami is essentially soloing throughout this song. It's kind of, she's kind of like doing like a harmony over the top. It's kind of somewhere between riffing and soloing, isn't it? Cross a good song, catchy chorus, 7 out of 10, says Bug. And then Samantha says, I love the build up into the chorus and then the key change in the second half of the chorus. Then the sing-along, it suffers from the overperforming siblings. I think that's probably how a lot of people look at it. I think it stands out to me because I see a lot of writing techniques in it that are fairly unique to it. and that kind of appeals to me. Like I say, I always sort of favour writing over musicianship, although I like both of them. They're both integral to a song. I always think writing's the thing that strikes me more. I think it's your plays. Oh, Chris is fine, but not sure. Oh, number of plays. Oh, okay, yeah. So this album's not going to have many. Not going to get many plays for this album. For us, if you hover over it, you should say how many plays total it has, yeah. So if we look at, I call it U parts, but I think it's supposed to be O parts. Oh, there we go. So it's saying that 340,000 people have listened to this song. 340,611, including me, I assume. Not a fan of Cross, It's Okay, but not a song I'd seek out, says Harry. Your bar's number of listens are different from mine. Japan Spotify versus American Spotify. Possibly, or it might just be old Spotify because I never update it. Oh, parts. Oddball song in this album, but it is very catchy. Yeah, this sounds much more... kind of sounds like Made in Japan. Oh, parts. Secretly the best Miku song. I have returned, says Mo. I love that. That's such a dramatic way to mention your return. Secretly the best Miku song. Well, I mean, she has Rockin' Me in Time I adore. So it'd be hard for it to be the best, but it is... I think Miku's songs always kind of benefit from being a change in tone in every album they're in, which is always nice. Any song which represents a change of tone in an album but also fits in nicely is always a strong point because it helps elevate an album. Variation is always good if you pull it off. So I think her songs always do earn a certain degree of bias from just being that, like I say, that little added variation whenever they occur. But they are really good and they're really catchy. Good writing out technical aspects every time. Yeah, good writing beats out technical. I agree with. That's one of the things we usually agree on more. Absolutely. Sorry. This is main song set was that Time Lord three years into the future. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Beat you to the Made in Japan reference. You did in your world, but not in my world. In my world, you said it much later. But anyway, thank you for that, Lawrence. Rockin' Me and Sayonara Kidori, says Ray. Best Miku songs. Yeah, Sayonara Kidori I'm still kind of getting used to. Never been a fan of O Parts. 6 out of 10 says Mike. Well, 6 out of 10 is pretty good for a song that you're not a fan of, so that's awesome. CMC. Motto, successful duel. Good observation on Miku songs. They're almost always placed in the middle of the album and welcoming change. Thanks, Falcon. Yeah, I said that like it was a news piece, and you're like one of the correspondents. Thanks for that, Falcon. Back to the studio. Yeah, I think that's why they put them where they do. It's just, like I say, I'm always sort of bit by this strange feeling that they would make great singles. Take Me Higher. I've already scored O parts, by the way. But it's hard because obviously you can't put her songs forward as singles if there's no role for Psyche on them. And as has been pointed out, a lot of the songs that Miku does wouldn't really work in Psyche's voice. I think the major exception being Rockin' Me, which I used to think was only Miku could do that. But the more I think about that, that would actually sound really good in Psyche's voice as well. Chugging bass time. Don't dislike her parts, but it's just kind of there. Filler track, says Rev. I can see that. I personally have a bit more of a like for it, but I can see why it wouldn't appeal to everyone. Yeah. Marta says, that being said, bad technical aspects can still derail a song. Should have specified 3 p.m. EST or GMT. I don't know what that last bit was in reference to. I've clearly missed out on something with CMC. Yeah, I mean, bad... Sorry, I love that bass bit. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, bad qualities can really... You can have a brilliantly written song performed by a bad singer, which derails it. You can have all kinds of things derail it. I think prioritising the best qualities is a good thing, but you still need a full package to make a song really come across. Agreed. Guitar solos are very heartfelt in this one. The whole song feels very energetic and very heartfelt, yeah. First time hearing O Parts, not feeling it. Fair enough. Terry Hard, very underrated song. Got to hitch a plane ride to the UK right now so we can throw down on the airport. Oh, that's what it was about. All right. Oh, man, we're going to have an airport fight scene between you two. I'm there for that. We'll make that pay-per-view on the channel. I'm getting paid when fans fight. Take me high. Konami, ongoing solo meter breaks out to dominate Psyche, just kills them. Yeah, there's a lot of energy in this song. People mentioning about sort of, yeah, Simsy's mentioning about the Miku Pigeon slide, so like guitar technique coming in. Contrast sounds, got a few genuine jaw drops. It's one of the first times Misa got full hammer on the second verse. That's true, actually. Yeah, good point about the second verse there. Too much. Take Me Higher is one of their simpler, more straightforward rock songs. Yeah, it's kind of got that "Don't You Tell Me" quality almost. Very sporting of you. But as Reginald was saying, I think the second verse really stands out because of the like just the fact that suddenly you're feeling that it's like it is the first time in a playlist that you're really feeling that crazy bass stuff in the second half, second verse. So what? It's just writing a few more of the titles ahead of time. There's one song on this list that I honestly can't remember what it sounds like. Cannot remember what Decide by Myself sounds like. I don't know why. So I'm going to be intrigued when that one comes back round. Take Me Higher, 8.5, says Harry. So Bug was saying he likes the use of the wah and the bass for Take Me Higher. 7 out of 10. A few things coming. So what? Solid song overall. Misa and Konami and Akane still to show from Psyche. Interesting. I don't know what CMC and Moto are talking about anymore, but I'm looking forward to coming back to this afterwards and reading through all your comments and seeing what the hell this conversation was about. So what is the most underrated song on Just Bring It Out? Just Bring It Out? Just Bring It. Great solo, but I am a sucker for the wah. Yeah, a lot of people were talking about that wah quality. Yeah, it is quite thick in there, isn't it? It's nicely layered in. Moto's heading out again. Not sure if when I'll be back. Oh, well, Moto, anyway, I much appreciate you being here. Hopefully we'll see you again. But either way, take care with whatever you're doing. We're now 3 hours and 15 minutes into this wonderful thrill ride. So, considering, yeah, we got a few albums to cover, and we need to stay on it with this. Make sure that we get there on time. If we overrun for any reason, we'll work out. Because I think there's an 8-hour limit on streams. So if for any reason we get cut off at 8 hours, we'll pick back up in a part 2. Anything with Wawa should probably get an automatic bonus point. At least it's a great addition to everyone's kit. Doug saying, so undecided by myself for the weakest songs in the album for me. They're both fine. But interesting. I need to put in my score for it now. It's a very simple chorus, and it's really elevated by... I think Akane is kind of the star of this song, because what Miku's doing is great, and it really plays to her strengths, but it's a very simple song in many ways. And I think that what makes this more than just, if you like, a Made in Japan style, another Made in Japan style song, is the fact that, I mean, listen to that second verse, if you're on the second verse. She's extracting so much out of the beats, doing that little sort of military style quick drummer thing, and then breaking into a full beat and then changing the beat during the chorus. I think that Akane really makes this song. Hashtag no bias. Harry's giving 3 out of 10 for So What. Moe and CMC are engaged in some sort of epic battle for the ages. Time is another time-warped song. Made in Japan all day. I kind of agree. Like I say, I think that Akane's contribution brings it to a different level. Doug, BAND-MAID should release the techno version of Time that they sampled on the Blu-ray. If that's a thing, then yes, they should. Fernando, Time equals Miku shines in this song. Great guitar by Konami. Agreed. I still think that Akane's kind of wins this one over. Bug saying Time's a very cute pop rock song. The chorus is catchy and it's a Miku song. You can't underrate it. I like the main guitar of 7 out of 10. I think that's fair as well. 7 out of 10 from Harry as well. So getting a few 7s for this. A lot of people giving a lot of 7s for a lot of songs. That's a chorus. It's one of those choruses that on no technical level I think can really be said to be, with the exception of drums, you wouldn't say it's a brilliant chorus. There's not a huge amount of clever interplay or anything. It just works. It's got the same quality as, not Don't You Tell Me, Don't Let Me Down. It just kind of just works. But it's kind of, you know, just get the landing. Ace the landing on that one. Alright, it's time for you! Okay, I can live with that score. Some of these are quite difficult because in my head I'm comparing the scores I'm giving, going, am I sure that's better than that song? Am I sure that song's worse than that song? Really putting a lot of effort into this, so apologies if occasionally I have moments of just sitting and thinking because I'm really trying to... I want this to be perfect. I want to be able to stand by these results. And like I say, even after this whole live stream, I'm going to be going through the songs that have equal scores and picking them apart in my own spare time to really be sure which ones work better. My overall scoring system actually gives a score out of... Oh, it is out of 10. Column 1's 3, column 2's 3, column 4's 2... Sorry, column 1's... I can't count. Column 1's 3, column 2's 3, column 3's 2, column 4's 2. That's probably why I couldn't count it. Oh god, my brain. Nice second verse again, like the synth use again. Get some effort points for that. Sorry, I'm missing some of the comments here. Free Monkeys, hi. Oh, hey, how you doing? Kanye does great on time, says Fernando. Agreed. First time I heard Time was live in London 2019. I prefer it live. Solid song. Yeah, I can imagine that song would benefit from the life of being live. It's one of the few songs I hope they don't change too much live, because just the song itself just feels its simplicity works. Definitely worth coming out with 22 Shibuya Route. Not just check it out. The Time resample. This is Mirai. I got the DVD, thanks CMC, but I was at the concert. Retake you period or full stop. I was about to say you period. I was like, sorry, I'm not capable of that. There are a couple of surprisingly good fan cams of Time from that London. If you find one, drop me a DM. Actually, I'd like to see a live version of that. 6 out of 10 for you from Harry CMC. Saying hi. Everyone's saying hi to Free Monkeys. Hey, yeah, it's nice to have monkeys. Nice to have you here, monkeys. Really like you, Psyche Shine. 7.5 out of 10 says Bug. A lot of people mentioning all the different good versions of Time there are live. I really can believe that. Yeah, maybe guys, drop me some DMs to some good live videos of it. I just, for my own personal pleasure, I'd like to see that. Just a reminder, remember we've got our Discord, Reddit, all the social medias, linked in the description below as usual. Please do follow them if you're not on them and you want to continue a little bit of music chat in your own free time outside of this stream. We're always there. Sadly the best is Free Monkeys. Hi Howie. Oh, bless you for calling me that. I hate that name. Right, I hope they do the slow opening for Time, like the London concerts, but for something they release on Blu-ray. It's an interesting way to look at it. Okay, let me put in the comments for you. I love that you can hear the beat so clearly in this. It's almost got like a sort of soul quality to just how they can hear the kick drum come through. Slightly loose kick drum, you've got a lot of body to it. Thanks for those Reddit links and the Discord links, guys. Thank you for saying thank you, Free Monkeys. Free Monkeys better than having free bears. Yes. Although I have actually been attacked by monkeys since moving here. I think I told you guys about this when I was taking my recycling. We don't have rubbish pickup. I had to take my recycling to a recycling centre every couple of weeks. I was walking up there and just a group of monkeys came across and decided they wanted my bags. This place is weird. Now here we go, it's the CMC. Fernando, awkward. In my opinion, top 25 song. I love the soul to it. Is their first true mid-tempo song? There was one before. I forgot the name of it. I'm really bad at remembering song names. There was one before which felt like it was mid-tempo to me. Can't remember the name. This is probably the first mid-tempo one that they wrote. Just the whole tone of this is really beautiful. I'm really looking forward to decide by myself because I can't remember what that song sounds like at all. It's just completely been erased from my memory for some reason. Favorite BAND-MAID song ever, says CMC. What, awkward? Didn't know that. It's just the first true... Oh yeah, I already read that, yeah. Probably an outlier that Awkward is one of my favourite BAND-MAID songs. Just a beautiful composition, probably top 5 for me. That's really nice, actually. I love when people have a particular passion for a song that's a bit of an outside bet. The scores for this album so far for me are disproportionately high. Wonder if I've listened to this on repeat too much, where later stuff I listen to, the songs... I listen with all songs on repeat. Oh, I say, so this album you've listened to the individual songs and repeat more. Awkward so far, 8.5. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this compares to later albums. Definitely a different sound, wonderful variety. Awkward, 8 out of 10. 810 out of 10. Hato, nice. Awkward, very good song. What makes it better is guitar work. Yeah, some really interesting opinions. Decided by myself. Okay. It's ringing a bit of a bell now. How many wonderful folks have we got in here right now? 28. Thank you so much, everyone. Great to have you all along for the ride. Oh, I just realised I can see that on my phone. I don't have to look up it. Oh, of course, yeah. I remember this chorus. It's a nice little riff as well. Talking of weird capitalization I never got why Secret My Lips had like no capital on the S and L, but has a capital on the M. Right, all songs equal. I mean, all BAND-MAID songs and shuffle. I see what you mean. Martin's back for a bit, listening and letting other people have a voice for a change. Ah, bless you. Feel free to say whatever you want, man. It's always good to have comments in there. I'm having a bit of trouble keeping up with all of them, but I mean, you guys are getting to see them, and that's the important thing. And I'll try and respond to everything I can. I'm skimming through as they go. And we approach the most controversial album soon. Is World Domination controversial? It seems most people have a very unified opinion on that one, from what I've noticed. Unless you mean controversial because of my opinion on that album. It's no secret that, like I say, World Domination has some of my favourite songs, but I think as a total album, it's not a particularly easy listen because it doesn't present much in the way of variation. So I find it a little bit of I don't think it shows the best of the band, and yet on an individual song basis, World Domination has some absolutely just standout music. Fernando's saying, decided by myself, in my opinion, oddball song for this album. Best outro song, in my opinion, Spirit and Blooming. Yeah, Blooming, fantastic. I think now this is a catchy chorus for me. Interesting. A lot of people have given a lot of love for the Side of Myself. Harry's given it a 9 out of 10. A lot of love for how catchy it is. I really like the Side of Myself chorus and main heavy guitar riff, 7.5. I think this, to me, the melody writing style in this is the quintessential BAND-MAID style of melody writing. It just sounds like that's the way BAND-MAID write choruses. That's the way they write melodies. This was what I was saying about, again, bad with song names. I think it was the penultimate song on Unseen World, which I said sounded like a love letter to the original BAND-MAID sound. It was songs like this that it was reminding me of. Now, I know this is a popular song. This is another one that a lot of people really wanted me to check out when I first started. We're all done on the beloved orange bear. Say bye-bye. Bye-bye. I have to do this exercise myself one day, one album at a time though, not an epic marathon, says Martin. Nice. Simply having recently gone through all the albums in order, World Domination was my least favourite to re-listen with the best songs on it and some stuff that just did not work for me now. Kind of do going to work. Yeah, I mean, interesting, we do agree. I mean, like I say, my opinion on World Domination I think has been stated a fair few times. So I hate to sort of flog a dead horse on this one, but there's some highlights on that album which are just brilliant. And it's not that there's bad songs, it's just that as a total, it's a very weird list. It's I think you guys told me before that they were rushed into a studio to do it, but there's so many songs on that album, and yet so little variation that it kind of surprises me. It's like they really knew what they wanted to do, and they were just hammering that home, which means at the points it works brilliantly, and at the points where it's kind of more in the mid-range, those songs are overshadowed by the better songs on the album and just kind of feel a little bit fillerish. So it's a very curious album. I'm really looking forward to listening to it again now, because I haven't given it a full listen through for ages. I only listen to the individual tracks most of the time for that album. So it's going to be an interesting one. And yes, I did just belch. Right, lol. I'm back after eating and cleaning the kitchen, says Sven. Yes, Secret of My Lips is still my favourite BAND-MAID song, hands down. This song has the one that made me full-fledged fan. Doug's giving it a full 11 out of 10. Personally, I prefer the Band-Micro version, says Fernando. 7.5 for Harry. It's a classic example of the parts being greater than the sum. As a whole, it is okay, but there is some fantastic playing and creativity in the song. I can maybe actually feel a little bit closer to William's opinion on that one. I will keep on thinking of new names for you. Bug, my first introduction to Secret of My Lips was Secret Micro Lips. It's very hard to unhear it now. 9, but still 9 out of 10. Well, we'll be coming around to that eventually as well. Take it back, he says to Fernando. Hey, CMC, most of your favourite songs seem to be on the Band-Micro album. Well, versions of your favourite songs are on there. Oh, gosh, so it's treason then. Wow, Fernando has certainly been turned against. They're coming to get you, buddy. They're coming to get you. I forgot about this ending. Good ending. Good solid ending. Alright. There you go. Just bring it. You know what comes next. I'll be putting my score for Secret My Lips. Next video, I Can't Live Without You. I remember this song. I don't listen to this song enough. Alright guys, so actually a lot of people are really loving this song. So what we're going to do now, just before we start, it is time for... Oh yeah! It's time for me to collect some precious caffeine. Yeah, I'm going to switch over to the coffee now. I'm done on those 2 drinks, so give me a moment. I'm going to get the coffee. I'll be right back. So I'm going to level with you. I actually made a coffee earlier when I forgot that I had the 2 canned drinks to consume first, and so it's been sitting on the side getting cold, but that's okay. I like me some iced coffee as well. So I got a cold coffee, a little bit of chocolate. There we go. First intro for me, Dice. Bass got me. Yeah, I want coffee now, says Bug. I stand by my opinion. Fernando, always stand by your opinion. Don't let them bully you. Don't let them bully you. There can only be one truth, and that truth is that everyone has a different truth. Here we go. Alright guys. So, we're on to world domination. Coffee to hand. And it's no advert, no one pays me, but on the Meiji, because they don't have my favourite, the Ghana one, they stopped supplying it for some reason at the local Lawson. But still, this is good. Milk chocolate, look at little characters, isn't it cute, isn't it cute? Open some of that up. We can get started. I need my caffeine for world domination. My caffeine so I can go through world domination with the energy that I require. It's a very energetic album, yeah, so it comes in at a full 15 songs. I'm going to try and give them all the fair review they deserve. Some of the songs on here are just amazing, but some more average. I'm really looking forward to hearing this. Like I said, it's the first time I listened to the full album all the way through in quite a long time. So, let's give it a go. This is I Can't Live Without You. Are you guys ready? We're about to jump in. Meiji time. Howard's new BAND-MAID parody song Coffee My Lips. Oh, I like that. Hello, my name's Martin. I'm a BAND-MAID. I also used to also eating chocolate, but I have a Galaxy Ripple. Oh, I remember Galaxy. We don't have that here, but that's nice. I used to like Galaxy when I was in the UK. Alright, here we go. Can't Live Without You. And by that I mean you guys. Here we go. I like the fact they always have strong starts to their albums. So I'm eating and reviewing. Coffee, chocolate, and BAND-MAID. Seems the weakest 1, 2, 3 of the major album releases. Greatest album open ever until Warning. Doug, the weird album drum clipping at the start of this song always bothered me. I should go back and check that out. Harry, Japan's snake food is invading the US. When I was in Five Below today, is Five Below the name of a shop? They had 10 variety of Pocky, I think you mean Pocky, various different Meiji-filled cookies. Pocky, yes, you did me. Japan Pokies. Misa nose flow well. Pocky and Haichu are everywhere now. I don't really know much about Haichu. That's like a sweet, I think, isn't it? Right it. Coffee, chocolate, and BAND-MAID. So making it impossible to sleep, huh? Pretty much. Well, I ain't sleeping, man. I mean, well, it's 3:40 now. We're fighting our way through. We're gonna check out every single song. We're gonna have a good time. Like, I Can't Live Without You is a great song. 8.5. Sense of urgency in this song would be great in Car Chase. Yeah, it's kind of got that Car Chase vibe. I agree actually a lot with what Sean was saying about it being a stronger album opener, but Warning probably takes the biscuit from that. Oh, I got an advert. What's it for? Oh, God. The advert is literally saying to me, wouldn't you want to skip this? Yes, I would want to skip this, but I'm not giving you money. I'm stubborn like that. Oh, it was only one advert this time, straight into play. Doug saying, must admit the song's better than I remembered. Interesting. CMC, Can't Live Where You is a 6 out of 10. A competent song played by a very talented musician, not quite polishing a turd, but shining up a lump of coal. I loved the diplomatic way you worded that. Yeah, we must be nearly halfway through the 4-hour limit. Yeah, we're coming up to 4 hours. So halfway through the 8-hour limit. The fact this song has la 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 and whoa 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 in the chorus, I can't help but be slightly amused whenever I hear that. I forget about that. And then I hear it and I go, yes. La 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 whoa whoa whoa. Cool little call and answer there as well. This is one of those songs that's really strong, but I wonder how you guys feel it compares to the rest of their catalogue, because I listened to it and I'm just sort of thinking to myself, there's other singles they have that do a similar thing, maybe a bit better. I love the sort of charging energy of this though. Play suffers for me to hearing it too many times in reactions, says Rev. Interesting. Warning will be the song in next James Bond movie Cycle Player called Hitman. I like that idea. Thanks for that, Jim Ken. Doug, always thought it's curious how Misa plays the bass intro with a straight tempo on the album, but syncopated live. Yeah, maybe just a choice that she decided to change it. You know, maybe she just thought that was better after playing it live a few times. You know, made the leap. Bug, play studio version is 7 out of 10. Live version is 11 out of 10. We're in top 10 territory now, says Anthony. I'm going to keep that going for 8 hours. Oh, I've got to start doing my score. Didn't like the Yeah Yeah La La until I saw them live. Yeah, I can imagine that's more of a audience call and answer thing. One and only. I love those vocal harmonies. Tune, I'm shaking my body. I hope that that's not for any bad reason. A lot of people really love Play, which is great. Dice outplays Play. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking a bit of Dice. I'm thinking Dice kind of does the same thing as Play, just to me it works a bit better. First instrumental, so the lyrics are a late addition to Psyche's request. Interesting. Play the video is what I was referring to in my previous... okay. Now my least favourite ever band-made song should be Burned with Fire. Interesting. Oh yeah, I remember you hating this song before. I have trouble seeing what makes it so different from other band-made songs that you would hate it. I can see why you might not like it as much as other songs, but I can't see why it's so significantly different. Oh god. Coffee, chocolate, and Chuhai. Hiccups. Another little fun bridge. You've got to enjoy that bridge at least. Oh, and it's very catchy, says Retic. Dice is a quintessential band-made sound. I think that's true. But it's possible to do something which is the quintessential sound without necessarily excelling at any particular area. Kind of like a blueprint almost. And it's only so catchy. It's a pop rock song with some metal parts and jazz style. Yeah, I get that feeling as well now. I'm listening to it again. It's interesting. A lot of people are hearing this song as being like really, really different. I was just reading some of the comments. So Fernando's got it as a top 25, but a lot of people are looking at what Harry's saying, what CMC's saying, Nix is saying. Mirai, I think Dice and Play both can get influenced by great fun live videos. At least I think they got sort of fun videos as well. The MVs are fun as well. Domination, of course. Need to get the next piece of paper ready already. I need to write smaller. Alright, where are we going? Hello, Lumber. So many comments. Yeah, I mean, I'm reading what you're saying, CMC, about was it One and Only? Yeah, One and Only. Can't help but feel though that, I mean, that must be completely to your subjective taste, because like I say, I don't feel that it's done anything that isn't consistent with things that I've heard on other songs by them. It doesn't seem, in no way does it seem to have failed or have been any more attempting to be clever than any of their other songs. But that, I mean, that's where the joy of opinion comes in. Domination, another great song. Studio 9 out of 10, live 10 out of 10. Wow, the comments are coming in thick and fast. Battle, don't you tell me the best video. It's just, yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed the video for Domination. I think it's really fun. So Mira says, I think Domination's live video is probably the video I'd point to introduce people to the band, although there's plenty of competition for Getaway Song. I mean, Gateway Song, sorry. I mean, I would just say, in my personal opinion, unless the person you are introducing to the band is already big into sort of like instrumental technique, I would say that 9 times out of 10, if you introduce someone to a band with a live video, you're less likely to make them a fan. Because it's that whole thing, isn't it? You know, I mean, you can hear it as a comparison to the recorded version. But to most people, they just want to hear the song, first of all. And they won't get to hear the nuances and differences because they don't know the original. Plus, also, there's things that aren't as clear in a live version that you maybe can pick up because you know they're there, which won't. So, yeah, I would say if you're introducing someone to a band completely cold and you have no reason to think that they're big into like live playing technique, I would always start with a studio version. And that does seem to work out in my experience with trying to twist people's arms. Yeah, and I can see why for fans the live versions are definitely wonderful additions to what's already there. Alright, let me put it on the score. Fate. Hey, welcome in, Andrew. How you doing, mate? How you doing? So, Bug saying, Donation great. Listen to the live versions, but the studio version is very good. Production have been better. 9 out of 10. Studio version 10 out of 10 for the live. Domination has the best opening 10 seconds. It's just full on heavy from the beginning. Agreed, live version would be a different story. Retic, bring a shovel to dig me out of my COVID bunker. Harry, I like BAND-MAID a lot, but I am not one of the super fans. I say I have around a 40% disinterest to outright dislike ratio. Oh, so 40% is in the area that it's a disinterest to dislike, and 60% is in the area where it's interest to like. In which case, I see your point. Good to say. Mincho channeling her inner karma dimebag Daryl. I don't know what that means. Doug, Fate is easily my least favourite BAND-MAID song. So I'm interested, like Sam, I'm interested that a lot of people are picking up already on songs on this album saying, I don't like that song compared to the rest of their music. Retic, I will say corn should not be on a pizza. If I see a pizza with corn, I cannot eat it. I like the bass on this song. It's the average song for me. Good for live performances. Yeah, I mean, like I say, a lot of people will acknowledge that World Domination has some of the outright best songs by the band. But there's a lot of songs on here where, like I say, people are saying, nah, I don't really like that. And I get that. I do get that. Like I say, this is a very mixed bag album for me. Harry sang Fate. Didn't like the intro, but it picked up afterwards. But again, don't think I'd seek it out. I see that. Rev, I'm not wild on Fate or the next one, Spirit. Dimebag is the guitarist for Pantera. Very groovy. Yeah, I was never a big Pantera fan. Had a couple of bits that I liked, but overall none of their songs really landed hugely for me. They're really popular though. They've got like a huge cult following, I know. I knew I'd heard that somewhere before, but I thought it was like an expression or an idiom or something. Or, yeah, like an expression. Didn't realise it was actually the name of a person. Although Fate is a good song, but not outstanding number. Might have been rushed. Yeah, a lot of people kind of feel Fate's a bit of a middling one. I have to kind of agree. I don't think this is going to be a top 25 one, but I don't think it's bad. It's got a good bounce to it. Adverts. Going to use this opportunity to change headphones because these ones are getting a little bit hot around the ears. There we go. Put in the little audio technical ones for a while. And Spirit. Perfect timing. I have to turn the sound up now so I can hear it properly. I forgot how much energy Spirit actually comes in with. Album was definitely rushed to CMC, yeah. Like I say, that's what really gets me. It's a rushed album, yet it's got 15 tracks. It almost feels like the problem was that they had too many ideas and they didn't narrow them down. Pantera is one of my favourite bands, says Bug. Their fans are diehard fans, that much I know. So, what am I going to call you this time? Stephen. My time, in case you didn't see my name. That message was retracted just as I was reading it, so I'm guessing that you realised I was going to be confused by that. Seems to be a lot of good ideas and almost final demos that never seem to get polished. Yeah, that sounds probably like a fair description for some of the issues on the album. Harry, thank you for the Discord. CMC, thank you for the Reddit. Thank you for dropping those links in, guys. Please do follow them if you're not already on those. Reddit, the Spotify versions must have been extra space that... Sorry. The Spotify versions must not have the extra space that my CD rip tracks. I keep getting behind by a bit. Guess it's possible, isn't it? I mean, I could be listening to... I mean, there could be like an international version and a Japanese version as well. I think all the versions I get are the Japanese versions. So it could be the international versions better spaced. Andrew, but a bad BAND-MAID song is like cold pizza. It's still pretty good. I like that. That's a beautiful reference. Everyone loves cold pizza. Unless it's got sweet corn. Keep getting behind as well. After Spirit, I might wait for a couple of seconds though to give you a chance to catch up. CMC, they did say this was their album to show everyone that they can do it as has perhaps too many ideas and it more of a look at me than listen to me sometimes. Maybe, but it's not even that. I feel it's almost like maybe some of the songs aren't finished, and maybe it's certainly the process of honing the album down to a more concise product was never finished. See, this isn't a bad little song. This is a good song, but it does sound like it's doing things that other songs have been doing, and you have to wonder maybe if a couple of the songs could have been lifted and turned into B-sides. Spirit is one of my favourite on this album. I love Konami's guitarist as Bug. The breakdown is great. The solo is weird in the outro. I like the chorus in this. It's got a nice chorus to it. This song might not be top 25, but I find it fun. Yeah, I'm kind of with Fernando on this, actually. Gotta admit, I enjoy the song. Might not be in my top 25, but I find it solid and fun. Yeah, I can see that. I actually need to score it. I just... I can already start scoring this song. Few comments here. Whatever song part of this song is that they writers split on the setlist sheets. Oh, spill it. Oh, okay. Pretty much every track on my CD is 3 to 4 seconds longer. Okay. Oh, I didn't pause before this. I have a few seconds of silence at the end of each track. Ah, yeah, I don't really have that. Not a big issue. I don't like pizza, Fernando. If given a choice, pizza is one of the last forms of fast food I would probably order. Except if you get an Italian pizza. If you're in Italy and you get an Italian pizza, it's a very different thing. That I would go for. But most of what most parts of the world call a pizza is not something I'm hugely into. But it is a good little easy food. If it's around, I certainly will eat it. Pepperoni. Oh. You'd have to spill it. 10 out of 10, says Loon. Absolutely love Rockin' Me. 3322. Not quite 3322, but I'm on high scores for this one. 100 out of 10 for Harry. Quintessential Miku song. Absolutely agreed. 810 out of 10. Hato. I love that breakdown at the beginning of the last chorus. Very BAND-MAID. just so you guys know, I'm intending after this album, I'm going to get another coffee. Then after Conqueror, I'm probably going to make some noodles, make myself something to eat, which will probably take like 10 minutes. So after Conqueror, I'll have a little food break, but I will come back and eat with you guys. Just I'll need to go out to cook for a little bit. So that'll probably be like 10 minutes, I think, to make a meal. I don't want to lose too much time on the stream, obviously, because we've got like an 8-hour limit, if I'm correct. See what everyone's saying. A lot of people like the pizza analogy, which I think that's a great analogy. Fernando, rocking me, Miku's song, welcome, yeah, 10 out of 10. Of course, it might annoy some people who don't know any better. Nice. We have Italian pizza here too, says Mirai. If you check out the docuseries Ugly Delicious on Netflix, it shows several good pizza places here. I'm just saying, having lived in Italy, I've seen what they call genuine Italian pizza. There's some good pizza. I sound like such a snob here, but I don't really think... I've had people take me to places and say, this is really good pizza in Japan. And there's one actually around here, which is very good. It's not on the... Bread's just not right. And the bread's the big bother for me. I don't like chomping through lots of bread. See, it's got to be perfect. The balance has got to be perfect. I had this discussion with a friend of mine who's got enough money that he's always eating in very expensive places. But I don't know. I think if you've lived in Italy and had Italian pizza, you notice the difference. Like I say, I'm not like I've not got like the most finesse in my palate. I know when a pizza's like, if you can make a food that I'm not naturally into something where it's like, wow, this is mind-blowing, that's something that sticks with you. Pizza snob. Ritik, I wasn't sure which Miku song was my favourite until this came on. Talking to Rockin' Me. Miku's songs are like a bonus. Secret prize puzzle on a cereal box. It's like winning the prize on a cereal box. Which live show is she singing this? Rockin' Me. So I just catch up with the comments. Great version. Oh, comments are coming in thick and fast. Clang, top 25 list. Double tacking intro from Clang and the European tour was epic. Mirai, it's gone. One of the pizza places featured has the big authority in Italy recognise it as good. Yeah, but one thing you know about Italians is even they don't agree. So, for example, from living in Venice, what I regard as a good pizza, a Sicilian person would argue is not a good pizza. It's really regional. One of my best friends, Italian, and he worked in the food business, and he always said it's like Italian food is about the most regional thing you can even think of. So I'm sure what I'm saying wouldn't even resonate with half the Italians out there. So it's a very hard one. Just in my opinion, nah. Haven't seen anything that quite matches it. Close at best, but not quite on. Alright, so Clang. And turn me on. That's not how it goes. And then we've got Carry On Living. And I know that everyone's looking forward to Daydreaming. All one word. But in Italy, unlike Japan, they don't serve pizza with honey or... true. This one. I think that Japan, in my opinion, has the best food in the world. But in the same way that you can't really get good Japanese food easily outside of Japan, you can't really get good Italian food outside of Italy. Clang is a 10 out of 10 for me. The song is an emotional, it's heavy. The main riff is my favourite by Konami. There's so many different riffs in it. Interesting. So Antonio says this is me with Mexican food, total snob. Leaves here and it goes off the rails fast. I wasn't expecting you then to say California, but yeah, I get that. I've heard that Californian, well, certainly from my experience, Californian Mexican food is brilliant. But I know that most people from America say that Californian food is, Mexican food is only good in California if you try to get it in the US. My missus loves Taco Bell. Loon, best pizza is by a now closed shop near me. Deep pan, 2 foot by 2 foot square, 32 slices, 16 toppings, and weighs 2 kilograms. I'm not sure if that constitutes good pizza or a major colonoscopy request. I'll take your word for it. Clang has that got stuck in my head early on, earworm. I don't know that I'd regard it as an earworm. That's interesting that you say that, but I think a few people would probably agree. I'm not sure what pizza's like in Japan, but my limited experience, it's difficult to find good pizza because everywhere likes their home style best. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, in America as a general, I found that most pizza's pretty bad, but there were some places that had really good pizza. But I'd say like in America, like 95% of the pizza was just not even pizza. And then like you'd find 5% where it's like, this is pretty good. Again, Italian food snob. Which is hilarious, because if you actually got me to make the food, I would make it even worse than any of the examples that I'm giving. But I was just about to make a comment about Mexican food too. They don't agree. The Netflix docuseries touches on that too. Well, I'm not going to argue a Netflix series. What I'm going to say is that just from living in Italy, being around a lot of Italian people, I don't know. I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff on Netflix series that, to be honest, isn't representative. I've seen stuff on Netflix series about Japan where I've just been like, yeah, that's you're pushing a narrative. So I don't know. I just, like I say, I'm just talking from my experience. I tend to skip Clang early on, but now it's a must, says Havoc. I haven't scored Turn Me On yet. Some fun backing vocals on this. Simply, as the counter pizza, amazing value, and put the pizza chains to shame. I remember when me and James got the Tesco value pizza, like Tesco value margarita. We got a video of this. Tesco value margarita and then the Tesco value chicken curry. Microwaved them both as they are supposed to be, and we put the chicken curry on the margarita pizza. It was really good. I don't think it counts as pizza, but whatever the hell that thing was, it's pretty good. We were drinking. Seeing Clang live was a spiritual experience. Some people really love this song. For me, it's a good song, but I love it. It's interesting when we go through these when certain people pick out certain songs and it's like, I really love this song. You're like, So it's interesting to get into the faults of the songs that people love most. Very Metallica-like opening. Love the pacing of this song, says Cosplay. Excellent phrasing. Oh, I didn't use a different name. Sorry, love the pacing of this song, says Arthur. Excellent pacing, phasing and BPM. Good harmonies and chorus kicks. Whole show is spiritual, in my opinion. Yeah, Japan is cruising amazing and healthy. Rating BAND-MAID songs or food. France has the best food. Bug's just trying to get to me now. Jonathan Lane. Always a couple of songs, album I feel meh about and might skip, but how many bands this prolific can you name that have consistently put them? Yeah, I mean, pretty much. No, I'm with you. Like I was saying at the top of this stream, anyone who thinks that a band is perfect and has no errors is patronising them and isn't really a fan, because you're basically saying this band has no way to improve, so they might as well just stop existing. And it's also the fact that, you know, if you can't see the fault in something, then you can't claim to love it, because you don't really understand it. Everything has room for improvement. So I'm with you on that. It's just where we all find the positives and negatives is very different. Turn Me On is average, but it's saved by an amazing solo, says Bug. 7 out of 10. Love the chorus of Turn Me On. I agree, the chorus is really good in that. Number, my daughter and I are going to Japan as soon as 19 is over. Let me know if you need any help or advice or anything I can do, but that's really lovely. Where are you from, by the way? Where are you from, Number? Wow, there's a lot of comments. I'm really behind. Oh my god, there's been so many comments that I haven't caught up on. Let me just change through a bit. Carry On Living, 5 out of 10. Ooh, that's a harsh score from Harry. 6.9 for CMC. We'll get an error a little later. I'm going to skip forward. My wife is perfect, so I should... If you think your wife is perfect, then you're patronising her. The most beautiful thing about being with someone is enjoying the things about them that aren't perfect. If I was with a person who was genuinely perfect, then I don't think a person can be perfect, because it would be a negative. It would invalidate itself, because perfect would be so boring that it would be imperfect by its nature. I guess someone can be perfect for you, but that's a different thing, because being perfect for you is to have the foibles, the problems that are most appealing to you. My partner certainly has flaws. I come to enjoy them and I come to like them. Carry On Living. I need to finish scoring that. I've got to think about daydreaming a lot here. Daydreaming gets a 10 out of 10 from Bug. Years of patronising Satellite Secret. Full stop. Top 3 songs right here. This is near perfection. The song, video, everything. A lot of love for that. Okay, so look, I'm just going to address Airline's point, because I don't know how serious you're being about this. I'm guessing it's done with a sense of humour. But you said, okay, she's perfect for me the way BAND-MAID is perfect for me. Okay, so in the same way that... So you can say BAND-MAID is perfect for you. I get that. But then if you were doing a scoring of their top 25 songs, you would not be looking at whether it's perfect for you. You'd be looking at, you know, looking partly from your opinion, but how good it is objectively. In the same way that you'd say your wife is perfect for you, but you wouldn't say she is the perfect woman for every person on the planet, because you'd know that no one's perfect. That's what makes it interesting. So obviously if you listen to BAND-MAID and every single song in your opinion is perfect, then That's wonderful. But I almost feel a bit bad for you if you find every song to be perfect. Because if you find every song to be perfect, then there's nothing to look forward to. I guess you could just look forward to more perfect, couldn't you? But I don't know. I find life is more interesting when things aren't 100% perfect, and it's understanding that difference between the subjective and objective that makes every experience interesting and makes you able to value things. If you can look at something and say, this is not universally perfect, but it works for me, and it makes me happy, then you can appreciate it more. I'm a great believer in this. I really don't like when people say things are perfect, because I just think it's fine if that's the way you feel, but I think it's interesting when you can see life in a more nuanced way. You can appreciate things without having to say that they're perfect, because that's what makes them perfect for you. So daydreaming. I haven't written down my comment yet. I forgot about it. So this is not supposed to be pronounced as it's written in Japanese. It's supposed to be pronounced anemone? You guys said it's the name of a flower, apparently? But I gave 8.5 earlier. My favourite BAND-MAID song. Oh, you're from Florida. Nice. This isn't really a ballad, but a mid-tempo. One of the best power ballads from the last 10 years. It's Fragile by Audius. I don't think I know that one. I'll have to check that out. This is my favourite BAND-MAID song. About Us is Nipping at Its Heels. Yeah, I'm looking forward to putting that on the scoring system as well. Then they drop this bomb. Beautiful. Yeah, Sven's backed that up. Yeah, anemone. I think it's pronounced in the Western system. Perfect band for me. Not every song 10. Yeah, that's fine. So that's yeah, we're in agreement then. Yeah, perfect band for you because you recognise that not every song's a 10 because you can see the nuance. That's how you end up loving something. In my opinion, that's how you end up loving something. Bugs mentioning about the solo in Anemone. Don't remember the solo, actually. Fernando, About Us, My Edge, Daydreaming in 6th place. You're right. I think the acoustic version of this song makes me like the album version more. Yeah. Because we talked again on the previous channel, I hate to say, we talked about the acoustic version of this, and I believe I did a review where I was walking around Kitasenji by the river. That was nice. And I remember, yeah, the acoustic version helps give you a feel. Yeah, this is that solo. It's very soulful, isn't it? This is really hard to score these. I'm trying to keep that objective head in the game. And I see wife 6, her roast beef below. I'm not replying to that. Andrew, I often wonder how fans feel about the softer songs like Anemone. I am really glad that so many fans seem to like songs like Daydreaming, Anemone, especially the acoustic version. To me, it does show that there is that strong contingent of BAND-MAID fans who are not just like the die-hard rock heads who can't listen to anything outside of one genre. Yeah, they're sort of die-hard rock heads who actually love nuance and variation. And that, to me, that's one of the great qualities of fandom. Being able to be whisked into something that might not be what you were originally expecting. But yeah, those two songs represent the only real variation in tone on this album, and they're right next to each other. Mamni. Aaron, thank you for that. Oh, that's the pronunciation. Anemone. Anemone. Well, I was always going for the like Japanese, using Japanese syllables, like anemone. But then it turns out that's not that. It's the name of a flower. So anemone. Okay. I'll try to get that right in future. I'm sure I'll forget. Fernando, awesome. 10 out of 10 for me. The acoustic version blew me away. Konami's vocals was amazing. The flower anemone is because anemone is because there's an Asian Coffee Generation song. Oh yeah, you mentioned that actually. It's getting ready to rank this rather low because the first verse was putting me off, but past that first verse, the song is really good. First drops it to interesting. So you really didn't like the way the song came in. I actually did enjoy the way that song came in. I like the intro there. Alive or Dead? I remember I had some slightly harsh comments about this song before. A whole list of things to do today, but not working out for me at the moment. I can't believe I'm sitting here for over 4 hours. That's just how engaging my personality is. It's got nothing to do with the wonderful music I'm encouraging you to play. Right, will this stream be viewable later? It's getting super late, so I'm thinking of finishing up my scoring by finishing the rest of the stream later. Assuming, like I say, YouTube's acting a bit weird. Assuming nothing goes wrong, then at the end of this, like all of the other live streams, it will be saved and it will be viewable. Because it's 8 hours, it might take a few hours for the system to process it. But it should be available to watch after we finish. So if you need to get some rest, please get some sleep. Don't risk no one risk your health by giving yourself too little sleep. You don't need that. So if you need to get any rest, anyone, please do. You can always come back and watch it later, short of some sort of awful technical issue. Lumsog, I love so much of their music. I'll spend days pulling my hair out trying to rate them. I forgot, don't have hair. Just like me, buddy. Just like me. Andrew, yeah, the acoustic version of Anemone is pure magic. Like they do acoustic versions live sets at some point. They did like some acoustic stuff when I saw them, which was really fun. Bug's got a lot of credit for this song. Yeah, I'm with Nix on this one. It falls very much squarely into it's a song category. It just feels a little bit too much like it's just a song from... Oh, I'm getting adverts again. It's a song from World Domination. It doesn't stand out to me. I can't help but say that. I'm going to be honest, that's definitely not in the top 25. I think you guys can tell from what I'm saying, but it's definitely not in the top 25. Sorry. If you've got any Alive or Dead fans, I am very sorry, but that's definitely not in there. Got up at 4 AM for Dragon Maid, so I can hack this. Stream viewable later. Okay, thanks. After this album, I'll give it a night and try to come back later. Thank you. No problem, Miro. It's been a real pleasure having you here, by the way, and especially helping me with my crappy Japanese. Live or Dead, Great beat to the song. Psyche and Miko are great. Akane beats those drums like she is a beef with them. Yeah, I wonder if it's like, get off of my screen. I wonder if it's slightly held back by the fact that, like I say, it's so late in the album and it isn't bringing anything new to the table. Do you have some little ratings at the end of a stream? Or how do you do it? Okay, good point. I'll go over that again. At the end of the stream, I'm not going to present the scores immediately. This is kind of me sharing this experience with you. At the end, we'll sort of round everything up, have a little bit of a chat, depending on how tired I am. Call it a night, finish at that point, and also depending on how much time we got. And then once we've finished that, I'll go away, I'll produce the list, and then I'll do like the little videos, doing a top 25 video like I did for Babe Metal when we did the top 10 for them. So it'll be presented, it'll add a bit of tension, a bit of drama to it. But then once they've come out, I'll reveal the full list so you can see all of my scoring for every single song. So that will be the very last thing I do after the top 25 videos are released. So not tonight. I want to keep that fun tension going. Because like I say, I think you guys can tell a lot of the songs that I've got a preference for anyway. Dice's BAND-MAID signature song. I can see that. See, again, this is kind of like, it's a signature sound like Alive or Dead, but doing it, to me, in my opinion, much better. Actually, shout out to him, and he seems like a top bloke. Don't like his music still, but definitely a game for a laugh. Don't really know him, but that's an interesting one. I've seen a lot of stuff about him recently, so maybe I should check it out. True, they're great chance. That's the top 10 for sure. Lots of energy. Great example of what they can do at this point in their career, says Andrew. Yeah, Dice, that build up to the pop hook chorus. Standout bearer. Yeah, a lot of people are really into Dice. I mean, I've said before, I really enjoy this song. How am I going to rate it, though? So we've got Dice. Then we got Honey. After Honey, I'm going to get more coffee. So we'll have a coffee break after this, and then we'll go straight into Conqueror. Ban Michael. I'll do Ban Michael after Unseen World. Kind of like those special versions, like the B-sides of special songs. I'll be keeping them to that later point. So yeah, I'll do that after Unseen World. Free Monkeys, hey, I thought I'd pop back for a bit. See, you picked up a few more watchers. Oh yeah, I'm up to 36. Yay! Everyone, remember, we're not monetized. Please press like if you're supporting what we're doing. If you really like what we're doing, you can feel free to jump in there and join the Patreon, but up to you. See, when that came in, when Honey comes in, I just think it's an advert. And then I'm like, no, that's actually how this song starts. And then it just totally changes. It's a great guitar tone. Dice, 9 out of 10, says Aaron. Strange that one of Backer Broadcast's favourite BAND-MAID songs is not on an album. I think I know which one you're talking about. And we all know that this one is a strong top 3 contender. Very strong top 3 contender. Doesn't anyone have that really nasty, dirty Konami soda? I don't think it's something. I think it's more like soulful. It's kind of gritty more than it's nasty. I guess depends on your choice of adjectives. But yeah, basically, yeah. One moment. Oh, here we go. Sneezing is going to begin. Now I've a good time to realise I don't have any tissues. I do have a box of masks though. Just in case I sneeze again in the next minute. Have you played Choose Me yet? It's not an album track, so it's going to be one of the ones that comes up after the albums have been completed. But yeah, that's what I think CMC was talking about. Rev, I just wish Dice would sound as good live as the studio version. Interesting. A song that doesn't come across as well live. Cool. That she used to neck pickup, so it was that warm tone. Oh, talking about the anime solo again. Doug, I mean, I have both Unfair Game and Matchless Game in my top 25, neither on an album. There's a lot of non-album tracks that we've got to cover after this. Hate the intro, the song is amazing though. Oh, I get the intro's fun. The intro's fun, it's different. Back to Japanese pizza contra. Yes, Rev, we are. If anyone has a stable top 5, did Unseen World change that in any way? Interesting. That's actually a very interesting question. That's a vast improvement. Thanks, Loon. That hole broke into my top 5. Can someone post that Discord link again? Yeah, I think it's Harry who's got the Discord link. Alright. Honey's an interesting one. Where's my pen? There's my pen. Honey. I really like that riff. Oh, it's difficult. It's so difficult to score that. Alright, guys. So, it's time for me to get some coffee. There will be no honey in my coffee. I'll just be 100% clear on that. So where's the... Oh yeah, it's time to collect some precious caffeine. Now, this time I actually am going to have to heat up some water. So 5 hours in, nearly. So I need to be fairly quick about this. So hold on, guys. I'm going to get me some coffee, and I'll be right back. You can listen to the sound of my air conditioner while I do that. Oh. So, to avoid upsetting the notoriously flimsy electrical supply in this building, I had to heat the water without using the kettle. Thus, I heated the water in a pan. I literally have saucepan coffee. I am about to drink saucepan coffee. That is commitment, my friends. That's true. That's true commitment to the art form. I just want that to be recognised. There is true commitment going on here. Let's get this back on. Hey, folks. All right, let's see what everyone's talking about. Time for a video game. Oh, night Mirai. Sorry, I forgot to say goodnight. I know you were going after the album. Apologies. Night though. Hope you have a good evening and thank you for joining us. It was a real pleasure to have you here. Jonathan, yeah, great. Finally, someone else who appreciates Match This Gum. Oh, there's a few people I remember who like Match This Gum. And so World Domination had more disagreements on the quality of the song so far. I think that will be... Maybe Conqueror might raise some more questions on that, but I think that will probably be true to the end. Going to take a bit of a break. Be back shortly, Harry. No problem, mate. No problem. Like I say, after Conqueror, I'm thinking maybe after Conqueror, depending on how we're doing time-wise, I might get some food. But we've got Conqueror, Unseen World, BAND-MAID, and then we're going to start going through the realm of other things. So we've got quite a lot to engage with still. I very nearly accidentally pressed the end stream button then. I really wish that YouTube wouldn't stick it there where it's right in the bloody way. God, that was scary. All right. So, filling the dead air with a bit of Alia GMIV approved. Thank you, 4Bleats. Luna, at least you didn't make it in a micro. That might actually have been a cleaner way of doing it. The last act of Desperate Man. Right, active. Sauce from Coffee, Real Old School. I'm glad you people appreciate this. I'm glad you people appreciate the grounded, earthy way that I work. Let's hope there's no bits of chicken in here. When I poured it, there was a strange foamy film on top of it. I was like, please tell me that is just because of the way I poured it and not because there's something in here. The pan is clean. It's my Neko pan. Anyone who's been following my Twitter who saw my Neko pan. Yeah, it's my little pan with pictures of cats on it. I bought it because it was the cheapest one, but it's kind of cute, and the end of the handle has a little cat on it, and it's covered in cats. It looks like I'm playing like Toy Chef. It's a good pan. It's a good pan. Makes a great coffee. We're about to find out. All right, guys, time to jump in. You know what comes next? Actually, oh no, there it is. I thought I filled up the pages, but it's over there. All right, guys. On to what I think is probably my favourite album by the band. Really love this album, but like I say, it has some real low points for me as well. Completely fair. I will be completely honest with you. Not every song on this album works, but I do really enjoy this album a lot. Chicken coffee rather than chicory. It's going to be strange, but World Domination is my favourite BAND-MAID album, but I think Conqueror is their best. Oh, so subjective against subjective. That's a really interesting way of looking at it. So let's jump in. It's time for Page. Again, you guys know, before I did take the heart off of this before we started. That's one of the songs I took the heart off of just so I wasn't showing any implicit bias, but you guys know I love this song. Anyway, we're going to be fair about it. Let's dive in. It's time for Page. 3, 2, 1, go. That harmony, as well as being beautifully written, gets the most out of her voice. Psyche sounds really wonderful on that. The guitar work from Konami. This is a real strong song. I already know this is going to end up quite high, and it's going to piss a lot of people off how high up this is going to wind up. I don't know where yet, but it's going to be in the top 5, I think. I'm going to be very careful, though, to pick holes in it, though. Considering the topping of this live cast, why not look up Konami's tips on making perfect cup of coffee? That would actually make a really good review video if you can DM me that. And skip the Dragon Cries this time. I want to skip Dragon Cries, like I say, only because of the mastering, but I can't skip it. The title of this video is right there on the thumbnail. So impressed with Conqueror that I wrote about it in JRM. Plugging self. But yeah, no, that's fair. Main problem is song placement says, I've got this album. I can kind of see that, yeah. I think it flows very well. There are some songs that I think are a little bit out of place. Psycho vocals on this album are stellar, agreed. Page always hits me in the feels. Yeah, it's a really beautiful song. Keep thinking your Spotify column title header is one of the few Japanese... Sorry, let me read that again. Keep thinking your Spotify column title header is one of the few Japanese BM song titles I just need to pay attention more. I don't get that. Sorry, I really don't understand what that means. So, now to Jeremiah. A great fuzzy feeling song, just like Smile. I used to think this whole album was better in reverse order, but I see the merit in order much more. Yeah, so I read someone say that before. It might have actually been you, and I remember thinking that actually makes a point. At some points that works, but in the middle of the album that theory falls apart a bit. Personally, though, I think that Page as an intro is a brilliant intro song, and it's so brave. Because the song is not normal for them, and also they've got a history of starting their albums with really punchy songs. So to go for something like this, to me, fantastically brave. And that's one of the other reasons I love this album. Probably actually is the song placement, if you think about it that way. Bug says Page is a solid 8 out of 10. Mentioning an anime sort of reference. Miku's aren't far behind as well as far... whatever else they got on this album. Vocals are great. Oh, yeah, vocal wise. Probably its Page was a real grower for me. Didn't like it on first play, but it's now a high point of the album. Page harmony is fantastic. Retic, ignore me. Just a random personal observation. Probably, I just don't understand what the observation was. Maybe it was so simple that I missed it. And Konami nails the solo. Yeah, just there's a lot to like about that song. Alright, Glory. Again, another really strong song. Vladimir. Page was the first attempt at this style. I was not particularly impressed, to be honest, but when I heard About Us, that's when I understood what it's all about. I can see that. I'm not sure if I agree in the eventual conclusion, but I certainly see what you're saying. I think it's the first attempt at that production ethic, because I agree with, I think it was Rev mentioned, there's a bit of a Anemone vibe. You get certain elements of Anemone and daydreaming coming through in Page, but it's the first attempt at, I think, twisting that sound out of it, that style of more production heavy. And yes, it's certainly production-wise, it leads you into About Us. Writing-wise, it's very different from About Us. But sound-wise, yeah, I agree. Yeah, Rev, I think Conqueror would rate higher for me if they'd not heard so many of the songs before it came out. Yeah, I get that. But I think now we're at the point where we can look back at it in an objective standpoint. And yes, hi Vlad. I didn't say hi, but hi. Reddick, okay, glancing at your track list quickly, it looks like there is a song just before Page. Oh, you mean where it's... Oh. Because it's in Japanese. Getcha now. Jokes are always best when you get someone to explain them. Rev, Glory, another song that grows when you play it more, I agree, yeah. Play live, sorry, more, yeah. I agree, it does have a good live version. Doug, I really enjoy Page. Didn't quite make my top 25, but it's close. It's emblematic of the more emotional tone. That was a straight of the album. Bug saying Glory is one of my favourites on this album. Good guitar riff, 9 out of 10. Great harmonies, chorus. Yeah, I get that after a second. That all the songs from Conqueror in my playlist are declipped, attempting declipping, which could not save it. Yeah, declipping isn't really going to work on an album like this because of the way that it's EQ'd. If you try to declip it, it's not going to bring out the right stuff. It's a valiant thing to try, but I think we should all be pushing for the unmastered copy. We should be saying, you know, it should be a movement. Like the fans should get behind, release the unmastered copy of Conqueror. The production's beautiful. God, it's the advert again. Hold on while I listen to an advert about medical insurance. Or medical kit. I think fans should push for... Unfortunately, since they changed record company, it probably will never happen. Or we'll probably have to pay for it. But I would gladly pay for an unmastered copy of Conqueror. Ah, liberal, here we go. So Doug was asking about what declipped means. Basically, clipping is when the sound waves hit the top maximum area that they can get to, maximum room there is for sound. When you compress music, what you're doing is you're pushing everything up to the point where it hits that top. So declipping, in its simplest form, is pulling the sounds that shouldn't be up there down. It's like the opposite of compression. You're trying to pull those bits out and keep the punchy sounds up, and the sounds that have been pushed into the gaps, bringing them back down. It's effectively what it does. And it also means that any sounds that have sort of squared at the top get a bit smoothed out. In its simplest form, we could go into that in more detail, but that's the basics, just to give you an idea. BAND-MAID declipped. It was a community effort, in fact. That's so sad. I mean, it's so beautiful that the community did that, but it is so sad that they had to. They really should release an unmastered copy. They really should. Free Monkeys. CM Lizzie, my all-time favourite band. Like Finn Lizzie. Fernando Glory, the vocal duo, just shine of number. A lot of comments, so I'll just quickly go through them. About vocals, yeah, a lot of comments about the vocals. Conqueror and previous singles are damaged beyond repair. Kind of. I mean, to be honest, most of the songs are fine. I mean, like, I can hear this song, Liberal, it's very compressed. But it's not over compressed to the point where it's unlistenable. but I would like to hear it slightly pulled back. I mean, like I was saying in my video about compression, some compression is actually kind of a good thing. But mild, it has to be with reason. And for every song that really works on this, there's a song which is, and then a song which is, That's my vocabulary at work there. But I mean, they were also one of my favourites. Crowd please, yeah, it's kind of crowd please, isn't it? 7.5 from Bug there. Fortune music is so good that the exception of the shit show that was the mastering on the Dragon Cry, still enjoy it. Yeah, basically I'm on board with CMC, dare I say it. So there's a long pause there. That caught me off guard. I should have been ready for that. This song, Endless Story, grew on me as well. Another one where the capitals are in all the wrong places. You capital E. Started noticing that ever since it was mentioned to me, and well, someone reminded me about Don't You Tell Me. Oh, I've got water on my screen. Water? No. Pan coffee. Too little, too late, as they have moved labels, and this revolver want to catch in. Well, that's what I would be hoping. I think the fans should pressure Revolver to cash in. Because like I say, I mean, I think it's wrong that we should have to pay to get an unmastered copy. But just on the basis of, you know, they're a record company, they have to make money. I would be happy to pay for an uncompressed copy of this. I mean, to be honest, if someone could get an uncompressed copy, I would gladly sit down and remaster it myself. Just to get it right. Actually, I've got a friend who works in London who's he's done mastering some very famous bands, unfortunately including Oasis. And I could get, I mean, if we could get an unmastered copy of this album, if anyone could do that, or if you guys can get a petition to do it, I will have this album given to someone who will master it better. A lot of these songs are fine. It's just some. Even if we can just get a copy of Dragon Cries. Anyway, it's probably never going to happen, but if you guys can, I can get it to someone who'll look after it. I can get it to some good hands. Liberal 10 out of 10 from Fernando. Dragon Cries has hit me in the hardest, actually, for some reason, especially with that amazing MV, which is such a powerful statement. That's interesting, yeah. The MV didn't really resonate with me just because of the way it was cut again. But I can see that. Yeah, this song, when I first heard this, you know, CMC was saying it's growing, I agree. This song, I was kind of like, when I first heard it, but now I really like it. Ah, Nix, don't worry. Buddha Candle happen. Just not yet. CMC, believe me, I would love JPU to do it, but I don't think that they would do that. I don't think they would get involved in that. Including Oasis, yeah. I wanted to point out that they were he's of big status, but shameful that the biggest thing he's worked on is a band that. True, I'm gonna say it. Truly awful. So, all right, end the story. Great little song. Mirage. A lot of people saying about how Endless Story's grown on them. I like that little... I think it's Miku with the guitar slide, isn't it? Streaming ahead. Something in the story really moved me. It's one of those where you feel the emotion despite the flaws. I think it's one where you have to get off my screen. It's one of those ones where you have to be in the right mood, and then it connects. I think the first time I heard it, I wasn't in the right mind frame. It's some songs like Page can change your mood. You hear it and it just wraps you into its world. Whereas songs like Endless Story, I think they're emotionally as impactful, but they don't twist you into their way of thinking as much. You have to be in the right mindset to begin with. That's another subject that I like to explore with writing, and I probably should do a video about that as well. But there is an interesting thing about how some pieces really pull you into their world and some would appease you if you're already in the right way of thinking. I like a video for Miku's Mole guitar lead. The story never really clicked with me. Recognize the quality, just not for me. Very few. That's fine. Yeah. Literally sent my Def Magnet, just broke in half back to a label. We're talking about Metallica, which is a subject outside of my realm of caring. I'm interested to read it, but I don't really know anything about Metallica. I never got into them. Okay, a lot of comments coming in. Just looking for things that I can pick up on. Freaked out the first time I heard Bubbles, says Jonathan Lane. That's another one that was a grower for me. Bubbles have really been a grower for me. First time I heard it, lukewarm. Really got into it on repeat listens. I can't see... I think like... Oh, no, Fernando... Oh, okay, no, I can see Fernando's comments. I was just missing them, sorry. Yeah, okay. Harry, I'm back. Just had to do my antibiotic infusion. You're American, so you say antibiotic infusion. A process that doesn't take a very long time, but one I will be happy when it comes to an end. Get that. Welcome back anyway. Just, as always, just hope your recovery's going well, but keep us up to date. It sounds like you're on the road to the mend. It's just a long road. So long as you keep on going in the right direction. I think Mirage is an example of one of those tracks that, in my opinion, is not a standout track on this album, but it shows that even the more general songs on Conqueror are more interesting than the slightly more filler songs on World Domination that, to me, are not as playful. There's a more playful feel to everything on Conqueror, in my opinion. Even if World Domination does have some of the band's strongest songs. Drop of a hat. I like the fact that when this came out, so many people thought, when they saw the track list, so many people thought this was about Akane's hat. Is this about Akane dropping her hat? I don't think they seriously thought that, but I love the comments anyway. This is again one of those songs that benefits from its variation. I think it comes out stronger in its context of the album than it perhaps would on its own. There's a lot to like about this song. Sorry, I'm just getting my sheets ready for the... Got to get another piece of paper going. was so amazing to have the crying section during the recent OQG, which included About Us. CMC, and a shameless plug for a thoroughly decent chat. Please subscribe to Harry Critter Scandal Turner. He is trying to rebuild Labour of Love after having it taken down. Yeah, look, if you are, I say this, I agree with CMC more than just as a plug. If you are a Scandal fan, the stuff that Harry is posting, especially considering Scandal notoriously are connected to Victor, who are very, very copyright happy. But if you're a Scandal fan, like Harry's posting like translations for videos, live videos, stuff that you can't get elsewhere. So if you're a Scandal fan, you really, really, really should be subbed to his channel. So do follow Harry. If you are even a little bit interested in Scandal, then he is your go-to guy. Misa's hat. Misa and Akane's hats. Both of their hats have gone. Misa's was gone so fast, it's like it was never even there. Talking about, yeah. Psyche's nice, clean voice. A lot of love for this song. Oh. It's the only BAND-MAID album I decided to part my money to get my own copy of. I get that. Just when I first received this album, I was so happy. It was such a good listen. Bug said, I didn't like Drop and Hat originally, but it's grown on me. And see, Vlad definitely feels this one. It has About Us vibes and vice versa. A bit, yeah. I get that a bit. I need to score it. Unconventional BAND-MAID tune. John Lane's pointing that out. Chorus is great to me. It has that sort of early 70s groove. Yeah, that's true actually. Drop of Hat is nice, but I find it instantly forgettable. I got to admit, I don't think it stands out as much as some of the other songs like that, but it is still very strong. Wonderland now, by the way. When Psyche says it doesn't work that way, I get goosebumps every time. Yeah, I think there's something nice about when a song really connects to you. And there are some of those songs that really do. It's nice when you get a personal connection to a song above even the musical quality. It actually resonates with you. Harry, channel name is, the Scandal Fan. Okay, so that's Harry's channel name again. If you're a Scandal fan, go to the Scandal Fan. Martin, Conqueror is more accessible for newbies, but has a lot to dive in on repeated plays. Bit like a pick and mix. Yeah, I think it's that thing, isn't it? That's the best quality that you can have, is when your stuff is accessible and yet at the same time has so much to take from it. Which left first, Misa's hat or Psyche's apron? I'd assume the same time. That was both during Made in Japan. Or I imagine that Psyche would have been the first to shed it because she was the one who was most openly dismayed by the outfits, wasn't she? Or at least, standoffish from what I heard at first. Apron disappeared so fast it actually caught fire and waited a bit. Probably photo finish. All I can ever remember from Drop in a Hat is the outro. Interesting. Honestly curious. Drop in a Hat, oddball number. Wonderland, 10 out of 10. It's even 11 out of 10. So Bug's got a lot of love for Wonderland. And I like those high notes. It's a good little vocal test going on there. Wonderland is the real quality that never really floated my boat. 7 out of 10 to CMC. I wonder if I'm probably in more of a similar position to you than maybe with Lorraine, who says that didn't care for Wonderland until I watched the reaction, and then it sort of really occurred to. Oh no, it's never really had that moment for me, but I do definitely enjoy it. There's another song they introduced in Europe in 2019. It was a difficult one for live performance. Right on Conqueror makes me really wish I could put 30 songs on my top 25. Hey, you can do whatever you want, but I think 25 is a good number. Julian Nixon did an excellent video on Wonderland. Very comical. Yes, there's a lot of love for this song. Advert. Alright. How many pages have I got so far? 4 pages. Nice. How are we doing time-wise? 5.25 hours. Alright, Azure. I'm admiring, but I'm not keen on Psyche's higher pitched vocals. Yeah, Rev, I get that actually. I think that her voice is not as strong in that range, but I think, again, it's one of those things where as a form of variation, it works well for them. When she does those little falsetto bits, it's a bit of a fun change. Jonathan, I came in late. Are we people submitting their own top 25 lists? Are you going to mash them together? Oh no, I'm making my own top 25 list using very careful scoring system, but I'm encouraging people to have fun and score along with me. Yeah, important to Spanky, I think, are also important as well. Have a full start. Sorry. Red Wonderland as prog song. I don't hear anything prog in Wonderland, if I'm honest with you. That's very interesting, actually. That's very interesting. Yeah, I don't hear that. I hear what was being mentioned otherwise, but be interested to know if you could clarify what specifically you mean there. Just commenting while taking his notes. Thank you for clarifying. I love this song for some strange reason. I know many people consider it a filler, but it resonates with me, really. Again, that's nice, isn't it? It's nice when a song resonates with you personally. It's another one that falls into it. It's a song category. Says Boris. I've got to keep on thinking of names to you. Keep on thinking of names to you. For me, the occasional falsetto operatic parts are some of my favourite bits. Yeah, I mean, like I say, I like them more because they're fun and different than necessarily because I think that's the strongest quality of her voice. Timing is everything. Writing is everything. Azure is another. I find it difficult to remember too readily. Oh. Said Rev. I kind of get that. It's got real clear nods to screaming, which I find interesting. I really like the beginning of Dilemma. kind of sounds weird. It's like some sort of chase movie. Vlad's saying, I often was clicking Azure specifically to listen to, although I usually listen to all BAND-MAID songs equally. So that's one that stood out to you. Grabs your attention each time. Yeah, Jonathan, you don't have to make your own list. You don't have to. Harry, I know this is a BAND-MAID stream, but reminder that Scandal's Eternal music video premieres Wednesday. Yeah, so we've got a couple of days still. I'll be picking up and reviewing that as soon as I can when it comes out. Margaret Azure is a good song, but a good song in Conquer album is a 7.5 for me. A lot of people saying it growing on Dilemma. BAND-MAID's Miss especially got a strut on. A lot of love for Dilemma there. 8.5 from Bug. Love a chord chasing with Dilemma. Yeah. Okay. Every time I look at my scorings, I think these are so harsh. I'm trying to set the scores as low as I can for every single song, to give room for the best ones to really justify themselves and fill up. So I've got some really low scores here, which I can't believe, but I'm trying to keep those scores low. I'm always leaning towards the low side on every one of my scores. That was the Y bit. Okay. Seems I'm a bit ahead. Okay, I'll try to sync with the next song change. Yeah, guys, I know we're going to be a little bit out here and there, just as long as we're all kind of in roughly the same place. Like I say, you should be able to see where I am at all times by looking at the stream. It should show you where I am and on what song. Look at this timestamp to sync up, yeah. Bebop dueling. Interesting. Interesting. Bug says the best ones are 12 out of 10. No, I got a strict thing. Nothing goes above 10 because the scoring system wouldn't permit it. There's no way of scoring anything above 10. But I'm deliberately... I haven't got anything that's hit 10, and my intention is that nothing should hit 10. Because it's like what Vlad was saying about sound clipping. If you've got anything against the top, then you have to question where you got it. So I'm trying to make it so that the highest song will hit a 9. And trying to keep most of my scores around about the 4, 5, 6 range. So it's basically I'm scoring them in context of how good they are as BAND-MAID songs. So if something gets... Well, nothing's got 1 yet, but if something got 1, it wouldn't be me saying, oh, it's a bad song. It'd be saying, in BAND-MAID standards, it goes at the bottom. So I'm being very careful about scoring this in a completely objective light. So we've got a few songs that have scored 2, but they're not bad songs. Oh, I love that chorus. It's the way the vocal comes in. It's got so much punch. Redtech, my top 3 in this album is still coming up. I guarantee you're going to mention Rene. Oh god, I just seen what's next. Playing drum. You've got a bucket ad for... There's going to be I guarantee there's going to be an advert right before Dragon Cries. What is my number 2 on this album, says Redtech. There's any quality to go get a... Oh no, I don't have a bucket graphic. Just puke into my mask. No, it's a really good song. It's really well produced. It's just the fucking mastering. Anyway, we're on Bubble. Can I just say, on a totally different subject, because I already know I love this song. Whenever I end the live streams, because you guys know one of the sad things about being where I am and how quiet it's been since I had to move here. Not that I'm objecting. There's a lot of good things about being here. It's a very lonely place. I'm alone all of the time. It's very quiet. Just in the mountains. So when I get off of these live streams, often it's a bit sad. It's a bit lonely. It's like going from being in a little group to being completely on my own. So when we get to the end of this live stream, it's going to be very lonely, going from being in a room with all you wonderful people talking about music to just sitting here on my own. 52 likes. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. Like I say, sorry to keep on saying it, but we're not monetized, and likes are like a currency to us. Obviously, Patreon is the biggest. But no, seriously, likes are a real currency. They help us so much. So just thank you so much, really. Really. I love this song. All right, everyone. I'm going to pause. Before we start Dragon Cries, I'm going to pause. I'm going to clarify before we get in. A lot of you know my opinion, but I'm going to clarify before we play this song. Because there's going to be some people who might come in halfway through. I don't know, but I'm going to clarify before we get into this. Dragon Cries, writing-wise, I like it. Production-wise, I think it's very well produced. The mastering on this song, and I don't like to constantly bring out technicalities. I think it's really boring when people go, "Oh, this album sucks because it's overmastered." It's like, okay, it can happen, but as a general, I think people tend to lean too much on criticizing that stuff rather than just enjoying the music. Often you can see through those kind of failings. In my opinion, the mastering on this song makes it borderline unlistenable. And I mean that honestly. I've tried it on multiple different headphones. I've tried it time after time. Usually I can't make it to the end. Obviously this time I will. But if I'm cringing, it's mostly because of what happens to the drum kit. The drum kit is absolutely destroyed. All of the high-end overhead cymbals just sounds like white noise. It's just been turned into this indistinct, disturbed mush. And I can hear that that's not the way that it was mixed. The mastering is a disgrace on this song. But it's a good song. So when I reviewed it, when I give it its scores, I'm going to be giving it credit for the song it is, rather than the disturbing mastering job. I'm going to be giving it credit for the good, well-made song it is, not what was done disgustingly afterwards. Maybe there'll be an advert. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Already. Glad you should do Zoom calls instead. Let's have a look at some of the things coming now. See, there seems to be a good number of people here who do like Bubble. Bubble was growing on me. Heard playing live in Paris is immersed. Please join the server to help us take the piss out of Howard. That's pretty much all that the Reddit is, especially the Discord. Oh, God. Sorry, I'm not overreacting. It really upsets me that what they've done to this song. It sounds like I'm listening on the phone. Yeah, Harry said that's what Discord's for. 20 seconds. 3:56-minute bathroom break. Well said, well said. I love the bubble graphic with Psyche and silhouette against the purple. Oh, yeah, no, I have seen that. That's cool. Tune, it's not that bad. Look, I'm up to opinion. Everyone has different opinions. I don't want to force my opinions on anyone else, but in my opinion, it is that badly done. Tell us how you really feel. Fucking hell. It's the chorus that really hurts. Is that who? Fuck off. It's a good song though. It's a good song. This song needs to get a caveat point. It's kind of, I'm going to the bias column, and this is the first one where I want to put a minus number in, but that's not part of the system. You cannot have a minus. No, 0. Just no bias points for this. No bias points for this. But quality of writing, good. Quality of chorus, good. It's a good song. Good song. Star. Killed. Live version of Dragon Cries is wonderful. Yeah, I heard it live. It's nice. It's nearly over. I can hear the cymbals are washed out, but the composition of Dragon Cries is so good that it sneaks into my top 25. Yeah, I'm totally with that. I'm totally with that. Like I say, the score I'm giving it is not bad at all. Don't think it's even clipping. Some stupid air sound like a mattress. Yeah, you might have a point. I think it actually is so compressed that it doesn't even get to the clip point. Because obviously compression is not just one thing, there's a lot of complexities to it in realistic terms. So you can compress something to the point that it doesn't even manage to get to the top. Why do you think it was done that way in Dragon Cries? I think... But I'm flying high now. I think the reason is because I can't help but wonder if it was done in a separate session. Because maybe with it having a outsourced producer, maybe it was sent later. Or so maybe they rushed the mastering. Maybe someone else was actually involved in the mastering. There's a lot of reasons why it could have been. It could have been that someone mastered it out in America who was just trying to copy the sound of the album and heard the compression and thought, oh, I can do that, and went overboard. There's a lot of reasons, and we will probably never know. But there's no doubt there's a very distinct difference in the way that song is mastered. It could well be that maybe they put them through, maybe they did a blanket mastering job on a lot of the songs, and maybe that song was just mixed to a higher volume than the others, so it got squashed more. There's a million ways it could have been. Flying High and See How Bad. Yeah, Flying High's pretty poorly mastered as well, but it's nowhere near as bad. Take Solace face, it could be worse. Yes, Harry, you are right. No, Love Survive isn't... I don't know, is it worse? It's about as bad. Love Survive is another song that I cannot listen to. Oh, there's a problem with the server. Okay, wait a second, I've got to back out and come back in to see your comments. Apparently there was a server problem and the chat just cut out. I would wish to defend Dragon Cries, but the fact is I never wish to listen to it. It's the same thing as with Howard. Okay. RC bars are a bit confused. Yeah, Doug, you're right. I agree. I mean, I have not given it a bad score. I'm not going to tell you what the score is, but it's not a bad score. Because I have to factor in the mastering, but I'm going to look past it. Anyway, we're on to a different song now. Yeah, Retic, that's what I did. I just put like a little star next to it. Flying high. A lot of people went for flying high. A lot of people enjoying flying high. Doug's definitely pushing for flying high. First instance of Miku's cat hairball scream. I read that at the right time. I'm with you, Vlad, on the sort of quality there. I'm really thinking about how much I like it at the moment. It's a good song, though. Oh yeah, I forgot that ending. I really like that ending, the way it skips. That's a really fun song. Catharsis. Wow. I can't believe we're almost through. Blooming and Rene to go. Just going to start writing those in. Yeah, this album, if we put aside all that mastering talk, this album doesn't really have any weak spots for me. There's no points. There's better and lower points, but there's no points where I go, skip. 15 tracks, so it is the same length as World Domination as well, but it just feels much more rounded, much more crafted. Yogi Bear! I forgot this is the Yogi Bear song. Yogi Bear. That's right, guys. When you listen to the song, she's singing about Yogi Bear. And don't you forget it, because now you know it. You never will. I think the second verse playfulness was just kind of at the right balance on this album. How are we doing time-wise, by the way? Okay, we haven't come up to 6 hours yet, so I think we're still fine. Okay, there's something I want to ask you guys, by the way. The 2 bonus tracks from Unseen World. Youth and... I forgot, is it Without Holding Back? If anyone can help me get those songs, I'd appreciate it. If someone's got a link, or preferably if someone can find a way to have those songs appear in my available area. I have got an email address, you know. Yogi Bear. Just realised this song's about bears. Now I can't hear you. Now I can't unhear Yogi Bear. You never will. Catharsis is a sleeper hit for me. People don't bring it up much, but every time I hear it, it's catchy. It's work. Love the way the album builds. Flying high, 60s, 70s groove. A lot of people in for Catharsis. Screw you and Yogi Bear. This is all I hear. I like this one, Rapid Fire. Oh my god, this is brilliant. Great, 9 out of 10 for Fernando. Yogi Bear, you got me. Never gonna unhear it. Thanks. I'm so proud of myself. I'm a terrible person. If there's one thing you get from this live stream, it's that Catharsis is about Yogi Bear. Really not a good person, am I? Blooming is a really good song. I also think the video for Blooming's really good. I think it works really well. Love the song If Only for Yogi Bear. Getting to rip flex from the first one. Nothing is on there. Where can I post my G Drive link? Oh, thanks, Loon. You could do it through, you could DM me on Discord, or you can email me at the channel email. Right, check out. I'm going to find out what the channel email is, because I keep on forgetting. So just in case anyone does want to help me out, I'm going to just get the channel email now. I'm sure what I'm doing is someone's probably already done it. Why can't I just copy it? Aha! Copy? There's my email. If anyone wants to assist me. Any rarities that you think I might miss, especially those 2 tracks from Unseen World, the deluxe version, help me obtain them. That's the email address. A lot of people really in for Blooming. Martin pointed out that sort of distorted staccato rap. Yeah, kind of get that feeling actually. See, this is a song where I really like the chord pattern. I tweeted you. Ah, nice. Everyone is on fire, me included. Saw the video for Blooming and a shot to #1 on this album for me. Yeah, I think Blooming is one of those examples. The director uses the same style in most of his videos, but that's one where the cutting, the lighting, the framing, everything worked. Even though it's kind of hard to see what's going on most of the time, it's cut in a way that really supports the feeling of the song. And I think that director, he is much better, he's much better at those fast songs. You know, when he does the videos for those ones, that kind of Blooming, kind of dice, that feel, he's very good at those, but the slower ones, not so much. Come on, I want to listen to Reno. And then after that, I'm going to get a coffee and a pee. Well, I'm not going to get a pee, I'm going to have a pee and then make a coffee. Another coffee. So much coffee. Alright, I know how many people love Reno. This song has grown on me. I think, again, the video didn't do me many favours. As you guys know, I was not big on the video for this song. It felt like what the world will look to me when I'm 92 years old if I make it that long. Like, Blooming, the video is hard to see what's going on because it moves so fast and it's so kinetic. Reno, it's hard to see what's going on because someone has put a towel on your face. It's like, yeah, it's like being kidnapped. It's like going to Morocco and being kidnapped. Sorry, I know I'm missing a lot of the comments now. It's just because obviously we've been doing this for quite a few hours. I don't want to strain my eyes too much, so I'm kind of taking a bit of time away from the screen every now and then. But but I'll try and keep up with as much of what's going on as I can. Favourite video from this album? Asking me. I guess probably Blooming. It's weird because in a lot of ways there's nothing spectacular about the video for Blooming. It just kind of, it works. It just, everything comes together in a way that works. Like I say, it's the guy's normal style, but it just works. Appreciate it. Trust me, I appreciate it. Hate the 8mm grainy effects on Reno video. Nice idea, but really bad. Yeah, exactly what Rev said. Nice idea, but just in practice it falls apart. I was so pissed when I heard Reno the first time. The snare gave me some anger flashbacks and triggered PTSD. Video is great and matches the song. I think if the video for Reno was said to match anything, it would be sitting listening to white noise. Fair enough, though. Each their own, certainly. A lot of credit for Akane there from Fernando. Well said. If you mean what I hear as 1, 2, 3, 4 parking lot on Unseen World, I have the same thing. I really want to know what they are. As you said. So I'm reading through the comments screen. 9.5 out of 10 for Bug on Reno. I fall in love with the video side. I fall on the video side of the fence. Ah, okay, that's fair enough. Reno is impossible not to love. Found footage horror movie music video. See, if it was a found footage thing, you know, imagine the kids go into the woods and they're all murdered. The police would look at the video and go, camera must have been broken. Sorry, I'm being so mean. It's not that bad. I can't get anything. I don't get anything from it. It's the one parking lot. Konami slightly unhinged solo. Full stance. Doug. Yeah, Reno is popular, but it doesn't particularly stand out for me. The aggressive double kicks with a snap. Otherwise, I feel it's kind of Akane's least interesting work. Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to the fact it's got that really impactful heavy bit. But I don't necessarily know that there's much beyond that. It is a very enjoyable energy to the song. And that's kind of what most stands out. It's really sort of got a really interesting energy. It's a hard one. Alright. So, I'm going to be moving on to Unseen World next. I really need to go to the toilet. So, we've already seen my toilet graphic, haven't we? The toilet graphic is going to come back. Toilet graphic. Toilet graphic. I can't stop loving that. I love that so much. Oh. It's beautiful. I almost don't want to go to the toilet. I just want to watch that. It's very therapeutic to watch a toilet roll slowly wind down around the room. Okay, so I'm going to the toilet now. And I'm going to get a coffee. You'll know when I've switched to going to a coffee because I'll come back in and I'll just change the graphic quickly. Alright. Hi ho, it's off to the toilet I go. Finished a little bit of coffee in there as well. on to phase 2 of this break. Oh yeah. Don't spill precious caffeine. One of the interesting things about doing live streams that have toilet breaks in them, especially if you're going for a larger job, if you know what I mean, is that when you come back from the toilet, you get a real, like a Lady Macbeth moment, where you're looking at your hands like, are they clean? Are they clean? Is there anything terrible that's going to incriminate me for the rest of my internet life on here? Especially when you're colourblind. So yeah, I think about my toilet breaks are probably like 1 minute going to the toilet and about 3 minutes standing obsessively washing my hands. Stir some coffee, it's got that weird film on the top of it again. Alright, let's dive back into this. Headphones back in. Let me get the phone back on live chat so I can see what you guys are saying, and then we'll pop back onto the screen. So guys, as you know, next up is Unseen World. Ooh. And then after Unseen World, we will be doing the BAND-MAID EP, and then you guys are going to help me clear the floor with whatever is left over. Now, we're at 6 hours, give or take. So given the length of the following 2 albums, I think that will give us probably about 45 minutes at the end to clean up all the remaining songs. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but we will do our best. Like I say, I've never taken a live stream all the way to 8 hours before, but my understanding is that 8 hours we will have to stop. So yeah, we're going to do our best, okay? And you guys, as always, are absolute legends for sticking with me through this. Actually, you know, I thought there was just going to be people popping in and out. I'm so impressed how many of you guys have stuck it out with me. I mean, we're listening to great music, yes, but you guys all have lives of your own, and just the fact that so many of you have been sticking with me through this, I appreciate it so much. And I am back. So, huge amount of love to all of you for sticking with me. I gotta admit, I mean, as much as I love music and as much as I love the band, I was in my head thinking, is this going to be something where if I just listen solidly to one band, is it going to become a chore? Is it going to be something where if I've listened to their entire catalogue, I'm going to get like fatigue? And I've got to be honest, I mean, it stands as a massive testament to the band that we're this far in, and I don't feel fatigue at all. I'm loving this. I'm just enjoying myself so much. You can tell by my face. But yeah, I always said that I thought that although I often wanted to BAND-MAID to play with more different styles of music, I've often said that I really appreciate how much they do with rock, which obviously 95% of their songs really are rock. And I think that's so clearly demonstrated by the fact that, like I said, I'm not feeling fatigue. I'm feeling excited. We're about to jump into the next album. I'm feeling energized, and we've been doing this for 6 hours. And you know, it's not like I'm at a gig where I've got the sort of energy, the vicarious energy of being around, the proxy energy of being around people. Although obviously we're all chatting online, it's just good music. Good music. So that's just fantastic. So yeah, I'm loving this, and thank you so much for all of you being here. Thank you so much for all of you sharing this experience with me. We've got a while to go. Wait, is Lejean here? Lejean! I knew we'd find a time of day when you're awake. My man, you're back! Oh, bless you, Lejean. Lejean, the original guy to say first on every single video. Oh, it's so good to have you back. BAND-MAID My Life, says Martin Edwards, and I love the passion that people have here. It's really great. It's really great. Anyway, I would love to sort of spend more time chatting, but we got to get straight on with this. So, guys, if you're ready, let's get your computer synced up. It's time for Warning. This is a great intro track. Let's dive in on this. BAND-MAID Unseen World Warning. 3, 2, 1. Booyah! I love the way it comes. The intro's already so energized, but then the first comes in, and the first verse comes in. Somehow it manages to step up even more. Luckily, these songs are quite fresh in my mind, so they're quite easy to squill. But still, it's about being careful. It's about being analytical. Best opening track, period. Yeah, I'm between this and Page. Depends how you want your album to open. It's hard to really... It's like measuring a Rolls Royce against a Ferrari, you know. Horses for courses. Clam before... Oh, calm before the boom. Clam before the boom. Mine. Okay. Thank you. It's kind of small on my screen at the moment. Oh, you must be talking about something I missed. Clam, lol. Blinky, blinky. Epic MV, totally nuts. Everything a rock band should be. Yeah, like I said, I like the music video for this. I think just the cutting I wish was a bit better. Do I understand it correctly? You still have not heard Youth. That's right, yeah. So, Youth and the other bonus track from Unseen World, I need to get them so I can listen to them at the end of this stream. It's any damn mollusk you... Talking about Clam still. If some alien asked me what is rock and roll, I would play this song. Your rants are always interesting, controversial but interesting. Thank you, Harry. Oh, you're talking to CMC. Easy top 3 for me. Warning is a 9 out of 10, says Bug. I really love the vocals come in, great chorus. Entire album is Beast Relation, Beast I Love You, but you can't help but love it. Yeah, I still have mixed feelings on this album, but I do definitely see it's a real quality piece. But damn, I arranged my playlist according to Roots progress list. The opening one is after. Yeah, no. I mean, like I say, I'm that whole Roots progress thing. Yeah, that's kind of the sort of thing that I don't like from Pony Canyon. You know, a band makes an album, you can add bonus tracks, but when you start changing the set list, then you're messing with what the band made. So yeah, I think I stick by the originally intended album playlist, and then the other tracks can be added on the end. Very bossy like that. Let's check my scoring on this. Actually, I'm going to change that. I love that intro. Again, it's one of the songs that has that sort of like shadow of screaming on it. Manners is just repeat. So no one ever actually told me that. Is Manners actually 2 different versions? Because please tell me it's not just the same song exactly twice. A lot of comments coming in here, but really interesting. A lot of love for this album, which I noticed, and I really agree with that. Like I said before, I think certain elements, overall maybe the whole album, but certain elements and certain songs really feel like love letters to the fans. And I think that's where the good side of Pony Canyon comes in that they know what they are buying when they buy an artist, and they tend to encourage the artist to play towards their fans. John Van, messing with that BAND-MAID, I see what you did there. I'm going to pretend I did that. Only you and I know. Secretly, I'm much more clever than I appear. Bonus tracks are in the folder I tweeted you. You are the man. Thank you, Loon. Thank you. It should be as God Miku wanted. So many comments coming in, which is really great, but I'm skimming through them, so I'm not having much of a chance to reply, but that's cool. I'll pick out things if there's something I can actually say. Yes, Howard, sadly, Manners is just repeated. That's Pony Canyon. I did 2 videos talking about all the good sides of Pony Canyon, but I'm not going to deny they do have some rather scalpy qualities when it comes to how they remarket CDs. Andrew, I have the deluxe and Manners is just a carbon copy. Harry, how would your points are interesting? Also, so long as you minimise the amount of times you agree with CMC, it makes you both feel ill. And as I said before, Bubbles does not need help ending the world. Yeah, Bubbles doesn't need any help ending the world. Me and CMC agreeing too much can cause a vortex where everything will just disappear. Music box bit, I always forget that. It's brilliant when that comes in, though. Just need to start scoring this. That last one's a hard score to give. Misa alert coming up. Epic bass. Yeah, totally. Glider is the best Peggy song. Period. Oh. Ugh. Ugh. Actually, no. I feel comfortable. We're disagreeing again now. Wonderful. And Wagaki Band are full of variation and do very different songs that really make the most of their abilities. Don't forget to score the songs, Howard. Thank you. No God has an amazing instrumental grid, and it has that old style, like I said, that Japanese key change chorus, which appeals to people like me. But I have had some people say that it doesn't work for them, and I do get that. Havoc saying Pony and Canyon will be good for BAND-MAID. Well, yeah, I mean, I did 2 videos kind of defending this, and I do really believe that Pony Canyon are good for BAND-MAID in every important way. I mean, listen to how well mixed and mastered this is. You know, they got the right people. And from the time I've spent around them, I believe that they are the right people. Vlad saying, without holding back, is it only on the basic version? I have no comment on that. I don't have any version at the moment. Actually, this is the only one I don't have the CD of. Yeah. Not so good for me. So no, Pony Canyon delighted to have signed such a great act 4-piece band. Well, Rev's comment is kind of nice and happy, but I don't think we can really speak on behalf of a band having opinions in such a human way. To be honest, Pony Canyon are making a lot more money from some of their much more crappy artists. But I think that they have seen the quality here, and they're investing in something that they know is a real long-term grower, strong fan base, potential for growth. I think they're delighted, but I think they will be. I think they're expecting this to get better and better, and I think they will be pleased with the progress subsequently. Doug made a comment about how the band felt about splitting the album. I get that, but I don't want to believe that they felt the album was good in 2 different versions. I'm sure there is one way that they prefer the album, and I'd love to know what that is, but I think one where you've carbon copied the same song twice probably isn't it. So I understand that they might want to do that, but I can't honestly believe that the way that was executed was really what they wanted. Or at least I can't believe they genuinely like that more than the full album playlist. But it's just my opinion. I can't speak on behalf of the band, as none of us can. Got the D version on there. Please give a shameless plug. I didn't see that. It's not on the basic version. That's this version. They need to release internationally like their old label did. Did they not release internationally? I'm getting confused, sorry. So Fernando's saying it's this song, No God's got a great intro. It's a bit of an oddball on the album. I feel it fits in very well with Afterlife and Warning either side of it. At this point, I actually do need to. I need to score Afterlife while I'm here. Again, that's another one where my scoring is surprised myself. A lot of YouTube reactors said mixing and mastering was going to album. Yeah. Oh, advert time. Wait, I'm going to look at Kyoko Fukada for a while. Okay, now you can go away. I remember when I used to get the Tokyo Metro and she was doing the Tokyo Gas adverts. Made my trip very enjoyable. Okay, a lot of comments in here. After I was feeling my favourite song of the album, says Bug. Giving it a 9 out of 10. So that Afterlife music video Kind of meta, but hilarious. Yeah, the Afterlife video is probably my favourite BAND-MAID video. Between that and Domination. But probably Afterlife. I think it's perfectly executed. Well, it's been fun, but I've got stuff that needs to be doing. Have fun, guys. Howard, good luck with the rest. DM if you want to do another BM chat. Yeah, I think we should definitely, but thank you so much for joining. What's your last name going to be? Thank you for joining us, Archibald. 3 times a hope, 4-piece, 4-piece. Well, there's a lot of comments. Yeah, Martin's got a point. The dance nods to Silent Sirens, Quino Esper, and obviously they did their dance version of that in the Afterlife music video. I certainly got the feeling that there was an element of they were influenced by Yukarun's choreography. Okay, so a lot of people responded to my comments about manners before, thinking that it was an insult when it's not. I certainly think that the majority of people like this song more than I do. But it's good. It's a good song. It just doesn't wow me. It's got a nice bounce to it. Few comments coming in. Lejean, sorry, how I have to go now. Have fun with your listening through and making the top 25. Also, last thing, I will be first again. Don't worry. Have fun, Lejean. It's always a pleasure, mate. It's really good to see you still here. See you still good. So please pop in anytime. But thank you so much for coming by. It's a real pleasure to see you, man. Have a good one, yeah. There's a lot of conversations going, so I'm having a bit of trouble keeping up all of them. Man, it's excellent groove rock stoner song. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. That's a good way of putting it. I'm trying to be back for Start Over because I have opinions. I really like Start Over. It's just the video makes me want to stick my head in a microwave. Ironic you were rude about Ironic you were rude about manners. I think I showed a lot of manners in my approach to manners, but this ending, I want a whole song of this ending. The lyrics elevate this song manners for me. Solid song, but not in my top 25, says Rev. It's not supposed to wow you. Sit back and with a beer and enjoy. Yeah, I don't think it has enough nuance to have that effect on me either. It's very middling to me. It works, but it doesn't really hit me particularly. Either as something, it doesn't wash over me either. It's just kind of there. It's good. It's nice. It's a good little groove, but it doesn't really do that much for me. Martin said it's a great sing-along song, quite accessible MV in a spooky old house. Yeah, again, the video didn't do anything for me either, which probably didn't help. Fernando's giving it a solid 10 out of 10 though. Fair enough. Misa kills it apparently, which she always does. Bug says, Manners is a good song, but it's not my favourite on the album. I started to dislike it more. I listened to a limited version of Unseen World and saw I had it twice. 7 out of 10. Yeah, see, that's what that kind of thing can do. It can put you off a song. To be honest, Manners is one of those songs where on repeat listens, the chorus has kind of started to wear. I don't like the chorus as much as I did the first time. The rest of the song maybe has grown on me a bit, but the chorus is getting a bit irritating for me. So, yeah, Manners is just a bit... It's never really gone up or down much. It's just kind of there, in my opinion. It's good. It's just, it doesn't stand out in any way. Love the bona fide hard rock feel to Manners. You could put this song next to hard rock in the dictionary, and how can you not give them points for that? Ha 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 bit is the bit that kind of irritates me. That's actually the bit I don't like. It kind of gets annoying. So I gotta admit, I don't like that bit. It's a good song. It's just like I say, it's one of those ones that a lot of you guys are pointing out about certain songs that they're just kind of there. To me, Manners is just kind of there. It breaks up the flow of the album nicely. It works well on the flow, but it doesn't stand out in any way to me. I want to believe it's Misa doing that slow-mo thing before the bridge. It sounds like it probably would be. This album is going to get me a lot of speeding tickets. Well said, Havoc. Rotek, Revenge has some really great parts, but I think it's missing something. Yeah, I'm with you on that, actually. This point in the album, I Still Seek Revenge and HGK are two songs where there's a lot going for these songs, and yet, as I mentioned in my original reviews, I just don't feel these two songs come together. So I'm trying to get a feel listening for them now. If maybe something works that I wasn't getting the first few times. I think I've listened to this entire album about 8 or 9 times now. Again, these two songs have a great energy. They just kind of don't necessarily sit with me. So it looks here. It seems I should find the record analysis video for Manners, says Vlad, as an attempt to identify all the Easter eggs that they have planted in there. That'd be an interesting thing to do. If you know where they all are, then yeah, that'd be cool. Probably it's minority opinion here, but I don't like this album much. To make the point, I'm accidentally listening in shuffle mode and have only just noticed. Oh well. I mean, oh wow, my hands really do smell like soap. I nearly choked on the amount of soap on my hands. Macbeth, Lady Macbeth. Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's not a song that necessarily plays towards all the things I most want from the band, but I can appreciate it for what it is. And there's a lot of great stuff on here. Martin's pointing out this is a very Misa song, and it certainly is. As Bug says the same thing whilst giving it a 7.5. Yeah, I think we're all for Vlad should do that. I do think the double pedal is used a bit too much in this album. Rev, I absolutely actually agree with you. It's one of the reasons why I had a little bit of trouble with Black Hole. Is a lot of people were like, oh, this is really rocking, and I was like, it's kind of very double kick heavy. I liked a lot about that song, but on repeat listens, the double kick bit gets a little bit tiresome for me. But I still think that Conqueror is Akane's best album just because she shows so many different styles, but she is very accomplished on this album. It's just maybe it doesn't work as much for me. Still, a lot of comments on here that, yeah, fairly agreeable comments, opinions. Martin says HGK some great elements, some good chord chases, but slightly repetitive. Yeah, needs something in the middle to chop it up a bit. Yeah. The bass kind of chops it up, but not quite enough on its own. HGK says Bug was a song I had more struggles with, but it really grows on me. It really grew on me. It's a very complex song. Guitar parts remind me of Flight of the Bumblebees. Yes, that's so true. So true. It really does, actually. So you gave it a solid out of 10. Yeah, too much double kick. Sven says the same now. HGK's a hard one. So I don't think we're going to be seeing HGK in the top 25. Sorry. It's really bad. I feel so bad for the score I've just given it. I'm being honest. That's all that matters. Thank you for dropping a Discord, Harry. Thank you for the Reddit, CMC. Thank you, guys. So listen to the album analysis of Champ of Medium. Oh, it's a YouTuber. All right, so yeah, a lot of the comments are kind of going around the same points there. So Sayanaki Dori. This one split a lot of people. I don't think it's like on that Rockin' Me level, but this song is a real pleasure. I'm going to need more paper again soon. Will I get to the end of this album on the page? I don't think I will. Moto, 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 moto. How are we doing time-wise? 6:24. So we got what? About 20 minutes to go on this album. So that'll take us up to 6:44. Which means that, so I know this song quite well, so I'm going to quickly check. Where will BAND-MAID take us? How long is BAND-MAID? Oh. You're just going to crash on me. There we go. Is BAND-MAID somewhere where I didn't see it? It is on here. I use Spotify because it's convenient, not because it's well made. I know that the BAND-MAID EP is on here. I mean, I can get the CD out if I have to, but why can't I find it? Oh, I'll deal with it later. So BAND-MAID is what? 5 tracks? 21 minutes. We should have enough time to do this, guys. We should be able to do this before the 8 hours comes up. Love that high note. But it's just the fact that she nails that so well, and then in YYY, Psyche does almost exactly the same thing, but even more powerfully. I felt that was cruel, putting that one track later. A lot of comments on this. You could give us focus spots. Okay, well, the intro for this as well. I love the intro for this song. It says it seems to fit in better with the other BAND-MAID songs compared to other Miku songs. That's a very interesting point. I think it kind of does. I mean, if it was on another album, it would, but ironically, this album's moved the other BAND-MAID songs to a slightly different place, where on this album it feels a little bit out of place again. But yeah, I'd say Sayanaki Dori is the most BAND-MAID of the Miku songs. Shorthand this. This is another example of one of those songs that has the "Don't Let Me Down" quality. It's not anything too complicated. It just works. I think I can get black hole onto the bottom of this page. That's an awesome way to bring in a second verse. BAND-MAID 7 tracks. Okay, so we're going to need to get onto that. Why? I hear 1, 2, 3, 4 parking lot. Okay, I'm listening for that. Yeah, I agree. I'm with Havoc. I love the opening of that. As I said before, one of the reasons is so many of the songs just come in like a standard rock intro. As great as that is, it's nice when you hear an intro which is just like a bit, oh, where are you going with this? Kind of like with Warning. That's a beautiful intro. Well, it's one of my favourite on the album, 8.5, more complex than it seems. Very good point. There is complexities to this that disappear underneath it all, and this bridge is a really lovely bridge. Whoever you are, that advert didn't work. Not for me. So I get the exact same thing on my way. Should really figure. Well, so I'm listening for the parking lot. Should really appeal to a broader Japanese audience. All those who haven't figured out what a gem resides in their own backyard. Yeah, I think it'd be a good single. Head bopping, yeah. This is a real head bopper. I think this is probably an underestimated song already. Like the fun of why, Andrew says. Yeah. I think this is a really good song in its own way, but see, that's cruel. Right after Sayonaki Dori to do that, that's cruel. CMC, to make sure, hopefully you see this BAND-MAID is separate listing on... Thank you, CMC, good point. Should have guessed that. Misa's killing it on Way, lovely tone. She has pick fingers. You prefer the pick to the fingers? Depends on the song. I love bassists who can switch between, just sort of playing with the pick and then just move it across, move to your fingers. No, actually, they move it to there, don't they? I can't do it. I can't even play properly with a pick. I'm always playing with my fingers. Did I get the song? I might have. I don't know. I do like this one, Why. Why is a good song. Alright, Chemical Reaction, as you guys know, is probably my low point of the album, but I'm going to give it the fair time it deserves. A lot of my scores are surprising me, so... See, this is the point where it falls away for me. It builds up great, but this chorus is... It's nothing. This is a sort of song that's so powerful that I really want to hear, like, Psyche's voice just bellowing over this, but instead you got a... No. It just, yeah. It's the chorus is the problem. I love that sort of headbanging rhythm. It's a bit of a blunt instrument, this song, but it's got a lot of energy and a lot of power to it. Just the chorus doesn't pay it off. Gotta be honest, catchiness it is going to get a 0 for catchiness. does have a good energy. It is fresh. You know, it's a different take from what most of they've never really done a song quite like this before, so it's got a freshness to it. I guess you could say the riff is kind of catchy. I almost want to give it a point for that. Okay, you know, I might give it a point just for the catchiness of the riff. The energy that comes off of that. Still, we all know it's not going to make the top 25, but I am going to publish my list after I've done that, so... 80s glam influence, Martin says, sorry. Correction, one song so much better than the entire ZZ Top back catalogue. A bit of Biggie or dynamic feel to the start. When the bass is so high in the mix, pick sounds better. Again, depends how you mix it EQ wise as well. Because if you have it high in the mix and you go for a pick, then all that happens is the bass just gets washed into the guitar. So you need to then separate the EQ, drop the mid-range, lift up the high end so that the pick clicks a little bit on top of the guitar, assuming that you're putting the guitar in the mid-range. And then up the bass separately. Loon says, no idea why you said it's so low point. It's the best non-EQ led track on the album. Yeah, I mean, again, opinions are open, but just for me, it's the problem. The chorus is just, it's not there. There's just nothing there. That's the problem. It's got a really good build-up, and it just doesn't pay off to me. Direction is the catchiest song in the album. The guitar solo is the slapping bass. That's weird. See, the reason I can't call it catchy is because to me the chorus is kind of irritating and doesn't do anything. It's a real non-starter for me, the chorus of that song. Which is a shame because about everything else in the song kind of feels like it's going in a good direction. Giovanni. Driving Fast song really rolls along. Number 5 on Roots. It's indeed a classic. It's a rock and roll hit. You know, just I mean, Vladimir said about it on the radio, and a couple of you said about it on the radio. I do think you'd find that if it went on the radio, it would get strong following with a small number of people. I think most people wouldn't find it that catchy. It doesn't have a lot. There's certain elements they talk about which are the things that make a hit chorus, and it lacks a lot of them. It's just kind of repetitive, the chorus, in an earwormy way, but I just don't think it would. I don't think it would really break out Chemical Reaction. Just my opinion. I might be proven wrong. Appeals to a live crowd. I think that's true. Yeah, I think it's Chemical Reaction's one of those songs I can imagine being really good for a mosh pit. Fernando says, Giovanni, I don't get this song. It sounds good, but it does not hook me. It might grow on me, but at the moment it's a 5 out of 10. Yeah, I felt a lot of the songs towards the end of this album were a bit of a strange mix. I really appreciate those. Giovanni's got some great ideas in it. And I love that sort of change in tone, where it sort of mellows down and punches up. How well it works as a total is something I really have to think about. Wow, the sun is up. I need to text my my boss in a minute, because if he comes over to the building, I don't want him doing anything that's going to set off the electricity. Actually, you know what, I'll message them now. That break there is nice. And a little monotone vocal bit. This chorus is more catchy than I remember. You know, I like that more than I remember. That chorus is better than I thought. Okay, I sent him a message. All right, I need to score Giovanni. No, I don't want YouTube Premium. I just want to get famous. Oh, 60 likes. Thank you so much, everyone. Honestly, the likes I'm really appreciating. So nice that you guys are putting those likes on there. I mean, I know it's just pressing a button, but so often people overlook it, and it just means a lot to me that you guys are putting in that like button for us there. Like I say, this song is real band-made classic. How are we doing time-wise? 6:40. We're alright. I wish my mouse would stop freezing. Having Google Chrome open is really bad news. So let's catch up with the comments. Sorry, I was a bit out of touch for a second there. Of course, it's kind of bland. Top 40 rock. There's twang. Riff around 4 minutes. I'm not sure which song you're referring to there. Sorry, it's my fault. I'm a bit out of touch. Giovanni is odd in that I like it, but couldn't really say why. Decent chorus, I suppose, but more than that. Yeah, I mean, the chorus was one that I never really remembered before because it's a bit monotone, but just sort of listening to it without so much, just maybe because I was texting at the time, it just sort of seeped through to me. Like, actually, this is much more engaging than I thought. Underground Fish, last line. Honkai Onsen, world's version of Blooming, BAND-MAID being very, very BAND-MAID indeed. Oh, Honkai Unseen World's version of Blooming. Kind of. Yeah, first I was like, Unseen? I was like, oh no, Unseen. Honkai was my least favourite song at first, says Bug, but the second half of the song is absolutely amazing, especially the ending with Psyche's vocals. Very emotional, 8 out of 10. Ambitions, number 5 on Progress Disc. Okay, so Honkai. This is a very busy song, but it is engaging. You've got to see it in the context of what it wants to be, which is like this charging, monstrous song. That second verse break is beautiful. When they nail, I mean, they always have good second verses, but when they nail it, it's like just such a quality. Such a pleasure to see how they do that. Q for latency. Is there latency, guys? Let me know if you're having any problem. It's just due to what is called a black hole. Yeah, that line is a bit cringy at the beginning, I gotta admit. I'm like... But 9 out of 10 from Bug. Start fast, warning. Finish hard, black hole. Leave nothing left in the tank. Kind of exhausted by the end of the album. I may find it tiring later on, but I'm really enjoying it now. Yeah, it's a good workout. It's kind of exhausting, but in a really good way. That's the quality of this album, I think. Listen to Psyche speak English all day. Kobato and Konami too. Of course. Of course. So a lot of comment, CMC was mentioning about the quality of the recording time that they were given. Much more concise and well-rounded and not, like you were saying, sort of scattered. Because they recorded World Domination on tour, I believe, didn't they? Something like that, or before a tour. My Words, Black Hole. Yeah, For Everything got this massive build-up. Sort of death metal, it's got a bit of a death metal la-la feel. There we go. Lovely. Gotta like that. Alright. Let's not waste any time. Band Michael. Let's jump straight onto the Band Michael train. I'm in a minority, but I don't think Black Hole is the god tier song that many regard as. Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of people think it's like them playing at their best, but a lot of the things that, the sort of twiddle style playing that Konami's doing is actually a fairly simple tapping routine. The drum style that Akane's doing is something where it's this style of playing where if you get into the groove, the speed isn't really an issue. The harder things are where you have to move extensively around either the drum kit or the neck of the guitar, which is not really what Black Hole's about. So I think its quality is in its energy. It's not like some, like say, god tier level of playing. I wouldn't say it's one of their more difficult songs to play. I think what it is this demonstration of a real love for high energy. So let's give that a score. All right, cool. I need to get a new sheet again. Oh, crikey. So we're going on to Band Michael now. We will... I've only got 5 tracks on Band Michael. Oh no, that's... Oh, there we go. There it is. What's going wrong here? All right, we're going straight in with Secret Micro Lips, everyone. 3, 2, 1, let's do this. Time is not on our side, so let's not waste any of that precious time. Now, you guys know my feeling about this album. I really love the fact it exists. I love so much about it, but I think a lot of the rearrangement techniques necessarily didn't work. Some of the songs ended up sounding a bit messy. But as a general, there's a lot of really nice ideas going on in this. It's writing in the song names. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing how my scores for these songs balance against the originals. I love seeing screaming written in hiragana. Alright, let's have a look here. Link to... Oh, thank you for that, CMC. Sorry, yeah, I was already on that one, but thank you for dropping that link. Harry, I've only listened to one song on this album. My health issues made me put off listening to it at a release, then the huge hype on YouTube put me off like taking it up later. Yeah, hype will do that. Interesting, really. Yeah, except for Gion Cho and Secret Micro Lips, all of the Micro songs sound too busy and crowded for me. Yeah, I think it's a demonstration of a band who are not used to doing this kind of arrangement. It's not really their skill set, but when it does click, it clicks. Like on Screaming, I remember Screaming is a natural, it benefits from being busy. It sounds chaotic by nature. Therefore, Screaming came together really well on this. Gion Cho obviously was written in that form. Four Bleats randomly sequenced with a disaster for contributing here, but I enjoyed the album much more without the aggressive start. Do you mean the Maiko EP? I decided not to listen to it now either until my health improves. Talking about Unseen World, by the way. Oh, no, oh, okay, fine, yeah. Listen to it when you feel like it. No point, yeah. Enjoy it. Beautifully produced, though. The same gritty solo in a... Now many still clips like crazy. 9 out of 10 for Secret Micro Lips from Bug. In other words, band Micro try out Wagaki, the Wagaki band. Yeah, that would be I'm trying to avoid that comparison in my head because that would be a very unfortunate comparison because this is what Wagaki band do, which means their arrangements, at least in my opinion, are seamless. Whereas the arrangements here feel a little bit confused at points. Some points it works, some points it doesn't, but I think it's a bit of a luck of the draw for a lot of the songs on this album. Is massively, completely wrong about this EP. Oh, I got an advert. Oh, Spotify Premium again. CMC, no one said music is a competitive sport. We're talking about, well, I mean, no more competitive than scoring songs to come up with a top 25 list. It's not competitive. It's about rating what works. And I think there is a lot in common between them, in all fairness. But seems we're not comparing bands against other bands. I don't know where you're getting this from. BAND-MAID had better MVs than BAND-MAID. That's why BAND-MAID signed on Pony Canyon and now have a bigger budget on top. That's why BAND-MAID signed on Pony Canyon. Okay. It was... I don't know why everyone's taking this Wagaki band thing so seriously. It's just... I mean, if we're just writing this off as a joke, there's no point in me even listening to it. I do think it's a genuine artistic product. I don't think they just... I mean, yeah, they're doing this for fun, but I don't think they were doing this and just going, haha, this is rubbish. I think they were actually putting effort into it. And I think it comes through in the way that a lot of the songs have some really nice ideas in them. Like I say, some of them work better than others. As I said before, what I love is when the band go outside of their comfort zone and try things that maybe don't work for them 100% of the time. So I love that they did this. And the fact that it doesn't work at all points as well as their other material is not a condemnation. It's good. I mean, a lot of the best bands ever, Beatles, Queen, These are bands who have a lot of songs that do not work because they were pushing to experiment. So no, I don't see anything negative about the assessment whatsoever. Oh, you've got a different. Rev says he's got a different playlist on Spotify. Airline Eurovision Song Contest. I was reminded of that one before we went live yesterday. Andrew, I think what started as a gag with BAND-MAID became another dynamic entry in their repertoire. Yeah, I think so. But like I say, I don't think they would have just pissed this out as a throwaway joke. I think love went into this. I really do. Actually, you need to start putting scores down. Thought so. Mine, ladies look beautiful in traditional costumes. I believe that. I think they look really good in them. Actually, it suits them. Now I'm behind. Thought you were still on an advert. Sorry. Keep an eye on the screen because a lot of the time I'll be writing and talking to you guys. Jonathan, oh yeah, they did put effort into it. It seems they actually worked a lot and worked in a lot of Kyoto dialect into the lyrics. Yeah. Not to mention, it probably took hours to get into costume makeup. Yeah, it's not even the music, it's that the whole effort they put into publicising it. Clearly they loved what they were doing, and I think that's great. As a bonus, it makes one and only listenable too. Yeah, see, this one was a problem for me. I don't think that YOLO fitted this arrangement at all. It just sounds like everything's slapped on top. It doesn't feel like there's actually room in the song for any of the things added here. So, for me, this didn't really work. But I'll give it its dues, I'll give it its time. Okay, there's a bit of confusion about where we are. I think there's different playlists in different countries. Remember, you can see my playlist on the screen. Look at what's on the screen, you'll see what I'm listening to. So I'm on Yolo Siosu, and I'm just coming up to 2 minutes through. So remember, that's why that's there, is so you guys can see what I'm on. After this album, I really need to pee. I can make another 10, 12 minutes. Okay. So this album will see us through to 7 hours and 10 minutes, which will give us 50 minutes to clear up as much of everything else as we can, which I think is going to be close. It's going to be close. And I don't know actually what happens at 8 hours. I don't know if the stream just cuts, but we'll do our best. See, I like this breakdown because you can... This breakdown's fun. This is where it works because there's room. There's room at this point to add things. It's just in the rest of the song it doesn't quite work. Sorry, I clicked on a playlist instead of the album. Yeah, I nearly did that as well. Will we get to Axe Japan's BAND-MAID Homage song? I don't know what that is. I'm guessing that's a YouTube thing, but if it's not actually a BAND-MAID song, then no. It'd be interesting to check it out another time, though. Okay, I need to rescan all the songs for my own sanity. 1, 2, 3, 4 parking lot is in No God, end of first pre-chorus. Okay. I wonder why I didn't hear that when I went for it. So I thought I was going to have time to cook something to eat during this whole process. That is not going to happen. So I'll just quickly show you. I had a beautiful graphic for that. I was going to play this to you. I notice it's not actually playing. Oh, there we go. So I was going to do that, but it's not going to happen now. I haven't got time. I'm going to have to eat afterwards. So that was my cooking graphic. I got one more graphic I haven't played yet, and if we get to the end, I'll show it to you. Alright. So, just check my scores, check I'm happy with them. Before we get into Ansem. Koto and acoustic guitar. Can't go wrong with that. Harry saying Tora gets 7. A lot of scores around the 7s. That's kind of like seems to be people's average score so far for most of the things we've heard. I'd like to think that Benny and Inagawa played Shamazan on these numbers. She is so rock and roll, but I don't suppose she did. No, it was programmed on keyboard, the Japanese instruments on this album, which makes sense. I did link you to Axe Japan's song, I think, on Discord. I will check then. If you did, then it'll be on there somewhere for me to scan through. I got a lot to catch up on again, but I get to everything eventually. Let's see, enjoyable version of the original, but the mix is not as good as the original. Agreed, Fernando. It sounds messy. That's the problem. Nice idea. Motto's back. Hey, how you doing, man? CMC. This was all samples as far as I know. Yeah. Jonathan, I really like Ansan. Cassie Mahan really sounds like a cover of BM by their arch rivals, Michael. For breakdowns, sounds like a... Okay. 4 bleeps. Would it work better without the drums? No, it would actually... The Michael version of YOLO would work better without the guitar. The guitar's the problem. It doesn't give any room for anything else, which is fine because that's the way the original song's designed. It's just, it doesn't suit this kind of rearrangement, which is why when you go into the bridge and the guitar drops away, suddenly it sounds great. The guitar just isn't providing any room. And maybe if the guitar was reduced, maybe if they did an acoustic version of YOLO and then put the other instruments in, it might work, but even then, probably be better off just taking away the guitar or really reducing it to like a staccato style of playing or something like that. Harry's giving Yolosios a 6. Nice how the guitar comes in. You've got the big vocals. Just needed to quickly check that I hadn't had a reply back. reopen. Every time I go away from YouTube on my phone, I have to reopen the video fresh to make sure that I'm up to date, because otherwise it stops giving the chat for some reason. There's that gritty guitar work, yeah. I like the way it comes in here though. It's that nice clear contrast. I mean, like with the original, but it works nicely in this version. I would say this version to me probably elevates above the original a little bit. I will check my scores though, because I don't actually know that for certain. I guess my scores could call me a liar. Chrome is freezing again. I really hate that it does that. It just worries me. I don't need that kind of nonsense during a live stream. Yeah, that's a fantastic one. 63 likes. Thank you so much to everyone. That's just, I can't believe we're getting that many likes in here. Guys, thank you so much. Have a little look. See, playbacks, 500 playbacks so far. You guys are amazing. Average watch time, 27 minutes. Not too bad. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Kasimahen. Much cleaner than Onomone. Yeah, I agree. It is much cleaner than the original. Had to clean up the parking lot from the mess on the ground, says Marta. God, you two have been keeping this like disturbing story going for hours. Anon is such a beautiful song. It is. Kane is drumming exactly what the song needs, as usual. Yeah, she's such a credit to, I mean, all of them are such a credit to the band, but Akane is like just having a drummer who can make the most out of everything, and a bassist that, you know, you need that rhythm section, and Japanese bands are typically strong with that, but BAND-MAID especially. Ansan 7.5 for Harry. Perfectionist as usual. Yeah, he's cleaning everything. Cleaning the evidence. Fernando, Ansan 8 out of 10 on this version. This one really sounded better than the original to me, which really surprised me when I first heard it. Yeah, it maximizes the potential of the original. It's one of the stronger points of this EP to me. I'm out of coffee. Would anyone like to send me a back massage? Be right back, says Harry. Again, still going? Yeah, still going strong. Okay, so doesn't do it for me. Probably my least favourite on the EP, but it's not terrible, says Marto. It's very good on atmosphere, but I'm not sure how well it comes together as a finished product. I'm just going to quickly Google what happens when a YouTube live stream gets to 8 hours. I love that. Shamisen works perfectly. YouTube stream limit. YouTube stream. You stream to YouTube. Stream. There's no limit as to how long a live stream can be, but only streams that meet the maximum stream length restrictions get transcoded as a video on demand. I don't know what on earth they're talking about. I'm going to follow this article. I really like this. Where's my pen? So I'm actively working out something I probably should have checked before. I have read before there's an 8-hour cap, but maybe there's not. I guess what we'll do is if we get to 8 hours and we haven't finished, we'll all sit and watch and count down together as the time comes up. I really need to pee and this song's making me want to go faster. Okay, so I think what it is, if it's over 8 hours, then this video won't be saved. Okay. So I think we have to finish before 8 hours just to make sure that this is available for people to watch back. If we do find ourselves needing to continue after 8 hours, then we will restart a separate live stream in order to do so. Yeah, for me, I think the songs that work best on this EP is Ansan Screaming and Gyeoncho, obviously. Alright, let's get Gyeoncho. 3 minutes 30, then I can pee. Ah, beautiful calming music. Rest thy bladder. That's an awesome intro. You hear how the guitar is not very front and center here. It gives a lot of room for the shamisen and the shakuhachi. It's a very guitar-light song because it's designed to make room for the other things. I get the feeling with YOLO that they actually probably just took the original recording and didn't re-record it. They just took the original recording and recorded the other bits over the top. I don't know. I'm guessing that's the case. There we go. It's a good song. I agree, Mark. This is a really interesting song, actually. I like it. It's got, like I say, it's designed around the sound of the EP, and it just works brilliantly. Preserve the marathon. It's a BAND-MAID fanboy's delight. Yeah, I think just for the sake of being careful, I will stop before 8 hours. And just ask you guys to follow me onto another live stream. Because I don't want to... Like I said, I think a lot of people are going to enjoy replaying this, I hope. So I want it to be available. And I promised Mirai already that it would be available, so I don't want to lie. 64 likes, 30 people in the room. Just to let you know, we've still got like a good 46 minutes before we hit the 8-hour mark. So you're thankful there's no sounds of running water in this song? Yeah, pretty much. Agreed. 10 out of 10 for Guillermo. Fernando says. Thumbs up. I didn't like this song at first, but it grew on me after a while, says Marto. I do love the video with Akane eating the noodles during the tea ceremony. Yeah, actually, I should watch that again. It was a good video, but I haven't watched it for a while. This should be an advert for Japan's travel agency. Probably going to trigger Howard by saying this, but this is better than anything on Tokyo Singing. If you've seen my review of Tokyo Singing, I had very middling feelings. I don't think it's better than everything on Tokyo Singing, but I certainly think it's a very competitive entry. To me, it demonstrates that they are capable if they write deliberately to the purpose of doing something which is on par with Wagaki Band's ability to mix these sounds, which is, for me, very impressive. All right, guys, I need to go to the toilet. And then we need to hurry on to catching some more songs. So here comes... It's the toilet roll! Alright, guys, I'll be back in a moment. Bear with me. Must wash hands. Oh. I got a pen in my mouth, so I sound like I can't speak. Oh, pen out. All right. Oh, I love watching that toilet roll just gently, serenely make its way around. My ability to articulate has kind of fallen off. And apologies, I know that my communication and my talk to you guys, so I'm just setting up the next songs. My communication with you guys has become a little bit sporadic. Obviously, just slightly the fatigue of being live streaming for this long, looking at the screen, reading the comments as they go up. Obviously, it's setting me a little bit back. Where's the next track? It's setting me a little bit behind. But just please be aware. I am loving reading your comments. I'm with you 100% of the way. So sorry if I'm a little bit more quiet than I was 8 hours ago, or 7 hours ago, should I say. So we're on it. We're going to keep on going. Let's get us back on screen. So I'm going down them. We're no longer using chronological order. I'm going through what is offered to me. I'm basically going through the singles and EPs, clipping off any song that we haven't listened to. So let's bring this back up. All right. So About Us is the first one that's offered. So we're going to re-listen to About Us now. Guys, get you. Sorry, I won't be able to give you too long to get ready for these because obviously we're going to have to try and really hammer into these now. But this is About Us. Really great song. I'm so glad so many people have enjoyed it as well. Because how much was the tonic I needed to get me through 2020? All right, here we go. About Us. I was saying, there's certain songs that I was underrating that I like a bit more now that I'm hearing them again. I'm really glad this has been a kind of a nice experience for all of us. I'm just really enjoyed sharing this with you guys. So it's a nice culmination. Every time we get to the point where I feel like we've done everything we can with BAND-MAID, it's nice that we find something new we can share. The top 25 list will be kind of like probably the last thing we really do with BAND-MAID until they have more music. So this is a nice little crescendo we're working up with at the moment. I am doing a video about the difference between the experience I've had with their online show, their DVD, and their live show in person to get a real feel about how that whole thing works, you know. Love the use of sampling in this song as well. Very well constructed song. Let's have a look and see what everyone's saying. This would be probably a good place to break the video since we covered all the albums. Maybe. I mean, look, I'm going to keep it going to 8 just because I think I can cover most of it. And I know there's a lot of people who want to sit through and watch it, so I want to get as much as I can on the first one. And I will be keeping my eye very closely on the time so that we don't skip. Yeah, 7:21 now. I think there's a possibility we're not going to get this all done in 8 hours, but still, you know. I'll do it in a minute. There's something funny which I need to do, which I'll do in a moment. I'm going to need a thumbnail for part 2 if we do a part 2. So I will draw that really badly on MS Paint in a minute. So after this, we'll listen to Different and Don't Be Long. It'll take until they release more music, so next week. Probably won't be that many months. Not a criticism, but this could be the poppiest of their songs. No, not a criticism. I mean, it probably is the poppiest of their songs purely on a production basis. Miku's finest hour lyrically. Yeah, I mean, you can tell a lot of passion went into this. Might have said this might actually be their my favourite song of theirs. I really love how many people have taken to this song. Can I mention she is working on a new project? Depends how quickly it gets put out. Yeah. A lot of love for this song, which is really great. Yeah, Misa's really good on this song. I mean, again, it's got that Conqueror style of production in a way, but you still hear her work if you're listening for it, and if you don't, it's still subliminally having all the effects you want it to have. Just polar. Oh, you're saying there. Just a little polarizing. If you like this song but think you don't like Scandal, please check them again. Yeah, that's a fair point. Although Scandal have so many different songs, you have to be on point with which one you check. This kind of reminds me of Baby Metal's Brand New Day. Interesting point. All right, let's start different. I forgot how energetic that was. Don't even mind the opening and ending Alvin and Chipmunks vocals. Oh, a little sampling thing, yeah. It's just really well crafted song. Like nearly all their songs in production is really nice. Yeah, I'm glad that the production didn't alienate too many people. Some people were a bit alienated by it, but most weren't, which is great. This song has so much like energy to it. I can see why it was picked as an anime theme tune. Or was it written as an anime theme tune or just picked as one? Who's doing the falsetto? Jonathan asks. In the chorus, Psyche. Says CMC. Fernando, about us. 10 out of 10. Great song, very heartfelt, beautiful harmonies. Yeah, I think not many people are going to bail out on that song as a quality item, even if it's not your taste. I think most people can appreciate just how good that song is. Bug is saying Different gets an 8.5 out of 10 and Don't Belong gets an 8. Interesting. Martin's saying Different, a 3:33 workout, better than an hour in the gym. Oh, 3-minute 33-second workout. Okay, I was like 3:30. Oh yeah, 3:30. I'm used to doing it with the. Is it colon? Yeah, the colon. CMC says Different written for season 3 of Log Horizon to replace Man with a Mission song database, which was the song for seasons 1 and 2. So it was written specifically for that. Okay, that's cool. Kind of makes sense, especially if you're going to follow up Man with a Mission. Maybe not all their songs, but as a general, a lot of their songs have this kind of tumbling energy. So this is a real good follow-up to that kind of thing. Although I haven't heard the song in question, I imagine. It's a great little song. So Don't Belong's next. It will play by itself. Haven't had any adverts for a while, which is good. And then we'll have Smile after that. So here comes Don't Belong. Okay, got to move this over for a second. Yes, I'm sorry, people, but we need to prepare for part 2. As there's almost definitely going to be a part 2 now. Yeah, Don't Be Long really... I love just how the arrangement really sits so well. Sorry, just for a moment you won't be able to see what's going on. Because there's important, high quality technical work going on here. Oh, that's too small. We can't be having that. See, it's those changes. They're very quintessentially BAND-MAID. And yet they just work so well in this. I'm all about the quality, guys. Don't worry, I will replace this with a better... I'll replace this with a better one after, okay? If I open the software I usually use for the thumbnails, it's just going to overload everything. Let's concentrate on the song for a little bit longer and then we'll go back to that. Don't Be Long might be my favourite instrumental. Yeah, I think it probably is mine as well. Don't Be Long equals live show psyche pee break. That's toilet roll. Oh, bless her. I don't like Man with a Mission, says Marta. Yeah, they have their moments. In general, they're a bit inconsistent. But they can be good. Oh, it's bug off. Oh, sorry guys, I have to go to bed. I'm waking up in 6 hours just to finish my ratings on a 9 out of 10 for Onset and Without Holding Back, and 8 out of 10 for I Told Jonette No Matador. Thank you so much. You sleep well, sir. Thank you so much for joining us anyway. I really appreciate having you here. As with all of you, thank you so much for that. So this song gets some kudos. Alright, let's jump in on Smile now. Maybe Howard will end the toilet paper video from next door. Yes, I will, and I'll keep the backup broadcast logo in the corner. At least use all caps for BAND-MAID. Sorry. I'm going to get in trouble now, aren't I? I haven't listened to this song in ages, but it's got a nice pop sensibility to it. This is so cheesy. Not the song, I mean what I'm doing. Let's get a proper red. No. Why have I forgotten about this song? This is really cool. That's okay. I'm gonna keep that to one corner, and if we need a part 2, then that's gonna be the thumbnail. So look for that. I know how much CMC hates MS Paint, so right now he's probably spinning around in his chair, about to explode. I love the string work in this. Was this done for something different as well? Because usually they don't use like string arrangements unless they're doing something. But then this was on Bubble, wasn't it? So they were doing a lot of experimental production, but. I really like that. I've forgotten about this song, but this is a really good track. So Hide and Seek will be next. Ah, my lines are getting squiggly. What a mess. Is CMC angry at another song written as a love letter to the fans? Hide and Seek now. I don't think I've heard this song. Yeah, it's weird. It's simple, but it works. It's nice. Smile, Psyche, smoother vocal style really works on this one. Misa's bass smiles through, but a bit low in the mix for my taste. I can see that. I can see that. I hate strings in pop rock songs. What, as a rule? Sometimes it can be a bit cheesy, but I think it's nice when strings are used well. And that was a nice application, simple but appropriate to the feeling of the song. Nasty comment, you know I can't spin, roll yes like a champ, but spinning that was hurtful. Joke warning. Back with one hand, forward with the other. Wheelie. This song is pretty decent though. I think I've only heard this, says Mo. Retek, I think I've only heard this once and didn't think much of it then. It's the B-side of Bubble, if such a thing still existed. Hey, in Japan they do. Just. Second listeners are a bit better, but still not my cup of tea. Four Bleats, it's commercial enough to be a scandal track. Havoc saying, as a BAND-MAID fan I love this, but I don't think non-fans would like it. Is that referencing Hide and Seek? Or I've got to admit, I don't think so. Jonathan saying, I've got to admit, I don't think I've listened to this more than 2 or 3 times. I was too busy wearing out the other side of the record. I can see that. And the B-sides are quite strong. I think it's because a lot of the time they'll put stuff on there that maybe they wouldn't put elsewhere. Stop freezing. Oh, looky everyone. Looky what's next. They love those little English speaking bits, don't they? So next we'll have Start Over and Screaming. Smile, 8 out of 10, says Fernando. On this number, Psyche and Miku sound great in this number. Chorus is catchy. This is underrated by a lot of the fans. Hide and Seek is a strong B-side, to be fair, to CMC. It's time. Start Over. Sorry, I did that really quickly. You've got to be on the ball with us. Possibly the most controversial BAND-MAID song ever. Because there's a piano. Or because the video sucks. It's funky. They can do funky, but just doing a straight funky song, that's brave. Plus the piano really elevates this. It's the right instrument in the right place, in the right arrangement, in the right type of song. Yes, this isn't the most complicated or nuanced song they've ever done, but it works. There's a good little chorus as well. Start over, that is. Yes, no, don't worry, I got that. I certainly can, out of hide and seek and start over, I'm certainly going with start over as the controversial one. CMC, well, I like start over and loathe the video. Song 8 video minus 1 billion. Yeah, we agree, dare I say it. I feel that sort of ripping space-time getting bigger the more we agree. Martin, I'm watching the live version from London. Not a great recording, but like the song nonetheless. Needs several more listens, probably. I can see that. How are we doing time-wise? Okay. Okay, guys. After Screaming, we're going to move over to part 2. And as many of you know, one of my very, very strong contenders for number 1 is going to be in part 2. So if you want to see that, be around for part 2. 29 of you here, and I really appreciate that. Part 2 is coming, though. We'll do Screaming, then we'll end the stream, then we'll pick it back up. It will be almost instantaneous. I just need enough time to put the inputs in, and then we'll be straight on it, okay? This song's funky. You gotta love this. It's got those nice little breakdowns and things. It's still got all the rock kudos. Now the line, yeah, that line feels a bit forced, which is a shame. It always feels like a little bit of a funny aftertaste, but it's quickly cured by the access of Screaming. Screaming's actually at the top of this page, so I can see both versions alongside each other, which is a little bit difficult. Let's have a look and see what everyone's saying. Yes, CMC, we all know it's the song. Everyone agrees the video is awful to start over, which I'm glad. I'm glad it wasn't just me. John just summed that up beautifully. Can't disagree with you there. The video is lame. It is. When they did start over on the live stream, I liked it much more. I can get that. It's one of those songs that I imagine would have a great live energy as well, because it's got a nice sort of plethora of sounds going on, so it'd be bouncy and crunchy as a live version. Martin's saying start over. Psyche drops the F-bomb, then the controversial "people are gay" lyric. Is that a lyric in there? Well, I guess some people are gay. Sing songs. Sorry, this song seems more forced than start over. Screaming. Yeah, Screaming has got a lot of ideas shoehorned in, but to me it sounds excited. It sounds like an excited song. Fernando, start over. Underrated song due to the video. It's interesting that I think overall, generally, I've been warned that Start Over got a bit of a mixed reception upon its release, and I know there's still some people who don't particularly like it, but it's interesting that in our community as a general, on this channel, we get more people liking songs like this, and I think that's because most of the people on this channel are into conversing and sharing different opinions on music rather than just sort of fanboying religiously. It's kind of with fans with minds here. So it's interesting to hear there's people with a very interesting range of opinions on this channel, which I really love. We don't get any of those sort of people going, oh, I don't know, it's because it's got a piano. Or this hasn't got a solo. Yeah, we're at 7:45, so I'll talk to you a little bit when this finishes. Check my scores. It's not a bad chorus for a B-side, especially a B-side with such energy. They played this one on the Okaji stream and it sounded great. Pretty sure that's not the words, says Loon. Okay, I think it's underrated because it's jazzy, funky, and some fans only want to hear hard rock. Yeah, like I say, if you were blindly adherent to that style, then you wouldn't like it. I'm sure there's some people who genuinely just don't like the sound, but I think there are a lot of people who don't like it for the wrong reasons. Okay, so lyrics, I don't give a... Be born again. Okay. So I'm not so keen. Squeaky guitar sound of screaming. That's a door that badly needs oiling. Alright guys, so here's how it's going to work. Now, I don't want to push my luck, so we are going to end this stream now, but don't go away. Alright? Because part 2 is going to come up just a few minutes later. Basically, all we need is enough time for me to end this stream, start up part 2, okay? So, thank you so much for everyone, but this isn't over, this isn't goodbye, this is just, this video is about to end, part 2 is about to begin, alright? Alright, so let's I don't know what a good one to show you is. There we go, let's cut to that, and we'll be back in just a few minutes, alright? Oh wow, it's not even playing properly. Come on, pigeons. Alright guys, keep your eyes out, stay on the channel,